wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Falling back to earth, falling back to earth, falling back to earth. Don't be afraid. We made it to stars when we die, they don't bleed. Don't look away. Memory fades from the sky, but I'm here, I swear. Call you when I'm almost done. Falling back to, every time I said something. Saw you laugh and brought me back to earth. I'm waving from the sky, the by detonated time. Don't cry. Falling back to earth, falling back to, falling back to, falling back to earth, falling back to, falling back to earth. Don't cry.
5, 4, 3, 2. Wait, can we start over? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bye.
Falling back to earth, falling back to, falling back to, falling back to earth, falling back to, falling back to earth. Woofer. 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 Give me my crown. Woofer. Give me my crown. When I start downtown, now every sound but the bass.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, the top 6 will become a top 4. It's a do or die for our teams, and they have to dig deep and unleash their full potential because there are no more second chances. Coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. Hello, and welcome to Day 6 of Game Changers Championship 2024. I'm your host, Victoria, and here with me today, I've got Kukuka and Tom for 2 crucial lower bracket matches. It's another sad day.
No. I feel like it was so far away.
Elimination days are always a little bit sad, but we got a lot of good things out of it, like a good distant fist bump far away. How are you guys feeling now that we've whittled it down to these final 6 teams?
I'm just glad EMEA survived.
Yeah,
the last time I was here, 2 EMEA teams got eliminated, so I'm glad that I'm on a day where that can't happen.
Yeah, that's the only reason why we hired you today, Tom.
Exactly.
I actually got confirmation from our producers that that is the reason. But I think that it means a lot for the teams that we have here playing because, as you said, Victoria, 2 of them will make that top 4, and that is a milestone in their careers and the ones for their orgs as well.
Yeah, in fact, let's talk about how we got here today. Yesterday, we were in the upper bracket with 4 undefeated teams, probably some of the most wild games we've seen so far this tournament. They were fighting to make it to tomorrow's upper final. So first, of course, we had G2 Goes in facing MIBR.
Petra's not going home. That's what I learned today. Like, that was insane. Like, her performance yesterday, I was really nervous after that first map because I was watching how MIBR were playing. Jelly SRN all the way through that series were just in God mode. And then it took, well, I guess a goddess to almost overtake. Like, she was in insane form with highly aggressive plays. Super impressed.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that especially the comparison between the crew game that we saw. Yes, they did start off a little bit cold, but yesterday I didn't get that feel. I think that it was very, very close. And Shopify Rebellion 2-0, I think they're just here to win it all.
Shopify looked fantastic, but definitely shout out to Zipto pushing them. It almost became map 3, but this is how things are today. And of course, I have to say, Pacific teams, both of them are in the lower bracket, and I'm a little bit nervous. I see how you felt.
You still have to, okay? You still have to. Okay? Take what you're given.
That's true. They're both still here, and they both still can continue. Now, what's been really interesting so far is that we had the addition and changes of the map pool. So let's talk about that and see how things have shaken up here at championships and the addition of Pearl. How has that shifted things for you guys?
Do you want to start? Do you want me to take it?
I'd say the loss of Lotus seems to maybe move Pearl a little bit further down. Like, Lotus was a massively popular map for a lot of teams, so that one going missing I think has hurt a few. But I feel like a lot of those teams have opted to almost pick up the Pearl.
We can say almost, well, not quite the same, but I think that Lotus was a before and an after, right? Since the map joined the map pool. I'm surprised that we are not getting more Abyss, right? Because when you think about the incorporation of the 2 new maps with Split and Pearl coming back in, you would think that maybe some teams would rely on like,
Split's the best map, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. Is your favorite? How many
it
rounds
is my favorite.
How many rounds did you cast that day?
We don't talk about that one.
I remember that, but going back to this, I would. Some people could argue like maybe with having more tape on Abyss and so many different compositions that we've seen throughout the globe, that some teams would pick up Abyss, but no, actually, Split coming back, I think that is normal that some teams are comfortable with it. To me, it's the surprise of seeing 3 more times Pearl than Abyss.
Yeah, I think in a weird way, Abyss still hasn't been figured out yet, even though it's been out for a while now. But Pearl being played 3 times, twice by Zipto, of course, and we got to see both of those. In fact, let's talk about today's high-stake matches, because again, it's elimination day. It's very sad, but someone will have to go home. MIBR facing off against Zeta Division, 2 teams that have, I think the audience have fallen in love with them, and I can't blame anyone. I myself have also fallen in love with a lot of these players. And then after that, we're gonna have Zipto facing off against Crew, and both of those teams, I think, I'm not surprised that this is how the way things played out, but I wouldn't have been surprised if they were both still in the upper bracket.
Well, I think for Zeta more so, you're talking about that lower bracket run, because after the first game, I think everybody was pretty terrified for them. But yeah, those upper bracket matches, like I think MIBR have sort of come in as like a team that people expected to be good, but they've kind of outdone it. And I think a lot even expected them to win yesterday, and they very much could have done. I think G2 played a great game, but I'm also then looking at that other side of things and saying, you know what, Zeta have got better and better every match. Whoever we lose, I'm very sad to see.
And not only that, right? Zeta has gotten a break now, and MIBR and Zipto are the teams coming right off from a loss, right? Like the other 2 teams already making their runs through the lower bracket have already dealt with losing and also with winning, and actually seeing that dream becoming closer and closer. So we'll see. The first feels, I think, are going to be very important for today.
I definitely want to break that down more. There's so much to talk about. It's specifically what you guys are mentioning with Zeta Division's performance, especially throughout the lower bracket. But we also want to know what you guys at home and over in the stadium, what you think of today's matches. Who's gonna make it through the lower bracket in today's MasterCard fan poll? So scan the QR code, it's gonna be on the screen to cast your vote, and then we'll show the results in a bit, because we like to, you know, we want to know what everyone thinks.
We don't want to get that. They wait for us to do our predictions.
Yes.
So then when you guys tell us the actual answers, we go, too late to change.
Yeah, exactly. And we're always wrong. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Who predicted both the EMEA teams to win the lower bracket last time? What a fool.
Pansy did mention it. Talent predictions are worthless, but we do it. And remember, use the hashtag VCT Game Changers if any of you guys are posting on Twitter or X, so that we can show it on the screen. Now, after Game Changers Championships ends, many of our Game Changers will be heading to Los Angeles for another event. Guys, if you've heard about the Spotlight series, if you haven't yet, have a look at this, because Americas is going to have one of their own.
Moose is gonna stick this one.
There's that drop. Oh my God, Moose! Towards the front. Alexis trying to do everything on her own.
Grabbing himself a weapon now. A serious something around this right above it. Free the lead. A phenomenal round.
Oh my, 4 kills for Mimi. Mimi with the ace.
A vantagem aumenta. E agora só dai que sai Yuri!
But opening first is MIBR. Coconut is just way too fast.
Buena por parte de Com, que saca la doble.
It's Oxy again. Oh my God!
And welcome back, and we have an addition here at the desk with us. You guys may know this lady. It rhymes. I was going to say smells like egg.
Wow.
It
smells amazing.
She's
Meg
great.
smells
She's
amazing.
great.
Thank you.
This is Meg from Fnatic. I was going to say it rhymes with egg.
Thank you.
It's
But
the
it
boyfriend who
sounds
smells
like
like
it.
egg.
It's
Yes.
the boyfriend that smells like egg. I
Exactly.
smell beautiful.
Yes,
Thank you very
you
much.
smell fantastic. I'm very happy to have you here. So have you been enjoying the game so far?
Yeah, I've been loving it. I mean, honestly, Game Changers is my favorite event of the year. There's just like a vibe in the air.
Yes.
Like you can't explain it. You have to be here in the arena. Well, I suppose you guys feel it at home as well, but it's just, yeah, it's magical.
It is so. We always talk about this. Game Changers is one of our favorite events. The energy is just totally different. Now, speaking of energy, we saw Zeta Division just completely come out of their shell and show a lot of their personalities, who they are. They had some crazy walkouts, and today you are going to help us choreograph or lead us through how we can be our own Zeta Division walkout. So
I mean, I'm known for my dance moves, right?
Yeah.
That's a total
Same. And my style.
But yeah,
I always dress to impress.
I have been waiting for this moment, Tom, to literally criticize your every move. So make sure you get it right, otherwise I will.
So nothing's changed.
You should join the talent team if you want to.
I'm ready. I'm here and I'm ready.
All right. Shall we? Do you want to explain first, or shall we roll the clip first?
I think just roll the.
Let's roll the clip. Let's see what we are gonna be.
Oh, when was
like
the last time
vibing.
I was in school?
Yeah. So this is one of the walkouts very recently by Zeta Division, and they had a couple, mimicking some of the Asian moves as they're coming out. I have no idea what you're gonna make us do, Meg, but show us the way.
Are we trying to mimic their aura? Because I don't know if I can do that, Meg. I can't. I will tell you now, I can't.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta definitely have a certain aura that I feel like you might not be able to mimic. Not saying you're not cool, because you're really
Am I the right person for this segment?
We're not Zeta.
Like, not to be rude, but I'm really interested to see where this goes.
Oh, okay.
But I actually wanted to throw this one to you, Victoria, because I feel like it would. I mean, let's go
Start
with the main host first. The boss. So I just want to kind of mimic. I'm not sure who does it. It's the third person that walks out, and essentially we're going to be throwing a raised grenade of sorts. But I want it with some swag. I'm bringing swag back, by the way. We need to hear more swag on the broadcast.
Sure. Why not?
I like it.
14 years ago.
I'm not even good at throwing
I'm
nades
bringing
in
it back,
game.
baby. But I feel like you would maybe like a hand on the hip or something, Victoria. But
okay,
I just want you to throw the grenade
with a hand on the hip.
Yeah, I want you to put some swag, some energy into it, the same way Zeta put their whole into it.
You need some aura, basically.
I am not Zeta cool. I am not as cool as Zeta, but we're gonna do this.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Honestly, sensational, amazing.
I think
you do no wrong.
Honestly,
I needed her to be bad.
I think you need to do it. Actually, I think that's what we need, Tom.
Oh no.
You forgot to walk.
Thank you
I know it's very
much.
different.
You gotta do the walk, the 1, 2, 3 walk.
Never. Can we
over the shoulder? You got it over the shoulder, name?
Tom, I am so disappointed in you. I thought you.
Are you really?
No, I knew it was gonna be awful. Oh, off he goes.
It's okay, Tom. You can come
We
back.
need like the really tiny violin. But anyway, let's head into the next one because I'm going to throw this one to Kakuka. So pay attention.
Thank God.
I'm so nervous.
I'm nervous for you too.
I got very good grades in school.
Yeah.
Oh, I got doing so just a 100
my
theory?
energy level.
I mean,
Tom, you don't get to decide.
I feel like Kakuka, you gave this a really good reference earlier because sometimes the more casual and nonchalant you are with it, you show that you're the master. Do you know what I mean? The master of this pose.
look like
Look at
Katniss
this.
every day.
You do.
I'm saying that about myself. That looks weird. But
She's volunteered, everybody.
I volunteer. I do not have the aura that Akko has, and also she's just better at it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is also as well after
I've been the archer and I've been the prey as well.
But I think, again, I will never fault Kakuka. Like, you are perfect in every and every way. And she absolutely slayed boots the house down.
I'm seeing a theme here.
Tom, show us yours.
Yeah, why didn't you recreate that, Tom?
Yeah.
What? No, come on. You can do better than that. Look at the camera.
But that's how she did it. Like,
giant slingshot.
Yeah, but you're... Okay.
That's truly horrendous.
Oh, wow.
Well, Tom, I'm going to put the pressure all on you now because
as if you weren't
this
already.
is your moment.
Here we go.
Don't mess it up. Here we go. Are you watching? Get geared up. Get ready.
Oh, you stretch it. Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure it's going to help
stretch.
much. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, I know what this is going to be. Oh yeah, I think Tom's going to be great at this.
Okay, I'm watching.
So for the experts at home, this is what we call pose 28. It's actually a really difficult pose to master, which is why we've given it to Tom as he is the most professional in the room. I'm waffling. Here we go.
Wow, on the
You should have
tippy
dyed your
toes.
hair blue as well. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Do it again?
Yeah, like the.
Just for... It really goes off on
Is
his
it that
toes.
difficult being on your...
I'm speechless. I have no words really for this, and that's not in a good way. I'm not.
Show me how it's done.
Here, so you've really gotta cross the arms straight on the chest,
right.
really strong, and then you're just gonna give it a.
There's more energy.
Yeah, just a bit of
more energy. More passion. Okay,
Yeah.
I see where I was going wrong.
It's just I feel like you're not giving powerful kind of stance.
I agree. I don't think I'm giving powerful stance.
So what grade does he get?
I'm gonna give you an F.
Okay. It could have been worse.
Yeah.
Some of my exams I got worse than that, so you know, I'll take an F.
Yeah.
Well, those of you watching,
ungradable.
You can, you know, give your votes in the chat there. Thank you so much, Meg, for the tutorial. I think we honestly all failed, but thank you. You're so kind to all of us.
Okay.
But we want to check in with Zeta Serena and see what she had to say to Mika Fabs ahead of today's match.
Standing here with me right now is Serena from Zeta, and we have Kohei to help with some translation. Now, Serena, if Suzu is neon, like this, and Ako is Falcon Punch, what is Serena's pose or iconic line?
セレナ選手、鈴選手がネオンで、アコ選手がファルコンパンチ、セレナ選手のポーズは何でしょう？
昨日ポーズをちょっと探してみたけど、T1 のロールを T1 の熊石選手はシグニスポーズを取ります。
So it's going to be the Gumayushi pose from T1 in League of Legends?
That is amazing. Thank you so much, Serena, and good luck to you. Bang!
Honestly,
she did it again. Perfect timing.
I thought it would have been the, you know, the Cypher hat throw, give me a corpse, because that was incredible. Now, Zeta is the surprise team of the tournament. Give me a corpse. And players like Serena have helped make this miracle run possible. How insane was all her Sentinel plays throughout the last two matches at these?
How much time have you got?
Yeah, exactly. Because the other day we were talking about not only how she was performing very well on the server, it's the fact that she stayed. She wanted to work on her individual performance, staying on the stage and just taking a moment for herself. And we saw the change from one map to another. She unleashed the beast and got Zeta the victory.
Yeah, I was super impressed, especially with her Haven clips. Like the trips that she had, you could see that Falcons were really struggling. Like they never were clearing them, and she was just able to run absolute riot. Like super impressive performance from her individually. And when we started this tournament, my worry was always firepower, like how they're going to be able to achieve things. But I'm gonna steal this away from you. I know you want to. I've got some clips to show.
Okay.
And I want to go straight into
There's
them.
so many.
I think that there's a couple of clips that I sort of really enjoyed about this team, and it shows the difference. Now, these clips are going to be just 2 rounds apart, and we're going to kick things off with them playing full retake on the A site of Haven. Now, as a sort of classic retake goes, you're going to have your aftershock, your stuns, you're going to have your paranoia coming across, but they also throw in a couple of other elements. One of those is obviously the default smokes, but then you have this neon wall, and it basically just means that I believe it's Mary underneath just gets completely isolated as they drop down. Something that a lot of teams struggle with is jumping out of that window. They play the retake, work together, and eventually win themselves the round. Now, this was more of a classic full retake. We're giving up everything. The next round is lunacy. Like, this is where they pull out something I don't know if you'll ever have seen before, and it kicks off with just getting a little bit of information. The second they find out there's going to be a hit outside, the paranoia's through, they go straight in with the Hunter's Fury, and they force them all the way back into their own spawn. A ludicrous amount of tags being connected as well, but then you see the star of the show, Suzu, running it all the way down. It starts to go a little bit haywire, and she just wins out the round individually, clutching out. I know Pansy lost her mind in this moment, but these are the two sort of complete opposite sides to this team, and it's a reason they're a favorite to watch.
It is impossible that you do not enjoy watching Zeta, because in that Haven, we're talking about Falcons, but here in EMEA, having that double duelist in Magby and Mary, it is something that most of the teams have struggled so much with, and they decided to not even give them the chance to just have this kind of rounds and put themselves on top. We see the confidence, and it's very funny to see them celebrate like that, but it's actually the way in which they achieve those things.
It's such a big turnaround. It's a complete 180 since day one of their match here. And then having performance like that, Serena getting, her trips are there to kill. They're not for info. She is there for the kill, and she predicts every single one, and their team play has been fantastic. Now, following the win over the Falcons Vega match you just mentioned, Kukuka, we did speak to Suzu about Zeta's turnaround in this Omen player moment.
ファルコンズ戦に向けては緊張は全くありませんでした。日本のチームって結構舐められてると思うんで、そのチームには絶対に負けられないっていう結構デカめのプレッシャーがあると思ってます。本当に今は自分だけの力じゃなくてチームの力が本当に上がっているので、自分だけじゃなくみんな強く、みんなそのチーム力っていうものがすごい上がってるんだと思います。めちゃくちゃパワーをもらえてるみたいな感じはすごい自分個人的には感じるので、多分メンバーも感じてるとは思いますけど、多分そのおかげで快進撃を続けてるのもあると思います。正直ここまで来れると思ってませんでしたね。なんかこのままどこまででもいけちゃいそうな気持ちではあります。
This is outrageous! Zeta, you're in their spawns! Get out of here! Falcons fight! No! The disrespect! And oh my god, Suzu! Lighting them on fire!
そうですね、家族が毎回 LINE とかで母がずっと丁寧に一戦ずつ取るんやでっていうようなことを毎回言ってきてます。その応援してくれてるっていうなんか気持ちが嬉しいんで、いつも応援してくださってる皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。次も我々の快進撃を見せていきたいと思ってますので、続けて応援よろしくお願いします。
So good, we had to see it twice. But let's move on to Zeta's opponent today, MIBR. These are the heroes of Brazil, and they are looking to repeat Team Liquid's run last year and make it to the grand final. Guys, this is an incredible win, I think, for MIBR being this, the sole team to represent Brazil. And they've been performing really well. Really a shame that they're here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, things are not going to get any easier for them. Yesterday, we were talking about probably being the bigger test going up against the G2 Ghost, and they get stronger each round that you play against them. And yesterday, they weren't able to be on top, but as we're saying, regionally, they surprised a lot of people lifting that trophy.
Yeah, I think the story coming into this tournament was that, they're the team that beat Liquid, and now we're looking at them as they're the team that are competing for a title. Like, the fact that they were so close versus G2, they've dominated some of their earlier games, and like, the full squad looks like to really be hitting a high form. I'd say going into today, they're definitely the favorites.
We'll talk more about that, Tom. In fact, let's first send this back to Mika Fabs and check in with MIBR's Jelly.
Oh, we are so ready for this Jelly. We have Jelly from MIBR with me right now. Now, Jelly, that was a tough loss to G2 yesterday, especially since, you guys started off really well, right? I'm wondering how that's affected the team's confidence, especially since now you're in lower bracket and potentially facing elimination.
First of all, hello. I think that match on G2 was a very good, it was a good match to lose, as bad as that sounds, because it taught us about our mistakes we were making in game, especially we went into second map very confident. It didn't work out very well, and then third map was just a roller coaster. So it taught us a lot about ourselves and our team. We're really confident on this lower brackets run. We're gonna destroy everyone, and we absolutely feel that. I don't think our confidence has gotten affected at all. I think that's the main point of our team. Everyone is very confident in themselves. The team itself is confident in everyone. So it's just gonna be, I guess, another day in the job. So it's gonna be really fun. Lower brackets run, it is.
Well, we can feel the confidence as well. So best of luck to you.
I love Jelly. Jelly's such a sweet player here, but I love her confidence going to this. Despite the losses, despite dropping those 2 maps, that's not going to stop her. In fact, I think a large part of this, you could see her resilience throughout those two maps, trying to push forward and trying to, bring it back in their favor in this game against G2.
The funny thing is going into the first day we were doing all the pre-tapes, I spoke to Jelly, and she was basically saying like, oh, I think we'll have close games, and Sayuri was the one going, we're going to dominate everybody. So the fact that Jelly's now at that point as well, I think this team, and especially the duo of Jelly and SRM, are terrifying.
I think that there are maps, like, to me, it's so surprising the way that they were playing on Pearl, the way that Jelly has been behaving inside and outside of the server. Like, that interview, she's so well-spoken. She also has the awareness, and she's not ashamed of just saying, yep, this was a loss. It is good for us. We're going to take the positives out of this. They still have their head in the game. There are so many instances that we have seen teams coming into the lower bracket already looking defeated, and she's not. She's ready to stay here. She's ready to lift a trophy.
Yeah, that confidence is, as a Pacificer, has me a little worried for Zeta Division, but both these teams, I think, look more confident than ever. So we're gonna go in the mental game, where they are in terms of their confidence. I think they're both here for that. They're here for the fun. Now, unlike many teams in Berlin, MIBR is not running a Neon. That's a little bit unusual, Kukuka. In fact, you actually went to the press conference because you had to ask about it.
Yeah, exactly. We have it very close to here, so I just went because I wanted to ask their opinion on it. So I just went straight to SRN and I was like, hey, most of the teams here play a lot of Neon. It's an agent. That is no surprise. It's very OP, and so many teams are taking advantage of it. Why are you guys not using it? Is it something that has to do with you specifically? And they told me that it was basically that Jet and Race was somewhere where they felt more comfortable, and that Neon did not really fit the team's style, right? And of course, it's something that they have to think about, because it's not only that it fits you, it's something that you're going to be seeing constantly on the other side that you're not taking advantage of. So right now, I'm also looking at her specifically to think of how she's going to deal with that disadvantage.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, though, from my perspective, is I would much rather a team do this. Like, there might be an overpowered agent in the meta, but if you look at it and go, okay, that doesn't fit our style, we can be a niche, we can do things a different way. If that's something you're comfortable with, I think that's way more important than going, okay, we're going to push ourselves out of our comfort zone to play something we don't like because everyone else is doing it. And I think for them, that has been fantastic. Like, SRN, at no point in this tournament have I gone, oh, yeah, SRN would be better playing Neon. I'm going, what was that? What was that push? Oh, 2 with the showstopper. Like, every single time. That's another thing. The showstopper with SRN lands every time. Every single time. Even if the person is flying through the air, somehow SRN will land it. So why would you even want a Neon?
Yeah, 2 schools of thought, but that's a fantastic point, Tom, and obviously that's worked very much in this team's favor. Now, we did ask you guys earlier who you thought was going to win today, so let's pull up the results of our MasterCard and poll.
They're the
here.
fan favorites.
What time did the poll go out?
It doesn't matter. Guys, I don't know if you remember, just think about 2022 when it was in Reykjavik. We were talking about it in the green room earlier, and how Zeta went on that massive run, and everybody was cheering for them because
I'm with
they
the
have it. They have the
9.6%.
aura.
I'm with the 9.6%.
Who voted for it? Who was the name?
9.6 was MIBR. 9.4 was Crew, so they were very close.
Well,
Pacific is winning.
Is your vote for Pacific?
I would like to give 1 and 1 because I would be very sad if both of because there is a reality of both. There could be a reality of both Pacific teams going home today. I wouldn't want that to happen, and I hate elimination, so I'm taking a rain check here.
All right. Well, in fact, after this, we're gonna pull up what all the talents make of today's predictions. So let's throw that up on the screen here.
I can remember what I said because
I
knew it was going to upset Victoria.
It's okay. I can fight.
You went with South America.
Yes,
of course.
Thomas. Some of these are a bit surprising to me. Even Uber has gone with like full Pacific teams today. I know.
I honestly think that this is just a it literally explains the reality. We're pretty much 50-50 because I think anybody could take today's games. For Zeta, they're on the run, they're on the go. They feel, and Zuzu said it in that PMI, that they feel that they can win everything. They see themselves. They've already seen them in the bad and in the good, already in the winning moments. So why not? And for Shipto was playing amazingly yesterday throughout the tournament, specifically in Pacific. I think literally anyone can win today.
once they play at their absolute best, which we have seen glimpses of from all 4 of these teams, it's so hard to predict because they're just so darn good. We did. We'll talk about Zipto later. I did see a slower start, but with Zeta Division, as long as you're feeling confident, as long as they got that practice in, over the last couple of days, I'm gonna lean towards Zeta, but I will absolutely not be surprised if it's MIBR. I think it's gonna be a 3 mapper. Tom's giving me this like eyebrows right now. It's like, well, that's what you think.
Is the only hair he has to work with.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
if Jelly is right and they literally have taken this one night that they had to prepare for this, if they have already spotted their mistakes and actually yesterday was a learning experience, that's what they have to take it as if they want to see themselves as the champions for 2024.
I actually wonder at this point if Zeta is still going on about being surprised about winning, because after the last 2 matches, like, oh, I didn't think we'd win that. I wonder what they're thinking now, actually, and how they're going to be approaching this particular map. Have you guys managed to say hello to any of the players?
That would be so funny with, like, MIBR coming in basically saying, we're going to win, we're going to smash everyone, and then Zeta on the other side going, we don't know.
We don't know, but they will have the best walkout.
I'm going to have a great time.
I cannot wait, because even if Zeta are to lose today and they're eliminated, they will do so in style.
Yeah. You know what? I completely agree with that for both of these teams. In fact, probably the most stylish teams we got here. Now, today, guys, this is elimination day. We got our top 4, and it's time to find out which of these teams will make the cut. This is day 6 of Game Changers Championship 2024. Guys, I'm so sad to send one of these teams home, but I'm excited for these games. The championships starts right now.
MIBR are down to 3. SRN is down, and it's crippling there for MIBR. That was just complete annihilation.
Eu acho que nesse campeonato, a coisa que eu mais aprendi é que a gente sempre tem que estar junta, independente, tipo, de estar dentro do servidor ou fora do servidor.
正直ここまで来れると思ってませんでしたね。なんかこのままどこまででもいけちゃいそうな気持ちではあります。今のゼータ GC には、自分だけの力ではなくみんなもパワーアップしてチーム力も断然上がってると思います。
Eu não vi muito a Zeta jogar, sinceramente, mas o pouco que eu vi, isso me surpreendeu. Eu acho que a gente vai conseguir demonstrar um jogo muito superior do que a gente mostrou contra a G2.
MIBR の中で一番強いと思う選手は SRN です。めっちゃ警戒はしてます。
Eu acho que a player que mais me surpreendeu foi a Suzu e, sinceramente, acho que eu quero enfrentar ela mesmo. E eu acho que a gente vai dar um 2-0 seco.
こっちはメイドインブラジルかもしれへんけど、こっちはメイドインパシフィックで、もうめっちゃやったるで。
En 2022 solamente logramos ganar un equipo y nos fuimos del torneo, literalmente. El año pasado fue lo mismo y ya dimos un gran paso.
Visa crew plays, advance and eliminate giants.
Quisiera que fueran más grandes los pasos para sentir que ha valido la pena el esfuerzo, pero pequeños pasos siguen siendo enormemente importantes. Y ya con esta victoria siento que yo individualmente puedo ganar a cualquiera.
Going to the lower brackets, I'm not scared of going home because my team is so good. I'm just going to focus on going forward.
Siento que Zipto como equipo se aflojan un poco y esa va a ser la diferencia que hagamos nosotras. Vamos a destrozarlas y vamos con todo.
Crew, their duelist is really scary.
That's a forward dodge on for the ice.
But I think my Neon can do better.
They just keep going and airy.
We've been grinding so hard this year. We're going to crawl back from lower brackets. Crew, watch out for the resurrection of Zipto.
Today, the Japanese juggernaut clashes with the force from Brazil. Both Zeta and MIBR have captivated audiences with their playstyles and infectious personalities. Now with their tournament hopes on the line, they're going to battle it out in this high-stakes showdown that promises fireworks. And Kakuka, with these map drafts coming through, how are you feeling about this?
Yeah, no surprises on the Zeta side banning that Pearl. I'm a bit surprised. I was kind of hopeful that we would see that Abyss. I think it would be a good pick to maybe draw a surprise, maybe have some SRN on the Yoru. But Zeta's going to go with the same pick they've been having into the times in here. No surprises on that side, Tom. What do you make of it?
I kind of expected Ascent to be floated till the end. I thought that would be the third map because both teams really like to play it, so I feel like giving that over as like your choice definitely has its risks about it, but the same could be said for Sunset. It was a solid map in the initial matchup for the side of MIBR, but then they got blasted out yesterday, so clearly they feel like they fixed whatever issues there were and happy to take that as a second map.
Exactly, because if you think about the weaknesses that probably we saw yesterday in Sunset, knowing that you're going to most likely go up against a Neon that is very well prepared, knowing that they only managed to get, what, 4 rounds, and 2 of them were like pistols from the second half, it's definitely a very bold pick for MIBR and probably some changes inside the server that we're going to see.
Yeah, I'm also super excited for that first map though, because I think you immediately get that jet battle of Suzu and SRN. I think it's going to set the tone for the series, because for Zeta, I think it is still a pretty important thing to get off to a good start, because they've had slower starts in some of their series and had to come back, and I want to see them firing on all cylinders here.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point. Exactly. Starting with Ascent, it's gonna dictate a lot of how things might swing.
I mean, my eyes are honestly going to players like Moko. I think that her, and we were talking also about Serena, like their abilities to lock down sides, their defenses have been on a different level, a completely flawless 9-0 in that defense. I'm a little bit more scared about this attack for Zeta Division going on their map pick.
Well, I'm very excited for this very first matchup of day 6. We got our casters, Wyatt and Uber. Tell us who's staying in today.
Thank you very much. This is quite the matchup. Of course, a very jilted MIBR falling to the lower bracket after a tough heading against G2, whereas Zeta Division have already made themselves comfortable here. They've already sent 2 teams home, and these teams, no slouches. FlyQuest, Falcons, both vanquished at the hands of this upstart squad from Japan, and in the words of Suzu, they feel like they could go all the way.
Yeah, she said they didn't even think they were going to make it this far, so why not go all the way? And they're making a believer out of me the way that they've been playing. We had expectations going into this as to how good they would be tactically. They displayed that in the regional qualifier, but what we did not expect was the lethal firepower that they've had on display in this fiery lower bracket run that they've been on. But against MIBR, another team full of shooters. Will they maybe finally meet their match here?
I think a lot of emphasis is going to be on the jet on this map. In Zeta's last game against Falcon, Suzu was the lowest rated player by a decent margin. They definitely need to get their shooters online. Do Zeta already a little bit of action here through mid. The frenzy's starting to ring out, but Jelly's found a quick double. Dark cover thrown down. It's going to be swung through, but Zeta are not ready for that. Little pop from MIBR. That's all down to UR, who has spent most of this fight towards the B side.
Going to be tough to make anything happen here. Look at the position of the spike. Dark cover going to fade, and actually Security offering up a potential opening, not going to come. Aggression from MIBR, and frankly, 1 round in, a taste of Zeta's own medicine delivered straight to them. That's how they began this lower bracket run, with a pistol round like that against FlyQuest out of nowhere. That instant aggression. This time, the victims of it.
I kind of love that, right? It's just a 1-2-3 swing through the smoke. You know, midway through the pistol round. And at this point, Zeta are looking towards catwalk. They're looking elsewhere. They're not ready for that swing through the smoke at all.
Full classic save for Zeta. Fortunate they're doing so. SRN with the Outlaw on defense. Always big to get the economy rolling when you're on the defending side of Ascent. You want to get that operator into the hands of your jet as soon as you can. It is a dominant weapon on this map. That, and of course the Odin as well when you get that to your so towards the B side to lock down main.
Catwalk and top mid smoked off. So Zeta already making a lot of noise towards mid and already using both their smokes here. Allow Zuzu to push up, but yep, SRM with an Outlaw. It's going to be an easy pick off any day of the week. Good timing off this shock here. Melissa playing off the contact of the turret. All of Zeta are able to back away in time.
this should be easy enough for MIBR to clean up from here. I do have a question heading into this as well, Mitch. We haven't seen Zeta in a couple days now. They were white hot. You could feel that momentum flowing in them. And I wonder if that's been stifled a little bit from not actually playing any games since, what was that, 3 days ago? A couple days ago now, right? So we'll see if they can carry that over, because they're going to have to match MIBR in the firepower game. That is what has propelled them to qualifying for this event and beating a couple, or rather beating Giants so far, pushing G2 to the limit.
This seems pretty straightforward. Yua's taken 2 shock darts, about 40 seconds apart. And she has no choice but to walk up into the line of sight of SRN. Leaves Moko alone here in a very drawn out, full save round from Zeta. Goes off without a hitch.
All too easy. And again, Zeta buying all those classics so they can get the full armors. Won't be in danger of getting one-shotted by the outlaw that SRN has here on defense on the important buy round. This is a real opportunity for MIBR to take a strong early lead, not just in the rounds, but economically, if they can convert this bonus.
Still a judge floating around on the MIBR side. That was in Sayori's hands earlier on. Zhubish has picked that one up, playing in towards mid. There's no early warning system for MIBR, and mid might be a fast hit. Oh my goodness, what are MIBR going for? SRN with the outlaw pushing up against Zeta, and it all goes wrong for the Brazilian side. Now Susie wants to push ahead of this fragment, but she is very low as a result.
Yeah, awkward because she was hit by that 0 point, couldn't actually dash past it, but nevertheless, the rest of the team are able to scale off of the presence that she has in the site. Drone is nice as well, and some damage through. That's not even a tagged up player. Zhubish low on HP, Jelly as well.
Revealing area.
Mercy is going to light the side, Jelly find. Oh my, that's 2 through the smoke. Suzu here, over towards Hell. Zhubish low, Moko's able to help out from A main. Serena's also going to be there. There's an extra layer here for Zeta Division as Melissa has to step up a challenge. No, Suzu is in Hell, gets rid of her. Now it's up to Serena. Melissa has to go up and give this a tap. Serena doesn't have any util to work with now. It's a matter of keeping her off the spike. And Melissa brings her down. What a recovery for MIBR, who lose 2 players off the rip.
And that is not just unlikely, should simply not be happening. What on earth are those shots from the Guardian? They had offered up 2 kills on a silver platter at MIBR. Whatever that early round little play they were going for was, did not go as intended. Very haphazard was the flash with a teleport, but this is just insane from Jelly. This is exactly how things began for them against G2 yesterday over on Bind. Always the duo of Jelly and SRN pulling out magic from nowhere.
Literally in that case, it's Jelly just finding Guardian kills in the middle of that dark cover. That defies belief. Suzu a little bit tagged up here by the Odin. She gets through, but the rest of Zeta Division have to watch themselves. Suzu tries to get forward, play aggressively early here, but MIBR should have this one locked it down. Someone from Zeta always seems to extract an unlikely Sheriff kill. But they're down to 3. 2 Sheriffs and a Bucky.
Good time right about that. They do, not just MIBR, any team going up against Zeta really has to respect them on those anti-eco rounds where they pick up the Sheriffs. With the form that they've been in as well, they've converted a lot of eco rounds over those past couple lower bracket games we've seen them win. They're trying to sprint over to the A site, which remains vacant, at least for now. Oko will have a dark cover. Maybe we'll put that over at the switch where Sayuri is going to be on the line. Paranoia will cause some delay. The teleport is a good way to create space into the site, but that Bucky not going to be good at this range.
Sayuri, though, in a perfect spot for this. And MIBR end up just filtering straight in. Didn't have great weapons to work with anyway, but Zeta have an issue. They really don't do much to put a cap on this MIBR economy that is starting to spiral a little bit now. Operator and Odin maintained from the prior round for the Brazilian side.
A tough decision there for Moko as to where to use the dark cover. Do you try to cover switch, heaven, or do you use it in a way like that to teleport in? There's really no good answer in a situation like this with no weaponry. 3 versus 5. Handled pretty much with ease by MIBR, who now have a null command in the hands of Jelly due to all of those prior kills on the bonus round. And with this string of round wins, the economy is in a place where SRN has the op here on round 5.
Tailwind is expired here though, SRN. hoping to find something on the extremity. This is Zeta's second full buy round of the game. And they're this time trying to be a little bit more careful with it. Jelly, she has early warning here. This could be pretty devastating. Fragment did get deployed, and that leaves Suzu a little stranded right now. And they peer into tree.
Spike down mid.
And Zeta fall like dominoes.
The flash was just too good there from Sayuri. The paranoia connected onto everyone. No one from Cat could swing. Due to the molly on the ground, the Jelly had thrown either. 9 for 2 already. I am just simply getting flashbacks to their match yesterday. Jelly just took over straight away in that series.
Serena wants to ask for more, but there's an operator on the side. Pretty inadvisable to challenge that. Pinged out now is Serena. The operator's actually sat in mid watching Catwalk, so Serena swings it, could die. Goes very, very low, but SRN not actually able to connect that shot. Still very awkward and still just a matter of time. And that's 2 full buy rounds for Zeta that have really not eventuated.
It is just disastrous so far. Still thinking back to the round, listen, cannot be mad at a timeout here from Coach Ryota. Things have gotten out of hand fast for Zeta. They need to stabilize here. If not to just slow the momentum for a moment for MIBR as they are fully flowing. Calm things down for a second, take a breath, and this is the exact kind of moment that Ryota is going to call a timeout for this squad. If you look at the state of the economy and the ultimates, he is always going to give them some kind of eco round strat and then have a follow-up strat for the round where they've got the ultimates and the full buy. We've seen out of Coach Ryota's timeouts a conversion on just the eco round strat, and then they're able to go for the main idea that they're calling in the timeout with the full buy and the ults the next round. So we'll have to see what he's cooking up. Has definitely been critical to the success of this team. Has had noticeable impact out of timeouts throughout this lower bracket run.
And for all appearances, a real stabilizing effect as well. So they've been impactful timeouts, but here, Zeta Division have really struggled to even get into the game. They're trying to get into tree, all flashed out, 3 of them get brought down, trying to make their way through B or through mid. They seem to get cut off very quickly. MIBR are fighting ahead of these sites. They're not choosing to anchor from within them, but instead disrupt Zeta on the way. There's a lot of stingers here for Zeta. They have a lockdown as well because of that killjoy.
Had to hazard a guess, they may be going fast with the 5 stingers.
Might be right. A lot of your scan util through mid. This is dangerous. Yep, SRN. Not quite quick enough to find the shot on the emergence from the smoker now. Exposes herself to the turret a little bit longer. Eventually, she has to give it up. No shot to be had.
It seemed like Zeta had some intention of trying to pressure towards mid, but have just fully given up on that, slowing things down in the mid round. If they head towards A, they're going to have to contend with all of that killjoy utility just littered across main.
Even an orb here for Arco won't get her to that null command. Even if the radius would encapsulate the enemy killjoy and turn off the
Get out of my way!
A dark cover just got thrown actually from Moko over towards switch on A, so continuing to feign some presence there. Akko remaining towards A as well. Again, presence, making noise, triggering the turret. Yeah, just selling that presence. And look at the defensive rotations from MIBR there. Going through spawn, but SRN still finds that first. Will be able to back off, pick up a more passive angle.
That might unravel things here. Suzu just trying to manufacture something with the Blade Storm, but Shubish, not one to be caught off guard by that. Another dark cover here, and SRN with the timing. Moko found through the smoke. This has not panned out well at all for Zeta Division. Looking to give up the 6th round to MIBR on defense.
10 seconds left.
And this Stinger buy just doesn't cut it.
It seems like their initial plan maybe towards mid got stifled, and they wanted to do, I mean, a perfectly fine switch up, which was, yeah, that pivot towards making noise on A. Akko hanging around there. They threw a smoke that way and then intended on, you know, grouping up close B, exploding into the site with the Stingers, but it all just goes awry when SRN is able to find a kill as well on that tight angle in main. But here we go, Serena has the lockdown. MIBR still a clean 6-0, not a round lost. This Odin could be frustrating to deal with here. The Japanese side trying to get into main.
Okay, Melissa pinged out there briefly. Flash might be a faster hit for Zeta. They've got to make this gun round work. It's their 3rd full buy of the half. It's time to get on the board. Suzu over towards spawn side here. She has to know that rotates here will be pressuring, and she's not able to win the first fight against Sayori. That is devastating. Another first death for Zeta Division's Duelist, but UR at least is able to manufacture something over at A.
And here we are. What a cool round out of the timeout again. That deep pop flash, it didn't exactly work out, but the rest of Zeta just working their way towards A. Look at how far Serena is able to get up because of the pressure on B. What a cool round so far, but they have to close it out. They failed to do this before because the MIBR players are just so ferocious with the gunplay. This has to be clean from Zeta. They need to convert this right now.
Command getting thrown down here by side of MIBR. You are sitting well back here with the Hunter's Fury set up for the post fight. It should be a Zeta Division round. No reason for MIBR to take this. They're going to push out. They're going to have to go aggressively. We know this. Flash here for Jelly available. A second to swing off of it. In we go. Hunter's Fury actually getting thrown out now by Zeta Division just to make sure it's secure. And they get it done.
They just, they didn't get... MIBR were just able to stick. There was some kind of audio cue where they weren't able to hear the tap. I'm not sure how...
I did not see that. With Hunter's Fury coming through, I did not see that.
Neither did they.
That is...
Neither did they. There was some kind of audio mistiming. They didn't hear the tap onto the spike.
Yeah, it must be with the, again, the double flash coming out. Hunter's Fury is coming in at the time.
They were set up perfectly for that, man. Perfectly. The round worked to a T, but they just missed the audio on the tap.
Right, that got completely past me. I'm not afraid to admit it. That was crazy.
This has been pretty tragic to watch so far for Zeta. They've had a couple more than winnable rounds. Swing rounds, mind you. And they've been lost to that insane Jelly 4-piece, just spamming through smoke, missing the tap on the spike. It hurts. That's a dagger through the heart.
The upside is that Zeta still have, what, 3 or 4 players alive at the end of that round. So they keep the weapons, can still look to try and manufacture something here against MIBR, but you've got to be feeling pretty despondent, I think, after a round like that.
And look at what they've expended in terms of the ultimates there as well. Brutal. They've got to hold their nerve here. Listen, you can absolutely make a comeback happen on Ascent defense. We have seen that a million times over in the history of Valorant, but you're going to need at least a few to play with. If Zeta could just get to 3 and win the pistol, maybe we've got a game, but they've got to step up right now.
Okay, they managed to force SRN off the line!
Oh my god!
But they just hang around and wait for Suzu to updraft. And there's just no second wave here from Zeta. They sit in this dark cover, waiting to be brought down. Those were the guns they brought in for the prior round, and another flawless from MIBR, who are so far ahead it's not even funny.
No, Zeta just completely folding over on that site exec. MIBR doing exactly what you need to do in a situation like that, which is just cut off the jet from the rest of the team. They just were not in position to help. Look, nobody even in main there to try and really trade
even with the
as the dark cover phase, as the spacing was just really off there. They tried to force it. That kind of, in this situation when you're seeing them just trying to get out of the smoke desperately, it is desperate. I feel like you're beginning to see that set in. They are feeling the pressure at this point in the game. They can't let it get to them. They need to get back into that fun mentality that they were thriving in, where the vibes were so good.
They look extremely stiff. They're maybe just not believing in themselves at the moment. Zeri, gives shoulder. Suzu actually doesn't see enough to take the shot. Now, should be forced to play from behind this one way. Zeri, excuse me, has huge edge here. Zeta pulling it out immediately, but Suzu wants to try and repost on the line. Zeri can refresh this smoke, not a one-way, simply blocking Zeta off here. We're down inside 50 seconds.
That was the point I was just about to make. Already at this junction in the round, Zeta have essentially got no map control. They haven't worked up towards mid. They don't know what's happening towards A. That's where SRN's op lies in wait, still covering main. Hasn't been forced to move off there at all. We're at 30 seconds left. The alarm bot is just going to get cleared now in mid. And maybe with some pressure in B main, it may make MIBR think that there's a split coming towards B. It does force out a lockdown, actually. And now here comes the pressure onto A. It's going to be a pretty fast split, but the duo of Jelly and SRN to deal with 15 seconds on the clock, man.
Gotta be
They've got to go.
So desperate here for Zeta, and there they are. Melissa Jelly's able to find 2 inside tree. They've still got 6 points to work with, and there's no time for reply. The spike is dropped in tree, and Zeta Division in utter shambles.
We are really witnessing the pressure getting to this team right now. The last round really trying to force things to get out of main. Haphazard, no real utility for each other, just walking straight into the crossfires, and on this one, just the clock dwindling far too low to make a real exec happen.
10 seconds left.
We're trying to allow time for Suzu to find a pick with the op, trying something different, going for the attacking operator, but then leaving themselves not enough time to work with at the end.
I feel like they're trying to activate Moko. They're in A main, but she's not there in time either. There's 9 defensive rounds in a row. MIBR really not being put under any level of pressure.
It has been effortless up until this point for them. And we're getting exactly what we expect from the MIBR team, which is Jelly and SRN, locking things down individually, finding crucial kills in crucial moments.
Sayori falls off that line, just throws a smoke. There's a 0 point there from Jelly, revealing 2. Elsewhere, MIBR getting a little antsy. We've got shoulder peeks from Zhubish into what's B main, and obviously SRN holding down mid. And there's just so little for Zeta to work with here. They've got a hero rifle for Suzu. No Serena, that's for sure. SRN in an easy position to get out of this spot, and also causing the Vandal to be dropped.
Just no information on where this operator was going to be. The dark cover placed very deep. Zeta wanted to walk up mid, pressure maybe towards that alarm bot again, make it seem like maybe they're going to pivot into something towards B. But SRN was in the perfect position, just playing by pizza, by market to be able to shut that down. And at this point, again, writing's on the wall for this one. It's going to be 10 for MIBR. Zeta need to rally after this. They need to rally on the next buy run unless Moko somehow makes a miracle happen. Oh my God, found 3 out of thin air. Almost made me eat my words, but this is it. This is the moment. They can't, surely, they cannot make a comeback happen with just 1 round. They need to get these last 2. This buy round has to be converted for them.
While we spent so much time talking up Zeta's tactical side, I think, is one of their biggest, things to hang their hat on coming into this game. I don't think we've seen that. Yes, we talked about like that firepower that's not there, but also the macro side. Zeta have not been able to pressure MIBR, force any rotations and capitalize on them at all.
It's really the capitalizing that is in the major issue. It's a Ren with the flick, just goes wide.
Good swing setup.
0 point goes in towards market, and there's that dark cover for the mid cross being thrown by Moko. SRN is so fast on the reposition over towards B main. Walkout going to have to be dealt with. Shubish flashed off. Here we go. Zeta actually making some forward progress here. SRN in an awkward position.
That one way, though, forces Suzu to throw a cloud burst just to even up the odds for it. Won't last as long as the dark cover, though. SRN still out there in B main. Clearing some of the KJQ tills. Serena aware of this. Has a lockdown available as well. As Melissa getting a look at UI. SRN doubles back as well now. Still has to respect a B main push, but that's not happening.
The rest of the Zeta team, they have to start capitalizing off of this presence from the duo
what are we doing
market.
Here?
We're down to 39 seconds. They're playing so passively elsewhere on the map, maybe hoping to catch some kind of rotate coming out elsewhere.
They're leaving.
Yeah, they are backing out of this now. Suzu time again, getting low, 30 seconds, gathering up. I just don't know where this is going to finish right now. I don't know what. We're going back up towards B, I suppose. UR is stayed inserted into market, but Akko caught and SRN never dealt with, needs to go down. Serena finally able to capitalize off that.
They've got
12 seconds left. They've got to get into the site, man.
Juby stuck inside small for the time being, but Sayori is confident as she falls back to Boathouse. Sees Moko, sees Serena. It's all too easy for MIBR. And Zeta, frankly, look headless.
They were really hoping to drag some rotates out, I think, on some of those other extremities to find a pick to play off of, but it was MIBR just standing strong. They were willing to wait. They felt that they were fine with just having these Zeta players trapped in market there. They had both the exit and the entrance covered. And the time just gets too low. There were a couple decent kills for Zeta, but not enough time to actually scale into the site properly.
So much second guessing. Zeta had a decent way into the B side, right? They just had to get Serena through B main. And never happened. Mercy is going to be happy to wait this one out, obviously being split briefly by the 0 point.
You should run.
There will be some spam to try and keep her at bay. Here is an attack side lockdown. Serena plants it.
Plants it, and there's nothing for MIBR to actually break this right now. No Hunter's Fury, etc. So Melissa just has to get out of here, trying to shock dart just to deal a bit of damage on entry. Does to you, or the spam through on Serena is good.
Smoke blooms there, but still, Melissa's able to find one. Jelly tries to get involved again from Market instantly. It's going to be Sayori, though, again, who picks up where she left off in the previous round. Our drone here spots Arco sat right in the back. She's also going to be pinged out by that. Melissa can think to spam a little bit here, but MIBR with a triple flood here through Speedway. This should be enough. SRN drops down. They've lit UR. Great scan util being used here by MIBR. Such a clean execute on this retake, despite being entirely forced off by the lockdown.
MIBR just looked perfect on that half. The shots were connecting at the most crucial times. Specifically, if we just even go back to the third round in, the bonus for MIBR where Jelly took over, they are in great form.
Well, it's 12-0 heading into the half. A perfect game on the line for MIBR. Let's see if they can get it done. The pistol, suffice to say, is going to be very important. See you in a second.
Welcome to Rebel Homeground.
홈그라운드 2023 챔피언! What is that?
I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card for today. A 12-0 half on ascent to start the series. MIBR look so dominant. And conversely, Zeta Division wilting more and more round after round, looking uncertain, second-guessing themselves, and frankly, just not seeming like they're in the game.
Not at all. As that half went on, you could see that belief in themselves, the decisiveness that they've had throughout this lower bracket run wilt, as you said. It's just slowly vanished to nothing, and they've got to capture that back right now, because if they don't, this will be the first 13-0 win on a map in the history of Game Changers Championship. You don't really want to have that one on the resume.
Not the kind of record you're aiming for, I think, if you're Zeta Division. It is a 3-map series, of course, but this is a horrible way to start. So, as the older dodge goes, you definitely want to win the pistol here, do Zeta.
Always feels stupid to say that.
Yep, but here I finally feel justified in saying it. Suzu down already, SRN loses out to Moko, sat over there towards Spawn. There should be a flood here from MIBR to clear that area, but there's going to be backup from Moko. Still, she goes down. UR from Speedway that was going to be there, and Arco wants to get involved in the fight. We have a straight 3 versus 3 with MIBR set up on this B side. And there is the spike getting put down. Smoke there to follow a Paranoia.
And UR does have a recon to play with at the very least.
0 points sees nothing. They know it's a lack of information, but they know where they're going to be coming from, and it's all down to Serena. And there you have it. The first ever 13-0 map in Game Changers Champions history. Thank God I'm not paid by the word.
You really do hate to see that. That is Zeta's map pick. Early on, you could see the rounds where they felt how did we lose this? And it just crumbled them mentally. They need to get that back. I mean, it feels so stupid to say, but they need to get that back before we head into this next game.
Sunset is the last chance for Zeta Division in Game Changers Champions to make some kind of bounce back, but MIBR just look to be far, far superior in every aspect of the game right now, and I really feel like that is not an overstatement. We're going to step away for a moment as Victoria and the analysts come back in to break down map number 1 and we clean up this disaster on the stage.
Baby, I'm paying you tonight. It's
like animals, just like animals.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In the life of the highs and lows, I do not lord the Bible, Lord knows. Do what I can, but the feeling of failure, I don't see right to the life I chose. In the hood for the lifeless souls, drug dealers to low-key hoes. Can't tell me about block violence, I've seen it all in these smoky roads. Can't believe that my day one day me die here, how could he? Now I got a top boy Sully and a brother in a black ski mask and hoodie. Even though I'm a strap with bars, man still turn up to a dance and boogie. One hand on the back when I'm holding around like a bacon boy. Can't believe that my day one day me die here, how could he? Now I got a top boy Sully and a brother in a black ski mask and hoodie. Even though I'm a strap with bars, man still turn up to a dance and boogie. I hit the back with a belly on, she call me Poppy the Stallion, baddie be cold. I made a trade with a Cali on, girl of the way that I carry on, daddy be home. I still wrap it up when I hit it, cause I cannot tell if the pussy could roll.
I'm here right now with Coach Marlo of MIBR and Arthur to help with some translation. Now, Coach Marlo, perfect score, basically. And SRN really showing up today. I'm wondering how important, like, all of those first picks are to the tone of the rest of the round and the energy of the team, especially with a scoreline like that.
Então, primeiramente, parabéns. Foi assim jogo muito perfeito. A gente quer saber, por conta de SRN tá aparecendo muito e tendo muitos dos primeiros kills, como é que isso dita o tom da partida e mesmo a energia da galera para ter um resultado tão expressivo?
Ontem a gente não conseguiu fazer o nosso jogo, a SRN ela não estava tão confortável. Ontem a gente teve uma conversa que a gente vinha sem fofoca mesmo, e que daqui pra frente a gente só vai evoluir no campeonato e vocês vão ver realmente o verdadeiro MIBR, que é a CRN sendo a star player, a Jelly complementando, todo mundo se ajudando. E esse é o recado que eu queria passar também.
So if comparing to yesterday, we couldn't actually show much of the game that we have been preparing, and we had like a long talk. We talked about things here and there, but specifically that SRN would actually show up and like do their best, as well as Jelly would be helping to set tones here and there. But overall, like comparing to anything, we gonna be seeing the real MIBR from now on, going towards the next matches as well.
Oh, I'm so excited to see the real MIBR. Have you guys ever seen two 13-0s back-to-back? Who knows?
Welcome back to Game Changers Championships. We just finished map 1 with our very first 13-0 of this tournament, and it was by MIBR. But you know what? Zeta Division, never despair. You can join the Zeta Club and the 13-0 Club. You are not alone. Now we do have to talk.
It's not the first time for Zeta this year.
It's Mixwell's club.
It's not. Talon, Zeta Division over in franchise. It's the 13-0s. It's a nice. It's a thing you need to collect. You know, it's one of those bucket list things. Now, how did MIBR do it? They were incredible. They stepped it up a notch with Jelly, setting the tone with this early 3K that we've chosen as today's HyperX reflex moment, Fukuoka.
I mean, and you have to, because I think throughout the first half, the moments that Jelly was given were uncountable. There were too many, but this one in
Slow
particular,
it down.
Please, I need to see it again, and I need to see it slow, because at the beginning she sees a bit of the barrel and gets the first kill, and then just traces, oh, she sees a little bit of the shoulder, traces the barrel, then a bullet is coming from the left. She knows where the next player can be, and it's just a Jelly moment. But throughout this entire half, I have to give props to Jelly, but I think everybody on the team stepped up. The smokes were flawless, the recons were flawless, like the utility from the side of MIBR was on point.
Yeah, and I think the worrying thing, and I'm sure we've got a clip for it in a moment, is that there were opportunities for Zeta to get back into the game, but they kind of then choked those moments. And I want to give, obviously, the plaudits over to the other side. I believe the clip we're about to see is a post-plant where you're going to witness that Jelly gets up in their face, even though there's this sort of great post-plant with lots of utility, a Hunter's Fury, everything available to them. The fact is Jelly's so disruptive that it just causes the mass amount of issues, and they kind of choke from this position onwards. So it's kind of sad, because this round overall was very good for them. They managed to fake the rotations, they managed to pull players away, and they managed to get into a very advantageous post-plant with a Hunter's Fury. This, from this point onwards, looks like an unlosable round.
Totally.
But unfortunately it is.
Yeah, exactly. And Serena has her ultimate as well. Akko with the Odin for the spam in case Mitch is watching from home. Everything, as you said, should have been on their side. But Jelly having her ultimate, forcing everybody out of position. Now they have to keep an eye on the back as well. And just pushing them also, just using the flashes. And also Melissa just trusting that defuse. It's too late for when Zeta want to take action. I think that we saw that this kind of thing happening throughout the entire match. When they wanted to start, when they made a decision, it was already too late.
Exactly. It was a flawless defensive half for the side of MIBR. And you could see Zeta, they were panicking a little bit at that point, because MIBR just had that down to a T. They had it over and over again. They were just kind of sending them in a bit of a frenzy here. And look at these stats, especially by this particular duo.
We could have put anyone on this graphic,
Literally.
to be honest.
Yes.
I think by the end, Sayuri was right at the top of the board. I think only dying like 3 times in the game. It truly was a full team performance. Fantastic from these individuals in particular. I think SRN, the amount of opening picks with that operator was just filthy. The amount of times where you see Jelly in a highly aggressive position where you go, okay, maybe she gets 1 kill, maybe she does something. It was always a multi-frag, it was always high impact. And I think it just got to the point where you could see that Zeta were playing so passive and so scared because they were waiting for someone to push. And so we had executes with like 15, 20 seconds left, and it was just chaos.
And it's surprising still, right? Because at the end of the day, it is Ascended. It's not like a new map or a difficult map. It's the same old compositions that we've been seeing for years. But on the side of MIBR, it's not that this was a bad map for them. Like, they lost it once in the entire year, and they feel very comfortable. And now we're going to go with their choice of Sunset for the closing. Now, Mika was saying, could we get 2 13-0s? I don't see that happening, but I want to see what Jelly was talking about with changing things and improving them. We're not going to get potentially that matchup against the Neon, so it should be good for them.
I have to say, like you said, Ascent is not a map that Zeta is bad at by any means. Obviously, there was their map pick, but Sunset as well, Zeta has shown to perform. But what we've noticed, at least coming in APAC, once their mental gets broken like this, it's hard for them to recover. And this is what I really want to see from them, to at all have a chance to stay in the game. Because we don't want to see a second 13-0.
Is in the match that they won versus FlyQuest Red, that was Suzu going 31-18. Like, that was an insane individual performance. So to come off the back of a 0-13 game, going when you haven't had the high highs that you were talking about in like previous series that they had to come back versus FlyQuest as well. But their expectations have to be so high on some of these players individually if they're going to be able to take this map away. And sure, it was lost against G2, but I think this is clearly a map that, if you look versus GX, was incredibly comfortable for the side of MIBR. And the worry is they've now been defeated. So now the fact they picked it means that they feel confident that they have fixed those issues. And it was also like Petra doing crazy stuff as well.
And now as we jump into the agent selector, we see no surprises. Now it's Zeta starting on the defense. I want to cut them some slack. I was talking about how on Ascent the defense had been very good, where apparently MIBR's was just better. But with them, I think that Serena can come into fruition. I think that she can have a lot more impact in this game. And I really, really hope that Akko has a better game.
I think we're all hoping for that. We do want to see a 3-mapper. We want to see a much more solid play coming from the side of Zeta Division. But you know what? MIBR is looking stronger than ever. We're going to go into map 2. Hopefully we can go the distance. Let's go back to our casters, Uber and Wyatt.
One thing to try and bounce back from a map that you'd lose, right? Happens often at this level. You know, it's a hallmark of champions to, you know, be able to put that behind them and move on. It's another thing entirely, I think, to bounce back from a 13-0 map, the first that we've ever seen in a game change as champions. And Zeta Division were already not feeling confident to start with.
Yeah, they were a team in the online qualifier to get here that always looked strategically very good, but when the going got rough in terms of firepower, losing duels, you could see confidence fade in some of those players, not being as decisive. And their run has been so contrasting to that, them in the past, but if they slip into those old ways here, could be the end of them. And look at this aggression straight off the jump, but SRN wins that first engagement against Serena.
And what SRN might not be sure of is how far UR is actually pushed up tiles. Melissa has an off angle, gets the drop on UR, who then hits the tripwire. Okay, she's at least able to get back over towards the A side, but that early aggression from Zeta, they haven't actually been able to derive anything from it. And here comes the hit over towards this B side. Wingman going to get that plant down straight away. And SRN, low as they are, still in a position to be deadly.
MIBR were playing for a lot of B main post plants on this map the other day. Kind of got tactically outclassed, not even got tactically outclassed by G2. Zeta need to follow them in suit. They need this map win, or they are out of the tournament.
Life for Sayori off the timing of that recon. SRN emerges, but not really within a window to find that pick, but in comes Suzu, finds 2 in fact, and she's still hunting. Akko is able to win it out there from Market with the classic, and Jubish and Melissa are so low, Zeta need to be decisive here. Unlike the previous map, they have to go for it now. Melissa low, 1 tap will do it. Still respected by Akko, but Suzu now up on that defuse. Oh man.
The time is just not enough. It was 0.6 off. There was a moment of hesitation where Suzu didn't get onto the spike. Looked like maybe she wanted to go forward to fight into main.
This is the problem today for Zeta Division.
This is another round where you can just feel the pain in your soul, man, when you're watching how they've slipped away. More than winnable. It just needed to be stuck a moment earlier. So brutal. It felt like suddenly we were just gonna get a game on our hands right away onto map 2. Forget map 1. Well, now it's time to forget map 1. It's time to forget round 1. Zeta needs to stay focused. They are playing good rounds of Valorant. They are they're slipping through their grasp from the most tiny of errors. It is tough to watch, man. I'm getting exasperated watching some of this.
You look extremely uncomfortable.
I'm getting stressed watching this.
All right, MIBR have realized that there are no trips here. Nothing really bought up at all for Zeta. There is a frenzy for Suzu, but Serena doesn't actually get any trip wide. So MIBR get to, just walk up on that B site now. 4 players, of course, left from Zeta will try and converge. Ideally, probably perish to the spike, but it's going to be a little bit hard to get within range of that. Moko's able to do with SRN at least. Dizzy doesn't spot anything out. Jelly simply picks up that Guardian and goes back to work. It's just Arco here. Finds one.
Hey, they'll take that, not bad. All classics, 1 frenzy for Suzu on account of her getting a few kills. Got a tiny upgrade. Steal a couple guns away. Can't be too mad at that.
Here's a walk up. Remember, no Cypher util at all, so MIBR are allowed to get right on up here. Bit of a scrappy fight ensues as Zeta don't want to just die to the spike like many would in this situation. Get a couple guns away.
On this same situation in map 1, it was the bonus round win for MIBR after winning the first pistol that cascaded them into this massive, overwhelming lead. This is the opportunity for Zeta to stabilize. Due to that damage, you can see that the quality of MIBR's bonus round buy, very poor.
It's exactly, I think, what Zeta were looking to do there with those pistols. Makes sense. It's a risk, but they got 3 guns away. SRN has moved up here, and the flash still there on Suzu. Nicely set up by Sayori. Great flashpoint thrown in. It's Arena. This isn't supposed to happen. MIBR coming to this round with a singular rifle. Zeta fully bought up their proper gun round. And now they've got no sight control to speak of.
One enemy remaining.
Cam goes on in. You are spotted out by SRN, who's up to their 3rd, and make it 4. And this is exactly how Ascent got out of control.
In the same fashion, SRN is just running at them.
8-2.
Fearless. 8-2. In the first 2 matches that MIBR have played, SRN nearly doubled the opposing duelist in both in first engagements. Truly fearless on this entry. Happy to take every single engagement. See someone show up on the minimap? Okay, bet. I'm running at them and gets 4 in that fashion.
MIBR they bought 3 sheriffs. They had a Vandal and a Bulldog in that round. Full buy for Zeta, by the way. Disastrous. Zeta now the ones that have had to save, of course. Stinger for Suzu. Sheriffs for the rest of the team. Jelly very close to a thrash here.
Had to have his camera trap like set up, but Sayuri dodged the fall line and swung. Fair attempt from Zeta.
I'm getting deja vu here, Wyatt. This is a little bit frightening. SRN up to 9 kills here. All right. Sure.
A little bit of friendly fire, I suppose, because why not? And also SRN going to be unfortunate for Zeta that they will certainly be hunting down this last kill and are 1 away from a showstopper again. Certainly expecting to see MIBR contending for one of these orbs early. It was something that I believe Tom had touched on the desk, how much value SRN was extracting with a showstopper against G2.
And also they react really well to this trap play. They might be able to stabilize there and have enough plays as well not affected by that util.
It's because they had Sayuri playing further back, ready to swing off of that trap play. It's a play that is fairly common for the defenders to use, and when you're playing for the orb, you need to be ready to react to it. MIBR, obviously, more than ready. Keenly aware. And here's that thrash to clear out all of Elbow. And there's that take of the orb. Showstopper in the hands of SRN. Zeta are going to need to be prepared to get out of the way of that. And that's something I expect them to do. They should be playing for retake here. That is what they are known for. Big retakes.
Wait a moment.
Yeah, they absolutely know, of course. They're dealing with Showstopper in a round like this. Suzu, okay. I kind of like that. Getting hit by the cam, the bait fall away. But Suzu's ready to actually peer into mid and take that kill. Here comes Thrash again. SRM with a Showstopper. No connection. They get started up on the box by the looks of things, and Moko is sat there in that corner. Sayori just on the other side of the rest of Zeta as they try and surge back in. And this retake plan has gone very, very well because MIBR cannot push off the A side with that showstopper.
And it's finally happened. Round 5 of game 2. Some life for Zeta. Can take a deep sigh of relief. They're on the board, playing to what they do best, which is setting up for a big team retake. The things that they've dry run, the things that they've worked on in scrims countless times. Credit to Suzu, heads up, ready to deal with the lurk from Shibish.
Yeah, nicely done.
And working together to get back into the site. Akko nearing a critical ultimate here into this round. Rolling Thunder just one away.
Yeah, I mean, if that's going to be the plan for Zeta, if they want to keep attempting to play a retake style, that's an ultimate that's going to assist them a lot. They're going to move up here and actually play a little bit closer. No Thrash available, of course, like the last round, so it might be I can't check this as easily. Zuzu, a little bit of an unexpected position, requires a crosshair adjustment from Melissa, but she's able to make that connect.
Moko was set up with the paranoia, but it just came out too late. Wasn't really ready to use it reactively, nor just defensively to fall back. And that nets a first kill for MIBR. Serena wants to make up for that deficit, being in the 4v5 by taking some space deep in mid. Listen to the footsteps, so much info right now for her.
Does she realize it? I think she does here that MIBR split. Serena can be in a really good position here to catch anyone on the rotate. You should know about 3 plays are inside that B side of the map.
Now Jelly feels they need to deal with Moko opportunity, and now it's Serena finds that kill, neural theft.
This is so much better from Zeta Division now. Look at all the map control they've managed to take. Jelly's going to try to find a way out of this from Tiles. Wingman actually, I think, delivers a payload there, so to speak. And Serena has to dodge away from that aftershock. It's going to be Jelly finding 2. Now we're even.
I'm not sure if Jelly just spotted Moko there, peering out of the dark cover at that last moment. 15 seconds on the clock. UR has a recon ready to go. They can get aggressive on the spike tap.
She hears this. 2 cross and on the way! UR is able to bring them down. Getting into the game in a big way here.
And I love to see that in the mid-round from Serena. Confident, getting all that space down mid, gathered all of that information, calmed it to Moko, who then reactively makes their own aggressive play off the back of it. And with that kill, Serena was able to find one of the players being dragged out of B main, pops that neural theft. Now we're getting active. Now we're making things happen on our own accord.
Matt sort of always sort of trying to adapt or react to what MIBR are throwing up early in these rounds. What's the next variation going to be now for Zeta Division? Straight away, it is going to be a Rolling Thunder that will allow SRN to get into market here. Interesting. Hunter's Fury from UR here, expecting a flood through that market side. She's correct. Wingman already going to get this plant down. Jelly looks towards the back of the site. We'll just get that Dizzy refresh, as well as Wingman. MIBR now spread.
Rolling Thunder of their own for Zeta Division to get back into this site right now.
Melissa's got a pinch here from mid, though. This could be an issue for Zeta Division if it even comes to it. There it is, Melissa for 2. Zeta had 0 oversight of that part of the map. Now you're calling on Moko to go for a legitimate 1 versus 5.
Certainly a tough ask. It was crisp on that first headshot, but just unwinnable. Walks into the triple face for MIBR, who came into the round with a plan and enacted it to perfection. Just that Rolling Thunder off the rip with SRN flying through market.
Oh, man.
And then delaying into that re-wrap that came from Melissa late in mid.
She throws a paranoia first as well, so it's doubly devastating. So those Zeta Division players caught up there in market. Good opener. I mean, I like that. Rolling Thunder used purely just to take space there for SRN.
And if there was a player in market that was just set up for SRN to get a free kill, and then it's that second layer that MIBR have on top of that in the strat for the Melissa, re-wrap through mid, and then the rest of the team fight through site, pinch the retakers in market.
So MIBR respond, after a round where Zeta Division really proactively, aggressively take map control, but get so much of it for free. MIBR look to really lock down that B side, get in there through market. Like we said, the late refrank was picture perfect from Melissa. This is now another coach. We go to timeout. Now we saw this on Ascent. And honestly, the strat that Ryota called was very, very good.
It worked. It was a great strat, and it did work.
Zeta just lost the round with the, in a 4v1 situation.
Yeah, where they didn't hear that someone had actually tapped the spike and was sticking it. We'll see what he's got cooked up for them out of this one. Matter of fact, against FlyQuest, I believe it was on Sunset, they were down 5-2. Ryota called a timeout, and from there they strung 5 rounds together in a row.
10.5, 7-5.
Right there. So we'll see if they can repeat the same to get back into this series, though that one was a lot closer. They're going to need to really dig deep here.
It's too early. UR is not ready for that. The flashpoint came in, and Suzu at least trying to refrag that. But SRN is just doing whatever they want. I see. There was a TP deep there by Melissa over towards the spawn site. No one to see. And Zeta Division. Weaker weaponry, yes.
Spike planted.
But just getting isolated from one another. And absolutely ruined.
SRN really is just running around like this is a deathmatch lobby at the moment. No fear. There's just no support right now being set up for... Thought set up for the ace. Jelly steals one away.
6 attack side rounds already here for MIBR. And still a good chunk of the half to play. Not to mention the fact they've got Showstopper and Thrash already developed here. Look at that. There was an attempt at a defensive, rolling thunder that Suzu tries to play off of, but SRN is too fast. They're too far ahead of it.
That's really all it comes down to. SRN beating the pace of that defensive set play. And now has their third, I believe, showstopper of the half already. Going fast up mid, Paranoia through market. Tripwire's pretty annoying when you have the ultimate out. Serena could be in trouble, however.
That actually benefits SRN because they are nearsighted, so they can at least see that cyber cage. Jelly and Melissa are able to find one each. Now, no control of the side here for Zeta Division. SRN's job here is to get up and disrupt towards Bova. Sayori also be able to swing out of this cyber cage off contact. SRN surely sees Suzu there. Paint Shell's causing some problems. Another little shoulder peek from UR. Now Suzu realizes she's going to try and bail the Sova out here, but it's too many angles to watch. And eventually SRN gets their 3K for the round. Another day at the office.
And I think SRN, not even I think, SRN, if things keep going as they are, is definitely en route to putting up the biggest individual performance of any player on one map in GC Champions so far. 19 for 5. Is in the flow state, taking every duel, winning every duel.
They are, brimming with confidence, always out first. MIBR are able to lean on a real star power. First in duelist.
Yeah, all of the utility just being thrown for SRN. Hey, go have fun in market. Go take some duels. Go run around with the showstopper. Here's your fault line. Here's your paranoia. We're just going to go plant the spike.
You can thrash in. SRN can come into the side behind us. Okay. Paint Shell's going to be clearing that tripwire. SRN gets through the cyber cage, so this is going to be ahead of Serena's timing. She will not be able to see how close the raise is, but we'll be able to surmise that she's here based on this little bit of util being thrown out. And that's a shorty. Yep, that is a shorty.
Just simply too locked in. Shorty through smokes, instant snap. Flick with the Vandal. Yeah. Here comes the Thrash. SRN.
Catches 2.
Why don't you get a couple more? Why don't you get another showstopper? Just one orb away. Let's go ahead and play for another.
I'm dizzy.
This is brutality. I can't believe what we're seeing. 23 for 5. Well, ACS, I don't know how you can, I don't know how to do that calculation myself, but I'll take a guess. Maybe it's like a 700, 800 right now. Maybe 900. I don't know.
We're up around there. I think that's accurate. I mean, just makes an educated guess about Moko's position now, common tuck spot, and then Jelly once again sets it up. Jeez. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? But again, I mean, this is just another piece of util used to set up your duelers for success. MIBR have done that very effectively. Now, they don't have any big ultimates to set SRN up, but they just have a showstopper they can throw in.
And you can see right now, look at MIBR's positioning in B main. They're ready for that kind of trap play again. You had Sayori placed a little further back, ready to swing if it came, because aware that Zeta are aware, they're going to want to get that showstopper. Getting the B side for free though, and SRN wins another duel, another first engagement.
And this is going to make a lot of space, and I don't think Serena has anywhere that she can actually go. She's in market. SRN on the way to wayward connection with the showstopper, still gets the Cypher. Okay, no 3K this round for SRN. Shed a tear for that. Arco there, it's going to be near side of Nimindo. Melissa can't win it out though. This is nicely done.
My eyes are down.
It's just Juvish now.
MIBR getting a little bit ahead of themselves in that situation, offering up too many 1v1 duels.
Juvish though able to stay undetected so far. You are though with the recon, they're not ready for the shot. Juvish will be lit by it. Arco tries to flash on in, but she's a little bit low. As is Juvish now, close to 1 versus 1, but MIBR win another one. Red Bull clutch here for Juvish.
The time was just dwindling too low. Forced Akko's hand, had to run forward, try and take that duel. But it's such an awkward engagement, having to make all that sound. Another 2 for SRN, now sitting at 25 and 6. Actually, unreal performance.
Juvish gets off the palanquin that round to double her kills for Sunset. Has to step up and clutch and delivers. All right, well, this is the last round of the half here. Zeta Division trying to make it respectable. However, the Arsenal is anything but. A couple of Bulldogs here with Serena's Sheriff. Showstopper for Suzu that had best find some application here on round 12.
Getting that orb over to UR, who's going to be one off Hunter's Fury for this final round. At some point, maybe they can get that active. Could be crucial in a retake, but MIBR just haven't even been allowing Zeta to set up for retakes. They've been so proactive at fighting them in those transitional moments where they're ready to go, and then all of a sudden, SRN is right up in your face.
Melissa taking her time. Here come the rest of the team. The fault line set from Tiles. This one is going to interrupt SRN, and they can't satchel themselves out of there. Good response for Zeta. That patient play paying off, but MIBR have already headed for the hills, so there's no chance for this showstopper to get an easy one.
Now fully routed out of A, headed towards B main, where they'll have to contend with a trip. Serena playing pretty close, just the Sheriff, excuse me, but getting some assistance from Moko, trying to play off that one-way cage.
30 seconds left.
It's very good cage. It's so hard to defeat, and when you're short on time like MIBR, they've just got to go for it. Hunter's Fury claims Zeta. Now it's down to Melissa in a 1 versus 3. Suzu completes the kill, and Zeta at least get to 3 for the half.
At very least, they played some good rounds, but you just have to look at the scoreboard, and frankly, well, it tells the tale. SRN is sitting at 25 kills. Ruthless aggression was fighting them at every moment and winning every single duel.
All right, we got our second half of Sunset around the corner, and if Zeta want to make a game of this, they're going to have to be spectacular. Fingers crossed for that one. We'll see you on the other side.
Nice, nice, nice.
Similar story. Okay, not quite the same. Similar story to what we saw coming out of Ascent, though, for Zeta Division. It's just tough for them to get anything going. They win rounds 5 and 6, right? Ryota gets in there with a cheeky little timeout. They're still not able to build off of it there, and still 5 rounds, 1 in a row by MIBR. Zeta get 1 back just before the end of that first half, but it's been difficult. And again, when your opponent has a player like SRN at 25 kills and 7 deaths over the course of 12 rounds, at that point, you've just got to throw your hands up in the air and say, you got me.
They have ran up against an MIBR playing with a vengeance off their last loss to G2. They were crushed on Sunset by the European side and are now just in unreal form, individually, specifically. It is SRN. 25 for 7. has the Sheriff into this round. Why not go for a couple more? Last chance for Zeta Division, who have been on an incredible lower bracket run. No one thought that they would have made it this far. It's not over just yet. But they have to dig so deep to get back into this game. They've played a few good rounds, but they have to be better individually. They have to be faster with these shots.
We had never thought this would be the team that would eliminate FlyQuest and Falcons from the competition, but there's a concern for Zeta and their fans that it might be their time today. Up mid they go, SRN!
Down mid.
Stops the show. That is 2 headshots with the Sheriff, and Zeta are brought to a screeching halt now. They're going to have to go for contingency. It's through Market over to B that they've got to go.
Cage triggered.
Tripwire up with that B side, though. The Jubish can play off here. Zeta might just relegate themselves to this front half of the site, excuse me.
We're trying to play a cheeky position in the smoke, but no one can cover Market, and Jelly is just so good with those one-taps.
Hands up to UR here in a 1 versus 5. Spike's already being worked on. Jelly works on her, and that is pistol won by MIBR, taking them to 10.
And not a second wasted into the round. SRN able to find 2 kills with the Sheriff on for the 30 bomb. Absolutely. Insane. What can you even do in this situation? Swings out, instant 2-tap. How can you beat a player in this form? How can you do it?
I don't know if you can.
I see you rifling through the notebook right now. Are you trying to find the solutions on how to shut down arrays with 27 kills in 11 rounds?
I think Dodds has the highest kill total in a map. We're getting 36 kills in a 13-5. That was against Leviathan for Crew Blaze domestically. So if we're keeping an eye on records here, that's what SRN is aiming for.
You can just see in the play still, SRN is just open facing down mid. Exposed to multiple angles, doesn't matter. Ready to take the duels. Zeta have come into this round with 4 classics, just the Frenzy. They want to save up to get that full buy.
You are down at 68, Serena 31.
Shadows traveling.
Zeta batted up a little bit there on the cross, and yeah, you've got to at some point disrespect this one way. Zeta have no choice but to challenge through that. Fault line is obviously going to allow them to force Melissa off the line at least, but in they come again. And Zeta are running out of time. They're just giving up ground once more. Jelly just says, okay, let's take some fights. I'm ready to throw down.
Flawless.
Blink and you miss it. Another flawless back-to-back here for MIBR.
The duo in that crossfire more than happy to take the duels together with the superior weapons, flashes in tandem. Very easy against the classics. This is truly it for Zeta. Everything they've got is going into this round. Rifles for everybody. Going up against MIBR with a competent enough buy. Couple Bulldogs, couple Vandals when we get into this. Everything on the line.
That was really clean. Yeah, just the retake of A long there for MIBR. Nothing Zeta could do about it. MIBR outnumbered significantly, but better weapons with the flash. Here comes Zeta now. It's a tentative approach, but look at the camera set up here. Yep, they're going to be spotted out almost instantly.
And look, you can tell by the mini-map, Zeta, they are just intent on hitting B. Both trips are placed to cover their flank right now. Here comes the dark cover, aftershock through. Suzu trying to crack something open in the site, find that first kill.
Can she get into backside? Market might be the play, but she's going to run against the raid boss, SRN. Who creates a little bit of space with those paint shells. Now also an aftershock over on the side, caught Serena out. You are able to deal with SRN at the very least, but Sayori from backside, grouped up here with Jelly. Both fall, in fact. Akko and Moko can get it done, but this does leave Zeta with 1 player to work with it. It's Moko. Jubish there, brought down. She was low as it was. Melissa is inside Market with a line directly on the spike. She's nasty.
Melissa just too fast there on the trigger. 12 for MIBR. Zeta on death's door. It has been an incredible run for them. It's been a pleasure to be able to watch them make it this far. The furthest the Japanese team has gone in a Game Changers Championship. But this may just be it. MIBR today are just too good.
They are furious.
SRN is a class above everyone in the server.
Yeah, I feel like our audience really definitely mirroring the emotions of the Zeta Division players right now. I feel like nothing is working. They're going to push up. They're going to go for it either way. Fight with honor. Do Zeta Division. But they lose Suzu so early on. Their duelist, the one they look to in moments like this, he's already gone. And Melissa finds yet another one. MIBR are relentless, merciless. And here comes Thrash to chase down. It's going to get removed. Also a aftershock committed to this fight.
Down mid.
SRN's already in tiles, and now Serena, the last one standing. Zeta's last hurrah! And they don't go out with a whimper at least. Serena stands her ground, brings SRN to heal, but MIBR swing through. And they will fight forward in this lower bracket. A systematic deconstruction of Zeta Division. The Japanese team are eliminated.
A lot of people had questions about MIBR coming into this tournament. Most of them surrounding Team Liquid. We're used to seeing them here. MIBR bested them to get into the championship here in 2024. And they're trying to recreate that same magical run that Liquid went on last year through the lower bracket, getting into the finals. It begins here after a tough loss against G2 yesterday. They have played with a vengeance today. SRN was simply inexorable, 29-9 to end this game. You have to give so much credit, though, to Zeta Division for an amazing run. It was a joy to watch them go from such an underdog to...
Number 2 in Pacific.
Yeah, number 2 in Pacific. Didn't get a map off Zipto to making it all the way this far into the lower bracket. Beating FlyQuest, Falcons, upset wins. You would not have expected them to be here.
Now this MIBR squad here went and faced one of the juggernauts of Game Changers champions, and yes, they fell, but they stay alive in the lower bracket to keep alive a legacy that Brazil has maintained through Game Changers champions. It also presents a real threat to any team unfortunate enough to fall to this lower bracket, to fall into their way. Remember, they'll advance. They're also looking at, you know, the loser of that upper final, that G2 versus Shopify matchup. They're hungry. I mean, I definitely feel like this MIBR team are looking for recognition, for credit. And what better way than dispatching one of the top teams in the world on their way to a finals run? That's on the table for them.
It is a scary prospect, whoever has to beat them in the bracket next. We saw G2 able to beat them in the tactical game, but if MIBR are playing like how they did today, you might want to think that series could have gone another way. This was a totally different beast.
SRN, by the way, 512 ACS, a record, the highest ever at Game Changers Champions.
And that is just mental.
Next closest person at 276, if you're wondering.
I mean, I've never seen so many showstoppers in one half of Valorant in my life.
Yeah, I think we had like 3 in 9 rounds, I want to say. They just kept coming. Hey, some moments here, of course. Yeah, look, when Zeta Division are able to put it together, we actually got to see a great retake for them. Over on that A side, look really, really good, but in general, they're being disrupted. In general, MIBR setting SRN up, creating space for the Rays, whether it's Rolling Thunders, any of them, like a Thrash also to try and set them up. It's hard to overcome this.
Yeah, absolutely. We did still get to see some great rounds from them that just kind of went awry in those final moments. But overall in this tournament, Zeta have played a fantastic tactical game. We've seen so many cool, big set rounds from them, manipulating the rotates on defense, big fakes, big aggressive plays on D. Really exciting to watch.
Let's send it over to Mika Fabs down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with SRN.
We are here right now with SRN of MIBR. Congratulations on that win. I'm very curious, how does it feel like to get that 13-0 on a global stage?
It was chill. And I told my mom yesterday that today I will destroy Zeta. So I did.
Oh, wow. You can say, hey, Mom, I did it. Now, you actually achieved the highest ACS for a player on the Game Changers Champion stage at 512. That is insane. That's ridiculous. That deserves a round of applause for SRN. Your performance was amazing. What was going through your head as you were preparing for this match?
I think that like this match is very important to me and for my team. And we have a lot of things to show. Like the other matches that we're gonna play, be prepared.
The real MIBR, am I right, is coming. And Jelly said earlier during the arrival interview that the loss to G2 yesterday was actually even helpful or good for the team. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree because like it's better to lose like yesterday than lost in the grand finals, you know?
Ooh, I like that. They are heading towards the grand finals already. Eyes on the prize indeed. Now, I'm very curious too. You may potentially be up against Sipto or Visa Crew Blaze up next. Which would you prefer?
I prefer play against Crew because I know their play style, but play against Zipto, maybe it's gonna be good as well.
I mean, if MIBR continue on this track, I don't think it matters, right? Congratulations to you,
Thank you so
SR,
much.
and congratulations to you and the rest of MIBR. Thank you to Arthur for standing by with some translation. Congrats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Can we start over? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye.
Welcome back to day 6 of Game Changers Championships 2024, live from Berlin. I'm your host, Victoria, and I'm here with Kukuka and Tom for our second elimination match of the day. It's going to be another Pacific team.
You nervous?
We know what it's like, Victoria, losing 2 teams in one day.
This is karma. I was making so much fun of Tom last time, and you know
This is
what?
actually all Tom's doing.
Where's
world is fair.
G2 right now?
They're
in the upper bracket?
They're comfortable where they are
They're
right
safe for
now.
now.
Safe, yes, very safe right now, tucked away in the safety. So Zeta, we had to say goodbye to Zeta, but MIBR continues on their journey. Now, for those of you who are watching and love to play Valorant, Game Changers Championships is the perfect time to join the community and find your future squad. So, no more solo queue. We don't like solo queue. It's really hard. Scan the QR codes on the screen to join the Looking for Group or LFG Discord. Or you can join the VALORANT server, or join both. The VALORANT server is exclusively for women and non-binary players, so go ahead and find your squad on either or both of these Discords. So I think we were talking about this last time. We've long since joined it, and we have a squad. I don't know. Well, Kukuka and I have a squad. I don't know about you, Tom. You can't join.
No. You've gone in, you found your SRN to carry you through your games, whereas I'm just...
Yeah.
You have Mitch.
yeah, to start my
Mitch
games.
and his Odin. You'll be okay. All right, now we gotta talk about this upcoming match. We've got Visa Crew Blaze. This is the furthest they've ever gone. They're veterans in the GCC scene, but they never could quite break maybe around that 5th, 6th ranking. So this is maybe their time to shine, Kukuka.
Yeah, they say the 3rd time's the charm, right?
Yeah.
So probably after 3 years in a row of having Romy and Konir coming back to back, we are seeing a performance that we hadn't seen before, and who knows? We got the good omen from MIBR from South America already moving into the next step, and SRN said they like to play against Crew. They know their playstyle.
I do have to point out that the last time they got eliminated, it was actually by Zipto for the,
Yeah,
Is that your
but
cohort?
I will also
Should we bring in
say,
the tank?
I think this is the best Crew have ever looked.
Yes.
Like the core keeping that like original strength, but then bringing in players like Dodds who have genuinely been the highlight, or one of the highlights for me of this whole tournament. I think they've looked a lot better. They've had some imaginative comps as well. Like I think about how they were playing Bind. I think they're a creative team that has flair, but also has a decent sort of structure around them, and I think they're really scary to play against.
Yeah, I think the Biazika looks too good on the server. I think the support also around Dodds is immense.
Oh, huge. They've been mentioning the addition of Dodds and how impactful that's been, and Coach Babysita as well. I think a lot of her coaching strategies and just making sure that their comms are like watertight and there's a lot of trust on the team, it really reflects in a lot of their successes. Now, we did get to have a little bit of a chit-chat. Mika Fabs got to catch up with Conair for a quick chat, so let's check that out.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Konir of Visa Crew Blaze, and I have Jesus to help me with some translation. Now, of course, this is quite an interesting match because this has happened already before. You have faced the Sipto Core already last year, and they were the ones who eliminated you from the tournament. I'm wondering why it will be a different story this time around. What do you think? Is it because of the roster? Is it because you're a more mature player this time around? What do you think?
Básicamente Konir, este matchup ya lo tuvieron el año pasado, como contra Sipto, contra el core, digamos. ¿Cómo van a hacer ustedes para que sea diferente esta vez? ¿Va a ser algo de la estrategia, de las jugadoras, del equipo? Cuéntanos un poco.
Esta vez somos un nuevo equipo y claramente vamos a ganar.
This time around, we're a different team, so clearly we're gonna win.
Very different story indeed, so we'll see what happens when Crew take on Sipto.
Oof. Well, they do have a very different core. Well, I wouldn't say a different core. They got some changes happening on their team, and I think, like you were saying, Tom, they do look like the strongest they've ever been. What do you make of their statement? Of her statement just now in the interview?
I mean, I like to see the confidence. I think that with Konir, sometimes we need to dig those kind of responses out of her. But I'm going to get the fact that she looks a little bit nervous. Like she wants to look confident, but she's more nervous, of course, because she doesn't want to go home. But she says, a different team, we're going to win this time around. If that will be enough.
Yeah, I think they've had that sort of like depth of experience now that they're only going to get better and better in these late round stages. Just hope that we don't see the pressure get to them later on.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are. Is that what you glean from her interview? Like it's just a facade.
No, it's actually her personality. She really is like that.
Okay. Well, there is one team that tends to be very confident, and that is Zipto. So ahead of the tournament, Kukuka, you got to spend some time with the Zipto squad for a quick game to find out how well they really know each other.
Absolutely love them.
They're hilarious. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Spill the Tea, a new segment that we have here in VCT Game Changers. I'm joined by the Chipter girls. We're very happy to have you back. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we're going to be playing a little game. So Tara, today it's about the secrets. It's about how well you know your team, even when you don't know things, you know? It's about relating to your teammates. So very easily, I'm going to give you 4 statements. And they're going to be secrets that your teammates have submitted and have confessed to us. And you very easily have to relate and guess which secrets belongs to whom. Easy for everybody? Okay, so let's go in with the first statement. Someone saved a rat from drowning. That is very heroic. Any guesses?
I don't know, maybe Alexi because she likes animals.
Okay, maybe. I see some reactions here. Wants to go bold because she wants to know her head shape. That is actually such a good Roman Empire. I can so relate to you.
Oh my god.
What do you think, Dada?
Shirazi, maybe.
Okay, I mean, I like her hair now. Don't do dirty. Okay, changes her mouse sensitivity or tries a new one before tournaments. This one maybe you can relate easier. You can you have an idea, right? Okay.
I think this one should be Camille because last time during bootcamp she changed her mouse right before the tournament. So
okay, okay, liking that. Used to be a debate thesis defender during her senior high school year. I am so thrilled. I so want to know which one's which. Okay, so now that we have the 4 statements, this is going to be very simple. You have your teammates. I want you to place them under the statements that you think belong to them. If you want to change things around, please do so, but please go ahead and give us some reasons as to why do you think.
Okay, I will put
Camille, yes. To change the sensitivity, okay, she's sticking with that one. What are you doing with Shirazi?
I think...
You can also change it around after you have them all.
Are you sure? You want my hair now. Okay, I think you come here.
Okay. Okay, fair. She can be the hero, yes, why not?
Okay,
okay, and Eri?
Come.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you seen the picture? Have you seen the picture of Alexi
that
bold?
leaves Alexi to be the deep. I mean, I can see that. If this is true, I can see you in this position. But Tara, without further ado, let's see how close you were to the truth. Can we please get the reveal? You got almost everything right, and she did want to go bold to know.
Wait, I got it myself.
But that's so good. She wanted to trick you. She actually wanted you not to win. It doesn't matter because what matters is what happens in the server. I think that you did brilliantly. Alexi, I want to debate with you. We'll definitely we'll bring you on the desk to see how good you are. Thank you very much and best of luck in your first match.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love that segment, and Tara got most of them right. I definitely got some of them wrong. Did you have fun doing that?
I had a lot of fun because I've been wanting to do that segment for a very long time, so I'm very happy that we got to do it. Also, is anyone, after the couple of days that we've had of Shipto, does anybody have a doubt that it was Alexi who was debating, who was on the debate club?
It was almost so obvious. I was like, no, it can't be her, because it almost seemed like the obvious answer, but it makes so much sense.
I also wanted to go board to see what my head shape would look like.
Yeah? How you...
So happy that
it never went back.
You're like, this is good.
Yeah,
The shape is great.
Can't get better.
Now, you know, I talked a bit about Kanir earlier. Alexi, I picked her as my MVP of this tournament, and she's been absolutely goated. And I want to talk about her later. But today, we've also got a duelist matchup between her favorite duo, Neri, and Dodds. Now, these two duelists have been very interesting. Dodds especially has been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, exactly. I think both of them, respectively, right, with the different responsibilities that they've had, we'd see that Dodds is just like the single duelist. But when we think about Ineri and the way that she matches up with the rest of the team and with Alexi when they're playing on that double duelist is on a different layer. But this kind of plays is a constant that we should expect for today. The same way that on that first match we didn't see a single Neon, I expect a lot of Neon for the second one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting, and I think as well the fact that I kind of look at Ineri as maybe a little bit more self-sufficient. Like Dodds is being pushed into these scenarios by the team with lots of supportive utility. But you can see like these are the statistics for, you can see the number next to them, where they are in the entirety of the tournament. Obviously they don't have to compete.
Neons.
Yeah, on the Neon. They don't have to compete with SRN because SRN doesn't play Neon. So maybe we would move each of them down one if that was the case. But yeah, I think Dodds has been right up there. Super impressive performances. And I think that's something Zipto are going to have to consider today. Can they silence Dodds? Because I think G2 did manage to do that at least on one map or two.
KNX didn't.
No. And
Well-
no one else did.
Yes. Yesterday, Zipto, it was a 2-0 against Zipto. But there were some really interesting rounds, Kukuka, that you wanted to bring us through.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that double duelist because I think it fits their playstyle a lot, being very explosive, very fast. And also we need to talk about the pistols that they were getting yesterday. Having this double duelist, the moment that you get the first kill, playing from within sight is extremely complicated because the pace gets extremely elevated. And in this position, Noya doesn't have a lot to do because she gets swamped, not with utility, but with the players running across you. You have Alexi on the Jet and then Ineri on the Neon just running onto you and then using all that utility. The rest of the round, even though this goes onto a retake and Mel almost clutches this up, it's already a very complicated asset if you think about the harbor utility and how well you can time it. Again, I think that yesterday, it's the gun rounds that I'm more worried about, but knowing your strength and what you can do in this pistols round, having those good starts of the halves should be something that Ship2 can be relying on.
Yes, I mean, this is something that they're definitely going to lean on. Crew has probably made very similar observations with their coaching staff there. Really quick predictions on this one. Is it going to be, who's it going to be? We showed it earlier, but I don't know if you feel
My
any
heart's
differently
completely split, but I'm going to say Crew. I'm going to say Crew, yeah. In my predictions, I said Ship2, but, you know, now I'm with South America.
That's okay.
I was there all along.
Flip-flop.
I'm going to be honest. I was sticking
there?
with
You remember
Visa Crew plays. I definitely know what you're referencing. I think that Dodds has been an absolute standout, but I think like Romy, for example, has had a great tournament.
Yeah.
I think the calling as well has been fantastic from the LATAM team, so I'm going to be sticking with my prediction. I don't change.
All right, sticking to your guns. I think that's a very fair pick here. Obviously, I'm gonna stick with Zipto, but can really go both ways. Are you shocked? I even wore my little like Pacific pin here. But you know what? Our teams are ready to go. The last of their regions. Let's send it down to the stage and welcome Visa Crew Blaze and Zipto. A clash of regional titans. It's Zipto Esports, the APAC powerhouse, versus Visa Crew Blaze, the fiery LATAM org. And here, their dreams of glory are hanging in a balance. Here we're going to our map picks. Split and bind, completely veto off the get-go. We're going to start with Haven.
Oh, we're going to start with Haven, but I think that everybody's eyes have to go to Abyss.
Yes.
We're mentioning in the pre-show that we've only had one so far, and we're going to get the second one, Tom.
Yeah, it's one as well where there really isn't any data or any information about what's been played on the other side. It was a loss for the side of Zipto, so it's definitely a surprise factor. I'd say Crew coming in with a Haven pick, you beat G2 on a map, you pick the map again. It's no surprises that they're going straight in for that one.
I have to remark about Abyss. This is crazy. The last time they played Abyss was in the final 2 days of APAC, and they looked horrible on it. They said,
"Oh God,
the troll pick." They mentioned it. The coach picked it just to test the waters out. They weren't even prepared. So for them to pick this map, that's insane.
Yeah, and G2 ended up winning that match, that map,
Yeah.
but it was extremely close. They had to perform a comeback again. I think that in Haven, anything can happen. I see it pretty like evened out. I understand the pick, but it is that Abyss that has the question. And one of the topics that we were talking about is coming into the tournament and having something prepared, have that ace up your sleeve.
Yeah, I want to go back to that first map though. I think the one thing I'm going to be looking at for Zipto, firstly, they've always had very aggressive defensive sides. So I wonder, are they going to change up their comp again and bring in the Neon? Because I think it's really working on that map at the moment. Regionally, they stuck towards the Jet, but also how do you silence Dodds? Because Dodds managed it. They are going to pull out the Neon, so the comp is switching up to sort of support the meta. I definitely don't mind this at all. But yeah, Dodds versus G2, 28-10. This was the map where she just was running all around the show and just destroying her opposition. If they can't shut her down, that will happen again. Sometimes a little bit more difficult on the defense, but definitely still viable on this map in particular.
Tweaking everything around, but again, I think that there's a lot of potential, especially on the defense. I want to see how they do on that half. Alexi has had an amazing peak rate with the operator and the snipers in general, so she's going to have a lot of power just locking down those sides. But thinking of the attack in this first half, we want to see, and we mention it all the time, that synergy between Ineri, between Camille, between Alexi, to actually get the pace started.
Yeah, I hope that synergy really comes into play. I mean, no bias or anything. But this is going to be a really spicy matchup between these two. We've seen great performances coming from both sides. And I know you guys have already made your predictions, but what's your prediction for this map?
I'm still going with Visa Crew Blaze, especially if I think they're winning the series. I think this is an important one for them to take.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Tom.
All right, fair enough. Well, both teams are vets in this GCC event, but this is it, the last of the regional representation. It's going to be Zipto or Visa Crew Blaze. Let's send it over to our casters, Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much, Victoria. This is a big one. For Crew, a win here is their best placement ever at a GCC. And for Zipto, you normally that height?
Nope. Let's carry on.
For Zipto, though, this would be a repeat of last year if they can win today. Another match against a Brazilian team in the last lower rounds before that lower final.
Yeah, big elimination match coming up right here. Of course, Zipto just watched the other Pacific representative in Zeta fall here. We don't want to see a day where two teams from Pacific are taken out of it. So, on to Haven to start things off. Crew do have a few players over on towards C, ready for this push.
A new confident Neri is instantly gone from this round, and the rest of Zipto was nowhere near the Neon. They'll be forced to retreat.
Yeah, that A side is very weak right now. Just camera watching on B as well, but losing your duelist right off the bat, definitely not a great look for Zip. It'll just be Romy playing up in heaven right in here, getting full audio cues to call in the rest of Crew to rotate in.
She does have one kill trip.
Cage triggered.
Cage goes up. Does anyone walk into that tripwire? No, Alexi will deal with it, but Romy has found Tara, and someone still fell into the trip. Romy somehow doubles up. There's spam coming in through the smoke, and Crew is already back in for their retake.
Yeah, gorgeous first round out of Crew right there. Starting it off with Bia over in the corner on C to get that kill, and then Romy finding a few up there from top A. So often when you're playing up against these Cypher comps on attack, it's an exercise in patience, right? Can you slowly scale into a site, especially on A, and break all those trips? And Zipto did not pass that test this time around.
The spacing on that initial C execute did seem a little off. A lot of the time, you're going to be kind of sacrificing the Neon. They either get their pick or they die and no one can trade. But in that round, no one even really had utility out ready to support there. I think a little bit miscoordinated from Zipto.
Yeah, I think the hard thing when you've got like a Neon with a Sova is you're not really using the Sova drone to get into a site. Because Neon's going in first, so can oftentimes get caught out on those close angles. See what Zip are going to do here on this round, though, going very quickly into the B site. Crew have actually switched up their Cypher setup, too, to have another deep trip to play kills on if Zip keep trying to push forward.
And they'll get the plant down. That's already a bit of a win for Zipto on this eco. But the forces from Visa Crew Blaze have arrived for this retake.
Keep your eye on Garage, though, because that's where Zip are going to look for this late round pinch. Camera spotted the one, maybe two players, and Romi's still hanging out up here in window. No one's going to clear for that one. That's an easy kill.
Yeah, Romy very thorough. But Tamuto went in. Crew is yet to really get
Hold on,
work
it's
done
half.
on this defuse. They've
Wait,
got
they're
this one
sticking.
half now, and no one's stopping
Hello?
them. Okay. I mean, it was just the classics trying to spam through, but still, surely someone should have been putting their body on the line to deny that one.
Yeah, playing really far off that B side. I would have liked to see Zip get a little bit closer up on that. Maybe have a body they could throw into the mix, but all things considered, they're going to have a bye going into this next round.
Careful there. Right there.
Was all's well that ends well. Did a little eco damage. Visa Crew Blaze are not going to have great weaponry for this bonus round, but there was a real chance they could have won that last one.
Gotta go.
I like the idea here from Crew to seize some mid-space very early on. We'll see how Zip react to it. Actually, as I said, seize the mid-space. They're just setting up a full trap on that area. Didn't spot that Dodds has the shotgun, so we'll just be looking to quickly rotate over between A if Zip end up accelerating on that side of the map.
Double swing out from mid. It's actually an opener on this eco round for Visa Crew
They're
Blaze.
walking into the shotgun. The drone is a nice little bait, too, sending that down onto long. There's only two players from Zip to try and deal with this person.
Early, someone checks on Dodds. Close corner, first Bucky shot misses. The second player, suck around the corner, slide in, and Tara won't let that one get any further out of hand.
All right, decent damage control from Tara. Equalizing in a 3-on-3 now, but it's all about controlling this choke. We've got a stun ready from Kamiyu. That's going to make it almost impossible for Crew to get out here.
Paranoia off contact as well for Tara.
Ouch.
Oh, Kinnear's just gotten a stunning shot to start this round. Trade is there. Diving out from heaven. Romy goes down, and now in the clutch. Mika trying to isolate one of these fights, but nothing being given by Zipta.
Yeah, another round where it seemed like the team coming in at a disadvantage narrowly had a chance. That shotgun down in sewers was nearly going to do some serious work. That said, I think some good scaling from Tara. Showing up already here in these first few rounds. It's that second entrance into the site. Find a couple of critical kills here. Even there, it's like right after coming out of the stun.
Yeah.
He's able to find that initial headshot.
Really nice stuff from them.
And the giggle's already starting. It's a different look than the screaming relentlessly.
And interestingly, a timeout going in this early. Round 4, it's very
That
unusual. Before you even see a rifle round to call that timeout, what do you think could be going on here?
I wonder what the tell is. I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable that Zip might have expected a few more players towards the B or C side. I think they've actually seen that both in the pistol round and also there in round number 3. So maybe having some ideas to either punish A more aggressively, or if I'm looking at sort of their setup in this round, the other thing could be, because they lost that player on the fast lurk in mid, getting Shirazi to slow down on the lurks or to bring multiple players in there to see if Crew are overstepping. Because if Visa Crew Blaze are overstepping into mid, Zip can set up a few little trap plays off of it. I think that's one of the benefits of having the Cypher, is those cams in mid to spot out defender-sided aggression.
Yeah, combine that with any other PC utility can also set up some pretty nasty trap plays there as well.
The nastiest.
The nastiest. Zipta, though, I also do wonder if maybe it's because they haven't played this map in a bit. Last time was in the final against Zeta in their regional qualifier, but he's still ironing out some of the kinks here at GCC.
Yeah, that was a very different comp. That was your bread and butter jet in that slot for an Airy. We'll see what we've got this time around. Visa Crew Blaze ready to fight 4 players over into A. Once again, Dodds has a shotgun, but Zipper speeding up into B.
This spike site will be taken for free, but the real question of this round is going to be the reflank from Visa Crew Blaze. 4 players working up. Shirazi has heard it all. How much can she get? Nothing! Dot slides right into her face.
Watch though, Romy again finding another catch. That is perfect. The solo player winning out on Visa Crew's side.
They wanted to hunt Romy. She gets away for now. Dodds in the sight, slides back in, and you barely get to see her on your screen before Dodds just takes players out of this round. That's 3. That's the retake. What a swift round to win for Crew.
Just flawless. Visa Crew Blaze, I mean, really just the Dodge show again. finding that big pick into spawn. Because really, I think this was a round where it was the two ciphers. What are they going to be able to do? Is Shirazi going to be able to cut off that flank coming in? Is Romy going to be able to stay alive against that A-Link push? Well, it all went the way of Visa Crew, and that's just about as good as you can have, especially for building up the future rounds, losing almost, 0 guns and losing very little armor too.
Zipto are going to open this round towards A, but not full commit off it this time.
Revealing area. Actually, Visa Crew showing so much down into C long. Check that out. Dog's all the way up there with a stun, breaking some Cypher util.
Setup. A stun as well. Visa Crew Blaze, maybe an opportunity here. They see the Neon and they take her out of this one. Still, the trade was good from Alexi, but Kinnear's actually going to stick around here, play close on this cage.
And they're not going to be expecting the double trips on this site too. Zip2 might go a little bit too quickly, especially with the reposition here. Kinnear playing in backside, teaming up with her friend. And Zipto can't really go anywhere. Romy does some good work on that site, but it's all down into a 2-on-2.
That's excellent from Kamiyu. Planted. And she's gonna go for more here, a fight towards spawn, but that is not where this retake is coming from. Instead, 2 players working all the way through on a flank. A smoke will go up. Tara holds close, no teammate to swing off her. It's really all up to the newest player of Zipto, and she cannot get that job done. Tap on the spike, Kamiyu swings out and not able to adjust the shots in time.
Visa Crew Blaze, nice reaction in that round. I think a different setup from them coming in. We're able to get enough kills with that, confusing Cypher layer there that Zip2 weren't expecting. But then really it's that push through that works out so nicely for them because Mika still has full utility on the breach. All she had used was the stun at the very start of the round, and that had come back up, so that 2-on-2 went really nicely for them.
It's interesting because when you watch these two teams come to their first GCCs in 2022 and 2023 respectively, I think you saw them as teams who were still finding their style, were very much around the individual brilliance, going for star plays, but I think they've developed in very different ways. This has been a crew who has found a much more structured style, has had a new IGL, inject a lot more discipline into the team, where Zipto has kind of become the classic aim-heavy, fragging out, wild APAC team.
We even heard from Kinnear in interviews say that, yeah, she thinks Crew has gotten a lot more structured. Thinks that's an advantage coming into today's game.
And that's the difference from when these two teams matched up in this very same position last year.
Yeah, that was with Crew and Team SMG. 3 players of that Crew roster still around, 4 of Zipto. And actually, it's Zipto getting the first kill here on a half-buy.
Yeah, they'll be able to pick that gun up.
I know exactly.
Visa Crew, 3 clear mid. Nice little triple swing that catch an area off.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even though they see 3 players over on B, actually I like this choice from Tara, ulting into the site, recognizing that it's going to be open. 2 players going up towards heaven, so there's no chance for a fast flood.
Zipto will tap the spike. Util going in, Hunter's Fury. Can they get it done? Rolling Thunder as well, fighting back the other way. And it's a stalemate. In the chaos, though. Crew has picked off 1 member, and Tara's still in a bit of trouble in this close corner.
Keep watching for Tara. The drone was broken. Good sound cues to bait that one out.
Shock Dart, though. Only 25 health. The second one won't finish the job. But Crew is patient here. This is the new Crew that takes their time and takes their rounds because of it. 5-1, a complicated situation, but Visa Crew Blaze, they navigate it well.
Yeah, and that's a tough spot for Zipto to be in because they chose to respond with the Rolling Thunder. They got that opening pick in the round. They thought they might have a chance, but then you use Omen ult and Breach ult. Yeah, you get the Biazak ult on the opposite side, but that's a lot to spend for a round loss.
And now we look towards the future, and they're only going to have 1 power ult online for the next couple. There's a real chance for Visa Crew to continue to snowball this momentum.
So far, Zipto, they've seen a lot of early round aggression from Crew. We've seen A main pushes, we've seen mid pushes, we've seen C long. I think what they're going to be trying to do is spot that out a little bit more and keep reacting away from those early stacks.
We've also seen Crew excel at the retakes. All 5 of their round wins thus far have come off the defuse.
Yeah, so camera was broken out in mid. Odds is going so far up, though. It's really just 1 player watching this, but Shirazi about as good as you can ask for. Gets out with 2 cages popped. And we'll see how well the contain goes, because there's still a Tara you've got to get past if
Crew want to keep on pushing.
And Biazic is actually fighting forward, stun up. Not quite able to convert onto the second, 1 for 1. Maybe not good enough here.
Such a weird round. Right now, Mikhaila wants to get into the site, but at the same time, this flank is working out, right? Romy finds that kill with the help of Kinnear. That's going to be a hat down, and 3 players now spotted out.
Romy doesn't even have to activate this flank very quickly. Just providing so much pressure. Zipto's gonna fight into CT spawn because of it. They've already gotten one, and Inari is ready to heat it up. Stun goes through, she'll push even deeper, but not looking up towards heaven. Mikhaila's taken her away from this one, so it's a 2v2. Romy is still a ways away, and Shirazi is wrapping around too, but the opportunity maybe squandered. 30 health, 1v2, but the time's just not there anymore. And Zipto finally managed to bounce back here and get a second round on the board.
That's the second or third time now Zip have looked for that spawn push, and this time it works out beautifully for them. It's really interesting watching the way these team styles are developing, even in this first half, because Visa Crew plays have gone for all of these different flank plays. Off of the early aggression, if they lose a player, they're going to keep pushing after you. That worked for them in this round, even though they lost it. Dodds initially, they kept going, were able to get a trade out on the opposite side. But at the same time, Zip2 are recognizing this and calling for those spawn pushes, where you can see that actually that's the weak area of the map and punish it pretty massively.
And I think that is the strength for Zipto, finding kind of that play in the mid-round. They're really good at the fundamentals, playing off each other, getting aggressive and kind of catching their opponents off guard here.
This time, big fight. Look at the stuns, just absolutely insane. Dodds wins the fight, even against the headshot. Camu still trying to fight her way out of that, but Visa Crew Blaze are on a tear. Shirazi has a couple, and now actually it's Bia stuck in the corner, blinded up, trying to time it out. She takes down Tara, and she gets Shirazi. Are you joking?
Okay, Biazic. A massive round out of her. And that one, as it often is with these neon mirror matchups, completely defined by that A-lobby fight.
Wow, this was crazy, because look, gets dinked down to 140. Phantom moment, unfortunately, for Inari. And that's a heartbreaker too, because even then, you had the advantage. And then the pushes through smoke, just a little bit discoordinated, and Biazic's the player that's going to punish that.
Now is Crew's rifle, or Zipto's rifle round rather, that is now reset back down to Aniko here.
It's annoying too, because Zipto, I think, had done a really good job of avoiding that early aggression.
Sure.
But this is the time it runs into a full 5v4.
Slightly different look. This time a walk up through a lobby. Dodd swings in, and it's 1 for 1, very quick trade.
There.
I would have felt really bad for Neri if that had been a 145 shot after the last round.
There is a gun down now in a lobby.
Yeah, and it's really hard for Visa Crew to overfight for that area because they'd only put 2 players there initially. So
Is
now
it a miss to not prioritize that gun?
Well, it's hard to say because Zip2 have really only seen 2 or 3 players around Dodds. So you're expecting a lot more on that side and probably expecting this exact situation where it's just the Cypher holding on C.
The thing is now you're gambling that the Classics can get this job done, and well, that question, the answer might just be no, because Romy's already taken 2 away from this site, and she's gonna keep diving in for a little bit more. Camu, utility in hand. They'll both duck in the smoke. They util. The reinforcements have arrived for Visa Crew Blaze, and well, they'll just cut Zipto down to size. It's now 7-2 on defense.
Wow, this is such a good start for Visa Crew. I mean, Dodds and Romy both sitting on 11 kills already, having a great time of things. And even in the little things, like solid trading coming through in that A-lobby fight, I think that retake, Romy deciding to push back in front of the smoke, call in the rest of the team. They weren't going to leave her out on an island. They're always bringing in more and more players to support the front person, you know?
Another aggressive piece off the rip for Visa Crew. Slide down long. The Neon ult committed again. No one can see a damn thing. And you want to be looking when Dodds is having a round like this. This time, it's only 1 though.
And Visa Crew aren't going to overfight that. They really just left Dodd their own devices there. This will be the fight that means everything, but Biazic wins that?
Okay.
That was the way.
Back rounds for Biazic.
Yeah, I mean, if Shirazi can win that, that opens up the map completely. Now they're locked into this C-Hay.
And guess who's here? Mikhaila, Rolling Thunder. She spotted out too. And she'll rip that ult, fights off it. Hunter's Fury going in. Somehow, Alexi finds that kill. I don't know where. She managed to have the vision to connect that one. But it's now given an opportunity to Zipto, a post plant on C.
Yeah, they're going to want to play off on long. There's no smokes for Crew. There's one cage on Romy. That's the big one. But Alexi can use shocks and the ult to wait out that duration.
Yazik has some shocks of her own, and both these players are very low. Tara gonna tank a lot of damage there. A second one coming in. Won't find the connection. One way. A drone. Time ticking, but Visa Crew want to go forward.
They have to hunt.
They'll fight down long. Tara on 1 HP. She's gone. The second player not swinging. Alexi waits, and now it's a 1v1 for the rounds, which Romy wins. Another retake for Visa Crew Blaze.
These aren't easy rounds, but Crew are just making all the right decisions, it seems. Recognizing to go for that push down into long. And then with the clock working against them, Romy saying, no, I've got that. Go get on the spike. I'll win it out myself. Don't forget that Bia, well, she gets 3 kills in the round, also started it off by finding that pick into mid. That made things so much simpler for Crew.
I think suffice it to say, this has come upon the last chance for Zipto in this half.
Yeah.
They've put all their money into this round. They have 2 key ults to work with.
We'll see how much they use on the C hit, because right now, Romy's playing pretty much off-site. If Zipto can get away with not wasting all their ults, their post-plant's gonna be gnarly.
They do, but look how quickly Crew is reaggressing. Dot has already slid back into the site, but gets lost within her own smoke and only goes 1 for 1. Tara's come back on top for Zipto, and they've taken control of backside.
Visa Crew, they're slowing down because right now Biazik is on this big flank, but there's a trip to find her out. She is completely known as she's running into 2 players.
Kamiyu fights through Garage. The reactions from Zipto, always perfection, and they've cut this flank down to the only member and closed out the round. Very good work by Zipto to get back on the board.
Yeah. Bit scary for a moment there on site, but every time Zipto have called for these spawn pushes, they're working so nicely. This time, after they get the initial kills, backside C, they see that flank coming in and again say, hey, let's fight into C-Link. That's what's been working for them consistently on the A posts, now on the C posts too. I don't think Crew are gonna want to give up the site so easily in the future.
Zipto only had to use 1 ult that round. It was a big one, but they still have the Hunter's Fury. As a tool in the post plants, and it looks like they will again get a fairly uncontested spike plant. That is if they ever wanted to go B. They didn't! Instead, they're running all the way around the world. They've taken out Romy, and they've invited themselves to C.
What a call from Zipto. There's 4 players now coming on the flank. Absolute insanity through the spawn.
Alexi. On an off angle here. Kinnear spots out the first. Does she suspect the second? No way she does. Does damage regardless. And Biazik baited. She waited.
Wait and spawn. Kamiyu ready for that garage push. On the other side of the map, Zipto are winning there too. Crew just getting a little bit all over the map, and Zipto have found such strong answers into these post plants.
It's been the same key to success for Zipto in all these posts. Find where that flank is coming from. Take your forward fight on the weak side, and it has been very effective. They've at least given themselves a chance with 4.
Yeah, it's still so close at the end of the day. They would have wanted a whole lot more, but at the end of it all, honestly, Zipto get a little bit of momentum here at the end of the half. There's still a lot more left to play for.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a bit more of a game than it initially looked, but all that is going to have to come down to this second half, which will be coming just around the corner after we check in with Mika Fabs, who is standing by with some special guests. It's some co-streamers live here at the Riot Games Arena. Let's listen in.
With Starwraith and with Mixwell here at their watch party. It's quite cool here. You guys have been watch partying the whole day, right? What's your reaction to the first series? I'm curious.
To the first series, what can I say? It was a real stomp. And I suffered a lot, you know. We went to the offices of Zeta Division while we were in Japan, and we really suffered the fucking match. What can I say?
Oh, you know what? Fist bump for that. Fist bump for that one. But these elimination matches, they really bring out the best of the teams. And you would know something about that, all of that pressure, right, Mixwell?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. These matches are really hard because if you lose, you go home. I'm sad also for Zeta Division, but I'm also happy because they joined the club for the second time. The first time it was for the VCD team, now it's for the Game Changers team. So welcome back, Zeta Division, to the club, and I appreciate you guys.
The club is growing.
Yes. Let's go.
And Sandra, what does it mean? Because Crew has been here 3 years in a row. What does this mean for the representation?
Yeah, I'm really happy for Crew, but I'm from Giantech, so they leave us from the tournament. So, well, 50-50.
50-50. Well, how do you think this map is going to go? I want to get everybody's opinions here.
This map?
Yeah.
This is gonna be another stomp, but from Crew this time.
Yeah.
Vamos, Crew!
Oh my gosh, I'm just realized I'm the only APAC here. Mixwell?
I think it's gonna be Crew's gonna win this. They won against G2, and I think it's their best map. So they have. I think that Chipto has no chance in this one, but I think Chipto will win next one, and it's gonna be 2-1 for Crew in the end.
Map 3.
Yeah.
Map 3 is what you're saying, Sandra?
I say 2-1 for Tipto, but I'm not pretty sure. Crew is now stomping in the defense, so I don't know in the attack.
Oh, spicy. You're saying
Yeah.
it could still go, it's 50-50.
No, I'm going with Tipto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I do have somebody here. I was going to say I'm going to go cry because I'm only APAC, but we're going to go back into the game and see what happens.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mika. Hopping into this second half now, I think the big question, if Zipto is going to bounce back, comes down to Anari. She's been the hero for this team. This tournament was the icon of Team SMG's run last year. And thus far, 5-11. Defense on Neon, though, I think is her time to shine.
Yeah, so far it's been the Cameo show, but it's hard to get frags on defense on Breach. More players gonna have to step up.
Standing ahead.
See what Visa Crew Blaze want to do right here, though, because initially it was setting up for a C-split. This time, taking their time just a tad, working into Garage. There's not a whole lot of support here on the site for Shirazi, but Cameo will be able to stun as these players go out of Garage.
Shirazi is just perplexed by what she's witnessing, but it won't matter in the end because there's a fight back through spawn outside Garage. It goes 1-for-1, but no one's looking at Shirazi. She just spent her time bird watching, but now she's gotten a 1-for-1, and it's a 3v3 to retake this site.
It's a fight for Garage, though. Bia
planted.
already found one, maybe looking for a little bit more, but she's the one spotted first, still fighting her way out of it. 1-for-1's good, but Anari is better. That's her stepping up 2 kills in the pistol, but more work to be done.
It's the Anari they needed, but Kanir, who's been here every year, has a chance to make her mark on this round. An incredible clutch to win Crew A pistol and steal the chances away from Zipto in this second half.
Just brutal, because already you're coming in 8-4. It's not looking good, but now Visa Crew Blaze, they're winning their second pistol in a Red Bull clutch as well. 1v2 situation. Really clean shots on the reset there too.
And she is feeling it after that round.
Yeah, we know Zipto as well as a team that likes to get energized, gets loud. Been a bit muted so far.
Haven't heard those Banshee screams just yet.
No, they haven't.
They do have a bit of a stack here on C.
Everyone's picking
Players
up
are
the
waiting to
Bucky.
hit. Okay. I mean, the Guardian basically a Bucky at that range for Dodds.
Some decent stall as Zipto calling a second player, but I think we already realized that Romi's going to be sprinting over into that A site and calling over the rotations of her teammates too.
And when we're talking about this new version of Visa Crew that's different from the one who lost to Team SMG last year, it's playing rounds like this, not just full committing into C, always having that second layer to their attack.
Yeah, I think you'd look in the past at a crew and you'd say they sort of needed like individual players like pop off in a round, especially in the games that they were really being challenged. And I think you still obviously have that in a player like Dodds. Absolute insanity
I think
there.
you have more star power than you did on the old crew, but you also have more structure. It really feels like an improvement across the board. It is cool also because for this org, it's known as Latin American. They come in and they pick up 2 players from Brazil. But what's so interesting to me is that they don't all come in Spanish or Portuguese. The Portuguese-speaking players from Brazil come in Portuguese. The Latin American players come in Spanish. And it's just, they understand each other.
Yeah.
And it works.
The OP language duo there, honestly.
Shout out to the romance languages.
Yeah, we love the romance languages. We can all relate to a little romance.
One enemy.
I also like, honestly, seeing like a little bit of crew fighting into spawn. We saw so much in that first half how Zip2 were going for that, but early mid control, I mean, we are just flying on in here.
Yeah, Dodds does not care about any piece of utility in front of her.
I really like getting into that smoke, though, with the Bucky. You can see B on the opposite side, too, is also playing inside that smoke. They want Zip to overextend.
Last second, cross is over. None of the util is hitting that player with the Bucky, and she might be starting to become a big thorn in the side of Zipto. They'll try and retake another slide in, but the stun didn't connect, and Shirazi has gone massive to bring this round somewhat under control. Defusing is still a problem, though. There's a fight towards Bunny. It's only 1-for-1, and now the round falls down to Romy. Alexi sticking, the spam just not connecting, and it's coming the other way as well as Alexi holds her nerve. And in the last possible second, wins the round.
That feels worse than just straight up losing. You get the kill right after it sticks through. Absolutely brutal. That said, Zipto absolutely needed that one. It was getting a little bit dire even. The bonus too, things getting down to the wire like that, getting a little bit scrappy. Zipto need cleaner rounds than they're finding so far. Especially because what it means for them is they've got 3 Guardians and a Bulldog on the 10-5 round.
That's rough.
Don't love that.
And that's with them investing almost all the way into this round. Only one player has substantive money to spare.
Things Visa Crew are thinking about right now is Kamiyu use that stun immediately at round start in a lobby. So another 20 seconds for them to try and punish that if they want.
An arrow posted on a forward line down A short. And it does look like Visa Crew are trending back that direction.
Yeah, they'll have to use a drone to re-clear this area or face the wrath of an Airy.
Cam, I think, just missed her.
Oh.
But Biazik is so
Sorry, there's
thorough
no
there.
wrath. There's no wrath.
There is no wrath.
It's just B, and now because you find that kill, it forces rotates to come in. At least one player up into heaven. But Visa Crew, they actually didn't put any bodies forward into A.
They're big chillin'. Still have a minute to play with, now a player up.
And Garage is a massive gap right now. There's very little info in that apart from the camera. Makes it almost impossible to hold on to this side of the map. There was a stun that was sent in that slowed down Visa Crew for just a minute, but Zipto can't really get out onto the site with it.
It'll come fully down to the retake for Zipto.
Good position outside Garage too from Romy.
Remember, they lose this round, the money is shot. They absolutely need to make something of this. They're down a player, but they have the util to fight back in. Kamiyu trades out, Tara's gotten another, and they've made inroads towards this site, but they needed to be worrying about the player behind them, because Romy's wrapped all the way. And now Biazik darts out the player, holding on the spike, and Shirazi. Just so many angles to deal with, just holding this one. Nearly had it, finds 1 kill, but Romy's there in time to trade things out.
That's unbelievable. Shirazi almost had that if she had stuck it. But
There's
was
a
too
world.
worried about so many players swinging into her. Ends up losing it at the end. And those are the tiny little rounds where you very nearly have them. I think Canary gonna be kicking herself for not having that first kill over in A lobby. It's not been having the standout game you'd expect from her. And you can't have middling games up against a team of the caliber of Visa Crew.
They're gonna turn the pace of this round up and take space down A.
They're doing it with just sheriffs, Mimi.
Couple ults to work with. But you're really gonna need someone to step up individually.
And Crew play it slow, so they don't even use the ult on the exec themselves. They're gonna figure this out very quickly, that the big flank's coming in.
Already a stun sent in as a reaction to that. And a bit of a crossfire down short here. Bait in for that Cypher. Is anyone looking at Romy?
Nope.
Shirazi doesn't check the
Nope.
discipline. She waits, bides her time, and is rewarded with 3.
Player standing.
Visa Crew Blaze. They leave no corner unchecked. Leave no opportunity. And they win a flawless round to go up to map point.
They have looked real strong, and hey, Dodd's getting a little extra active at the end there. Visa Crew Blaze going into map point now with 4 ultimates available. Absolutely insane. Great patience out of Romy on that one.
A year ago when these cores played each other, map 1 was almost a 13-0.
Yeah, Team SMG were up 11-0 at one point.
And it is so insane in a year of play how much has changed. Visa Group Blaze not just competitive with the Zipto core, that it has been undefeated in APAC for pretty much as long as you could remember.
Yeah.
But turning that ship around and destroying them in this first match.
I mean, for so many people, like Zipto are sort of expected to be, you know, around the top 3 team in this event with definite chances to punch higher than
after
that.
last year, I think that was the expectation,
It makes sense.
right?
It makes sense. And at the same time, Visa Crew Blaze that have been here now for their 3rd time and, you know, finished in 7th, 8th, 2 years ago here in Berlin, last year in the 5th, 6th slot. They're a team that is good, but you wouldn't have necessarily expected them to be coming out here and delivering a beating like this to Zip.
If they win this series, though, it's an improvement, 1 place every year. Give them a
That's
couple
true.
more, they'll win the championship.
Yeah, guaranteed top 4 with a win right here.
So a timeout for Zipto. Really quite a long ways since that first timeout on round 3.
I mean, honestly, Zipto, the thing that's been going the worst for them has been their lack of mid control, right? Crew have stepped into that space a lot, and especially have just broken into Garage virtually for free. I like that Zip2 have 3 players, 4 players sort of around that mid towards C side. And just trying to feint a little bit more aggro with just an Airy over into long.
Hunter's Fury.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's 2 tags. Can Alexi find a kill? No, not quite.
That's all right. We'll take the damage here, even if it doesn't just win the round for you straight up. Only 2 defenders for Zip, and they're going to have to play off of the site. They recognize Bleach ult on the opposite side. So the idea is to get quickly back onto that site after the ult is used. But just like last round, Crew don't snap that just off of nothing. They take what they can get.
And there are now so many tools to stall Zipto out. I mean, a Rolling Thunder, Shock Darts, everything you could dream of for Visa Crew, and there's no flank coming. The entirety of this retake has to come back in this instant, and Ari will dive out. The ult popped, trying to make something of this round for Zipto. Already finding one to slide in for a little more, but Crew trades back. Biazik alone, and finally, Zipto make it work on the retake.
Kamiyu delivering the finishing blow there too. She's had a game, so 2 kills in a round like that to close it out. Keep Zipto in this one. But it's not an easy road forward whatsoever. I think Crew might have boxed themselves into that post plant a little bit too much. You can see this Heaven player, they're not stunned up at all, right? Because Mikaela went into that hell spot for the ultimate, and she played on default or something like this. Might have been able to stun out into Heaven, but Breach is you're so autopiloted to just playing into that hell spot because your stun is crazy from there.
Zipto, we're gonna go for a fight into A lobby. We've seen this duel when the sides were swapped, but instead it's an Airy tucked into the corner, embedded. God's walking straight into this one. Alexi opens it up, and actually an Airy's gonna go double dip.
How about that?
Rewarded for it.
That's a good start. Now, consecutive rounds aren't gonna get any easier. Visa Crew Blaze have enough money to buy for at least a few more. That said, though, not too bad to kick things off. I'm still concerned about Zip2's control over mid-space because they've been playing for kill trips on C consistently. They've got to leave bodies there, just like they have to leave them here, so there's always ways to get back into the round, and with a gorgeous high-low swing like that. I mean, you saw Mikaela going for the crouch peek as her teammate goes up strong.
Hold on, Romy. Lurking up, spotted out by 2 players. They think she's leaving, but Romy's stuck around.
And that A side is open, though. Visa Crew, they're going to get a plant down.
Yeah, so much attention bought by Romy. And they still haven't dealt with her. She'll tuck close. The second fight is one for Zipto. And this is a player advantage to that APAC squad, but this is still a difficult retake.
Yeah, they're pretty low HP. It started to slip away a bit. Mikaela has double flashes.
Paranoia and a dart for that defensive side. In the utility goes. Mikhaila spotted out in the open, forced to reposition, but Kinnear, no trade for Shirazi swinging in, and it's the same case for Tara. One by one, Zipto are falling. Only 40 HP for Alexi. She'll dive in. There's a stun in her face. And Visa Crew plays. They've already made good on last year. A dominant map 1 in the rematch.
That was a crisp first game. I mean, Visa Crew, they're looking good. That was their pick. And they came out meaning all business. Absolutely gorgeous stuff, but we're not done just yet. There's more to come after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So, you want to work in esports?
Great. Step 1, never spell it like that. Better.
Step 2, apply to the MasterCard Gamer Academy, a program created in partnership with G2 designed to give you all the tools and resources needed to help you start a career in esports.
This is an education in everything, from creating content to managing a team.
All from experts who will explain every aspect of running a top-tier org, prepping for a broadcast, or designing global esports events for millions of fans.
Selected participants will have access to live lectures and insights you won't find anywhere else.
And even the opportunity to travel to the League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational and VALORANT Champions.
So they're flying them out to champs?
Yep.
Thank you, MasterCard.
So if you've ever dreamed of a life working in esports, this could be your opportunity to apply for an unforgettable experience.
Can anyone apply?
No, you can't apply.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
No, what you staring at, you looking dumb. No, I don't ever hold my tongue. I will never be what you expect. Maybe you need to get your eyes checked. I don't care if you think I'm stuck up. I don't care cause you can't call my bluff. I don't care if you think I'm a clown. I don't care cause you can't pin it down. You can't pin it down. I'm everything you can't define. I'm always gonna cross your line. You can't pin me down, pin me down. Can't pin me down, pin me down, pin me down. You can't pin me down, pin me down, pin me down. Can't pin me down, pin me down, pin me down. You can't pin me down, pin me down. Can't pin me down, pin me down, pin me down. You can't pin me down, pin me down, pin me down. You can't pin me down, pin me down, pin me down. You can't pin me. What you staring at, you looking dumb. No, I don't ever hold my tongue. I will never be what you expect. Maybe you need to get your eyes checked. I don't care if you think I'm stuck up. I don't care cause you can't call my bluff. I don't care if you think I'm a clown. I don't care cause you can't pin me down. You can't pin me down. I'm everything you can't define. I'm always gonna cross a line, and I can't help it. You can't pin me down, pin me down. Can't
Here right now on stage with Bebecita and Jesus to help with some translation. Now, that seemed like actually a very calm game from Crew, and I think this was because a lot of preparation for this match showed. It seems like a very thorough understanding of your opponents. So I'm wondering, how was the preparation for this match like? Was it really a lot of research on Sipto?
Bebe, básicamente se vio a las chicas bastante calmadas este partido, lo controlaron todo el tiempo. ¿Cómo es esa preparación de ustedes contra Sipto en este caso?
Esses 2 dias que tivemos prévio a esta partida foi essencial para revermos os nossos erros, confiar ainda mais no nosso jogo, e a preparação contra a Ziptro é contra igual qualquer outra equipe.
These last 2 days that they had to prepare for this match was really essential. They could watch also their match yesterday, so it was really good to prepare. But to be honest, the preparation for Sipto is similar to any other team that they will face this tournament and they have been facing. So it was that's why they were playing like so calm and relaxed.
Well, that extra time is definitely showing, so good luck to the team.
Welcome back to Game Changers Championship. I'm Victoria, Kukuka, and Tom. We are witnessing Crew just on a very comfortable
Are you okay,
map
Victoria?
one. I'm like,
Are you okay?
I'm like, don't sound biased. Don't sound biased. Everything it'll be okay. Zipto always says they need a first map to warm up a little bit, but Crew looked. That wasn't just Zipto needing to warm up. Crew was playing a really good, solid game there. Like Bebecita was saying, they've been prepping over the last 2 days. Even last night, they got to review a little bit, and they look in order. They look calm on it. So I don't know how you guys feel, but
well, that was the thing. I wanted to bring up some of their defensive side aggression, because I think that this is a team that a lot of the time when you look at Zipco and the way that they play, you talk about this squad as like, okay, they're so aggressive, so you almost have to temper your own. But there was nothing there from Visa Crew Blaze. They were very happy to push, pressure, and take those fights versus their opponents, and it narrowed the map down a lot for what was available for Zipto on that attacking side.
I think that is very important, something that Bebecita was mentioning in the coach interview, and is that you learn about your mistakes and also your opponent. You take this time to reflect, and I think that Shipto and Zeta are similar in the sense that if you allow these teams to gain momentum, it will turn back against you 100% of the times. And probably that was one of the reasons why we saw them being aggressive. And as we take a look here at the numbers on the side of Crew, everybody's very evened out. I think that Romy and Dots were having an amazing game, especially from the attack. The things that we were seeing coming from both of them. Like Romy was onto something. She's been throughout the entire tournament. I love the form that she's presenting.
Absolutely, especially when she was tucked in that corner and just got 3K for free in sewers. Anyway, still recovering. It's time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match with Conir clutching it up on the second half.
No, actually, you mentioned Romy, and actually, production is so good that they're going to give you exactly that clip. Because they're right. Like, if we have to highlight one of the moments, yes. You know, Romy was a little bit ratting some of these scenarios, but everything was
calm as well.
Yes, exactly. Especially when the ult pops out, I think that is the moment where I lose it and I just throw the hat. But yeah, having all of this utility thrown at her, this corner that ultimately is not cleared because they also hear the steps going back onto side, and she gets 3 kills just like that, and another round for Crew.
Yeah, I think overall, like going back to some of the individual performances, I think her and Bia as well were just fantastic. I think someone who I've been super impressed with her calling all the way through the tournament, where you see these aggressive plays and they're so structured from Visa Crew Blaze, but then is also now putting up numbers, because I think on day one, individually was a little bit lower down the board, but as games go on, she is now also putting up stats, which you can't ask for much more.
Yeah, I also love the versatility. I think that we see her a lot with the outlaw and with the operator. She's a Miss Do It All.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I think the team as a whole definitely doing it all. But I'm really curious what the side of Zipto has to say. So let's hear what Coach Kolbat has to say ahead of map 2 over with the Fabs.
I'm here right now with Kolbat of Zipto. Now, it seemed like there were a lot of missed opportunities on that map. I'm wondering, what were you expecting on that map that didn't exactly show up?
Oh, what were we expecting?
Yeah, what were you expecting from that? Seemed like there were a lot of, set plays that didn't exactly go the way of Zipto.
I think we kind of know what's the game plan, but we didn't really show a lot of respect. And then, partially my fault as well for calling too early a timeout for panicking, I guess. Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, it's just it's my bad.
Also, Abyss.
I mean, Abyss is like we have been like playing Abyss for a while, and then it's a bit hit and miss. But I think if it's the last map for us, we want to go out on something fun. Yeah, that was our thought process.
I like the sound of that, so let's see if Zipto can make a comeback.
You gotta appreciate a team that just wants to give everyone a good
It's
show.
a bit hit and miss.
Yes,
That's not what I want to hear going into this map.
He gave us both of them. Like, I have never been more confused in my life. He said it's a bit hit or miss, but we wanted to go out big. You know, like if this is the way that we're going to leave the tournament, we're going to do it under our own terms. What are we expecting here? I personally would love to see the double duelist for them. Thomas?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect.
The last time
in
we
reality.
saw a single jet. This was way in APAC when, as I mentioned, they didn't really mean to pick it. Okay, not much has changed too much
They
since
got
the
the
last
double
time they played.
controller there.
Yeah.
They're bringing in the Brimmy, which I'm always excited to see. It will allow them to go pacey. You can stim with the Brim, but I don't know. Like I think with this double controller, again, they've not filled me with confidence after that, and having the double initiator alongside it, I don't know. I think it's going to be intriguing.
Again, they're starting on the defense, and just like in Pearl, they decide to go for no Sentinel. Yes, you have the double controller, but we know how Abyss, especially the way that you have to control mid, can be a little bit tricky. Maybe this is a part of the hit and miss.
Well, hopefully it's a hit because they are definitely going to need it. Again, this is an elimination, and this is the very last APAC representative. Are they going to stay in the game? Let's go back to our casters, Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much. It's all on the line this map for Zipto, and watching on in the crowd, we've seen 4 of the members of MIBR waiting them in this next round for whoever can win this game.
Yeah, they were doing hearts on stage over to the crew squad, so maybe anticipating that one a little bit, getting their prep in early, of course. They have the benefit of watching on now, the pressure off their shoulders. But for a team like Zipto, the pressure is absolutely on. They'd have to win the next 2 to stay alive.
And they got crushed. Map 1, mirrored Crew's comp, it did not work out. Now they'll throw a curveball into the mix and start on this attacking side of Abyss.
Yeah, slowly done right now, just with that camera to see if there was going to be any early aggression. But also it's a little bit annoying to work past these double Astra Stars. Right now that high-low setup can be very punishing, and they're going to hear that orb taken, so Zipto very primed and ready for this swing to come in, holding that one. That's going to be an easy first kill, and the smoke comes down to just fall away from that shot.
Crew aren't stopping though. They'll continue fighting their way through this site as Zipto have retreated and decided to play the retake with their advantage.
Mikhail already up there, looking to get a bit active here, down in numbers as these smokes go down. We as a crew would love to find some kind of a pick.
Aneri gave an opportunity, but just absolutely eviscerates Piazik. Instead, there's more kills coming in, but Mikhaila, how's she done that? 3 taken towards the backside. She would now need an ace to keep her team in this pistol round, but the double swing from Zipto is just too good.
I really liked how Alexi and Shirazi played it from up there in heaven. Baiting out those shots, falling back as the crew players down on the ground are trying to respond. It was a nice little bait and switch setup from them. And of course, starting off with that high-low was exactly what they needed. Remember, Zipto failed to win a pistol round on map number 1. So already signs of better things ahead on their map choice of Abyss.
2 rounds now, we've seen this Brimstone playing beyond defense. I want you to walk me through. What do you think in the purpose of this comp is? Because we've seen looks with Astra Omen, Omen Clove even on a map like Lotus, but this is a very unique one with the Brim Astra.
I mean, my theory is that Brimstone is just going to get really insane stall. I was expecting him to play more towards the A side of the map and hold down the fort there. Nice little trade. I mean, Mika's playing really nice. But at the same time, I think the bigger strength of Brimstone is going to actually come on the attacking side, because I think what Zipto really want is just tons of post-plant utility. Like plant on B site every single round, you've got 4 agents with some crazy post-plant options. And then you battle through a defensive side that's not going to be so much fun.
You cringe it out.
You cringe it out, you definitely do. The really unfortunate thing is that you're playing without a Sentinel, so you're sort of forced to fight into mid like this, and Visa Crew, they're just waiting for it and punish it.
Yeah, sometimes you just lose to the classic at range.
But like, if you had like a Killjoy, for example, you could just put an alarm bot there and not even think about mid.
A Cypher even, a camera op, anything to just watch that space for you. And instead, look, they've given up B just to deal with mid.
Yeah, it just, your entire hold crumbles. Now they'll say to themselves, hey, it's fine, we'll let them plant because we've got the guns in the post plant, but that's 3 Sheriffs against a couple of Spectres. It's not so simple. Good nade will force Kyla to plant over on the outside.
Tommy,
Spike planted.
Takes damage onto a couple. Oh, tucking in, and just a turn in time to get the kill onto Mikayla though. So it's back to a 3 versus 3. But no matter the weapons, post plants are always dangerous on this map.
Infinite smokes in the post plant and a high molly.
We'll see where that lineup lands. Tap, Paranoia goes in. Romi's gonna check on this one. They know that no one is on. Oh, it stops the swing, but it's missed by just a minute there. The defuse though won't be stopped. Spam not connecting, and it all works out there.
Okay, but like, come on. Visa Crew can't be killing every single player. Only one Guardian survives at the end.
And that is a weird round.
I will say shout out, because that molly was cool. If you didn't see it, that was to spot the swing.
The thing is that there was still a gap where you
yeah,
could
you
spam
know,
from.
I'm going to guess that that one was not thrown with a perfect lineup coming in. Otherwise, that's not looking so great for Tara, but oftentimes when you get into like retake situations, you can't throw perfect
You're kinda
lineups.
rushed.
You don't have exactly enough time, but maybe we can catch the POV for that in the future. It's cool tech.
Tabs on it. 5 players are all fighting down mid here. Dart combo.
Nice.
That's a pretty start to this round for Anari. She needs to heat up after the first map of this series, and another player just walking through. Are they looking in time for Tara?
Well, yeah, Tara is here ready for a... Well, shooting that is going to give up the ghost a little bit. The spike was maybe going to be stranded, but now Visa Crew, they're turning around. They're a little bit spooked as their backs, but I think they're going to find their timing.
There's a tasty treat waiting for Visa Crew at the bottom of mid. If they can take the time to get those guns, it would really bolster their chance at a retake.
I'm expecting Crew not to plant immediately and to give Dodds more time to keep stepping up here. Down in numbers, you'll always see Visa Crew Blaze go for these walk-ups and try to seize some control back for themselves.
Zipto's gambled wrong. All 4 players on the A site, and this allows Dodds to get so deep.
Yeah, they only plant after that knife lands. They know no one's in heaven, and Dodds has gotten all this space. It's a 1v1 in spawn.
Kamiyu's making a lot of noise, and it's an easy conversion for Dodds. Alexi, good work from her. Police is the player for getting any more done in that area of the map, so Visa Crew condensed the map. They'll both play together on this B site now and set up a crossfire. Does Zipto expect them on site, or do they think that Visa Crew is retreated by now? They're clearing through. We'll at least see one member as a flash goes up for Mika.
One enemy remaining.
Kinnear, though, on the other side, has already dealt the killing blow onto Alexi and picked off the remaining player as well. It was a lovely start to the round, but Crew make it work in the 3v5.
Yeah, again, it's that patience coming and allowing them to get all the way back towards CT. And it starts out after they lost 2 players. I mean, that was a clever little open from Zipto going for that mid dive. I was wondering what their answer to mid was going to be, because you don't have a sentinel. You need to put some bodies in there and show a little bit more threat. But Visa Crew Blaze still found their way to navigate through that for a round win.
So for the first time, we get to see what this Brimstone is going to do as a site anchor. Visa Crew Blaze postured towards B. Tara's waiting up on the boost.
You are powerless.
Keep your eyes backside for Kamiyu. She was the one stuck there. Left to her own devices as the Horde comes on in. Already an ult kill out of Bia, but no one's aware of Kamiyu down on the ground. Dodds finally is, and that's gonna be 2 kills and a little bit more waiting it.
Stuck out in the open here. And now Dodds knows about her, gets greedy though. A swing in, that's punished. And Zipto, maybe a bit more of a chance now. Their Yuto will come back online.
Zip need to go quickly though, because there's a lurk going down into mid.
They don't know that just yet though. Remember, no sentinel, no info. But is it out of sight, out of mind? They'll expedite into this site as Kinnear has a cheeky angle. She waits inside the smoke, but turns away just at the wrong moment. Now Romy is on the scene, and it'll split the upright between the members of Zipto. Crossfire's good to close out the post.
Solid post plant there. I mean, solid entry as well. Dodds getting the job done. Going up top site. Goomba stomping down on the Kamiyu. Another tough couple of rifle rounds here for Zipto. I mean, that late flank as well. It's a serious problem.
Nice.
The lack of that mid information is going to force Zipto to act a lot quicker than they want, or start going for flanks themselves to flush out that space.
Or I suppose fight through mains. 3 players are going to walk up B this round.
3 go B, 4 go A.
Seems like those gambles have mostly gone Visa Cruz way.
Yeah, except Romi's here waiting for you. Yeah, keep on tallying him up.
Out of 5.
Lovely shot.
Not too shabby. We take those.
Oh, someone else wants to come and say hi. Okay, not for long. Kami
Guys,
values her
the
life.
spike is on A.
Yeah. Just wanted to get
I know
a share.
the mini game is let's find Romy and see if we can kill her.
It's a fun
not an
minigame.
easy. No, it's not, because you lose every time.
There's one more contestant. Can
All
Shirazi
right.
do a little bit better in this game? Romy, she's hungry. She wants her ace, and she knows where the Astra is. No ace this time.
Wow, we love eco aces in the crowd today.
Who doesn't?
I mean, an ace is an ace.
Trying to take the fun out of Valorant.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Eco aces are just as fun as the other kind.
Okay, maybe bridge too far there.
Look, I tried to meet you halfway.
3 rounds unanswered now for Visa Crew.
Yeah. And honestly, like coming into this game, I was gonna say the bit of cope I would give for Zip2 out of the first map is, in terms of rifle rounds, it was only 6-4 in favor of Crew. But right now it's
they weren't winning pistols.
Yeah, right now it's 3-0.
Yeah. Aneri has an operator. And my first thought was that could be a solve to mid, set up the op there, post it, and just have her deal with the space. But instead, she's gonna go towards A here. Forward angle, and that's a lovely opener out of Aneri. Exactly what Zipto needed.
Yep, dodges away from the knife as well. So Visa Crew, they know there's an Astra here on this side of the map as well. They're not gonna want to overheat in towards that side. Instead, maybe banking on Romy finding a pick, or maybe an excursion into mid, before they decide what the rest of the round's gonna look like.
Cage triggered.
Romy eats some damage over on B.
Yeah, at the same time, there was this smoke placed down into mid, so a little bit of threat for a mid walk. Visa Crew, even down in numbers, are trying to really stretch Zip2 around the map because of their lack of info.
It is the perennial problem, though, of playing no Sentinel, that even the threat of a walk-up, you have to keep a player there.
Visa Crew probably banking on the fact that the op rotated off of the A side after showing, but it is still very much here on that wide angle.
With Biazic dead, there's no drone. They'll just swing straight into the operator. Aneri wants another one here too, but there's no smokes up, and Shirazi's just getting to peek out. Dart in is good. Kinnear has just found a double through all of that. Suddenly, this is quite doable for Visa Crew Blaze.
Yeah, Mika needs to get the spike down and then go on a hunt. Only 17 seconds left in the round, but she wants that kill first.
Alexi's alone. If she swings, well, she
10
does.
seconds.
Tap on that spike. Romy needs to protect her teammate. The reinforcements are here, but Romy's gotten Tara, and a second as well. Oh, this round is just a catastrophe for Zipto. 2 kills on Aneri. You thought she'd done enough, but now it comes down to Kamiyu in the clutch. She's already spotted out by the dart. You cannot be losing those rounds if you want to stay in this tournament.
I mean, down on 10 seconds as well. Mika's like, I can't get off the spike plan anymore. I have to stick it through. Romy's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Absolutely does not matter. Shout out to Kinnear as well, because those first 2 kills are what kept Crew in the round. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance.
Look what it's done to Zipto, though. Money's reset.
Yeah, completely locked out of it now, even with a couple of ultimates. Crew have just had all the answers in these post rounds. I mean, down in numbers as well. You remember a few rounds ago when they went into spawn after looking into that B site, their patience has paid off so much. Mid walk down too. Romy won't necessarily see it. At the same time, her team is just killing the B site, and now she does see that walk, so.
And Alexi,
hey.
Did Alexi see her? Nope. They walk right by each other, but luckily there's a second guard a little bit deeper in, and Romy still wins that. Flawless round for Visa Crew Blaze, and I have to expect a timeout, something here from Zipto. This has now been 5 in a row with no answer.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they have the solutions to that mid space, right? Like their mid solve is like some kind of fight into mid on an eco round or when they dove in with the jet. This round they were just stepping up there. But it's also hard to know like what the solve is because 2 rounds ago you argue like that was their round. They had 2 picks with the operator and then just kept losing on that heaven fight. That tough angle for them was not looking good.
It's so interesting to see how these two teams have progressed since they last played, because they are very similar squads. They are from a region that only gets 1 slot at GCC, and both of them have been practically undefeated.
Well, Zip2 lost, we lost Zeta earlier today, but yeah.
Sure, but yeah, you're absolutely right. It was the second team, but they are right. The main team from Pacific, they're the #1 seed. They have been in events past.
No one's beaten them domestically in the last 2 years. Like, they might as well be the only one.
But you have to wonder, when you're so dominant at home, I think it does make it a little bit harder sometimes to know what works, what doesn't, when you are just so much better than all the other teams.
Yeah, it's when you come to the international stage like this that you get the wake-up call. You get humbled a little bit.
And that's why Visa Crew is so impressive to me, because this year I feel like that hasn't been an issue at all.
Yeah.
They took their 1 loss, a close one to G2, and
I mean, you should argue they should have won this map and beaten G2, right?
They should have. 5 rounds in a row that they lost.
Right here.
There's worlds where they're still in the upper bracket, but now still fighting for their lives. Operator purchased back again for Neri. This time she's going to be up in B heaven.
Oh, orbital strike onto the Sova. Biazic survives.
Trying to catch the drone right there. I like the little idea, especially when you're sitting on so many ultimates.
That's insane that she gets out of that.
But this KO knife just hit the B site and there's no one home. So, okay, Dodds, you get the site for free. Get on in there.
Kinnear spots out the operator, and Dodds swings off that for 2. I mean, 1 player, a wrecking ball through the site, has eviscerated the forces from Zipto.
Do Zip even play it? There's going to be a late wrap behind them. They have to go quickly before the flank comes online.
The Astra wall will help with that one. Kamiyu getting bullied out by this utility, swung on by Alexi. That flank has to come quickly because Shirazi is starting this defuse.
Flank coming in.
Halfway, but Kinnear gets them off, and Dodds off the map, finds one on the knives. Kinnear gets the final kill, and Visa Crew Blaze. Now 6 in a row.
It's Dodds' world and we're just living in it. What is going on?
Sick. The wall masks the noise of her updraft, so no one knows that she's sliding off the side of the map.
Look at these kills. We didn't see them the first time around, but just gorgeous. Insta-headshotting the operator.
The timing on the dart, too.
Yeah, and then this to close it like ridiculous. Okay, didn't get the last one. Can always do better. Room for improvement, but like that's as good as you're gonna find.
When we were talking to people about expectations for this game, I think the general consensus was Zipto is the favorite, but if Dodds has a game, she is one of the scariest players at this tournament, and bad news if you're a Zipto fan.
Yeah, it's a bit of a horror game for Zipto. Jets just coming out from behind walls, up in the skies.
She's in the walls.
But Zipto have not played a strong B side. Like, how many times are they just playing retake on this site?
Yeah, it's so weird too. You'd think this Brim comp would like thrive at hard anchoring these sites, but they've just been unable to hold them.
Hey, at least they darted Dodds this time, so they got to fall off the angle, but they're still Bia. Like, are they playing the round?
Where's the rest of Zipto?
They're flanking mid with 2 players, but the clock is still ticking.
Yeah, 1 player's died alone. Here comes the next player into the site, and Eri does better to get a kill, and the flank was not watched, so Romy falls. But Kinnear is still here and has to deal with 2 players. The fight on the other side is going the way of Zipto, but the trade is back in. Kinnear whiffing the shots, has to find her connection. But Kamiyu is in a very tough spot. Molly's good, but that's Omen you're up against. She'll teleport out of dodge. Paranoia, it's all so perfect for Visa Crew Blaze.
Yeah, Brimstone can't do that.
No.
TPing around like that. Kinnear having a game. Just a little bit of extra fun on that one.
It doesn't matter what, like even in these chaos rounds, Visa Crew is still finding the right solutions.
It's because there's always that next player ready to step up. right? Dodds got hit by a drone tag and fell off the angle. So then all of a sudden, Biazik is running in there too. Mikaela is always ready to go in there as well. Now she's opping? The KO is counter-opping the Jet. Like, come on.
Huh.
Come on.
Explain that one to me.
I think Mika is feeling good, Mimi.
Okay.
That's what I'm seeing. Also, real talk, the op in post plant is really annoying. I don't know if it's so good versus a double smokes comp, but...
Well, the beauty of the op is when you're spamming, you only need one shot to connect.
True. They're playing a little game of hot potato too. Because Kinnear has that one now. As Crew exec into the site, we'll see Kamiyu playing around on the left side there. Great shot, followed up by another. I mean, what a round! Way to get some steam back in the engine for Zipto. Spike left out stranded, 3 kills, that's wraps.
Zipto needed someone to step up like that. They needed a hero. And they have found that hero in Kamiyu.
I mean, she was insane last map too, if you think about it.
Yeah.
That first half, her breach, tons of kills, but then you go to defense, it's just really hard to have an impact.
Here.
Romy. Okay, has found one. That's
Stop
another
it.
picked up by Cruz.
Stop
Surely
it.
they can't get away with this. Romy has a 1 versus 2. Cypher ult in use, but the spike is still down.
I mean,
That's
surely
a big
there's
problem.
Surely there's no time, right, guys?
20 seconds. Still, the time is ticking away. She's low on health. This should be impossible.
10 seconds left.
There's always that chance. Not today.
It's ridiculous how some of these rounds can be completely lost for Crew. And then somehow they get close at the end, like, that's just a little bit silly.
It's a little
I'm
bit
getting
city,
silly.
I agree.
Yeah, it's Crew City. Absolutely wild. I mean, like, the counter fire from main. I mean, look, Kamiyu had a round. She won that basically single-handed for Zipto, but it is never easy.
The thing is, I'm still waiting to see that round that is like, this is the value of the Brimstone. I think it'll come on attack, but you would want more than 3
Yeah, I
to
think
stake your claim on that side.
they think that they can win every B retake because of that Molly, I think, is the idea. And that's why they're playing so soft on B consistently. But it just hasn't seemed to work because Crew are still fighting them so far forward.
And they're doing it again.
I mean, watch Dodds. Dodds is running into Art, ready to go for a swing, perhaps on audio.
Does she go for this one? Noise being made.
And there he's
3
holding for
players. Oh, but she turns away. When does Dodds
Here it is.
activate? She'll swing in. Good work by Zipto. They take her down, but the trade is there instantaneously from Biazik. Again, Crew playing disruptive forward in this post plant, but it's been cut down to 1. And Romy was very far away from this. Back towards mid. Alexi holding. Shirazi up top, and Zipto will close out cleanly, finally, on one of these retakes.
Yeah, well done, honestly. Like, the shots just started going Zipto's way. Also, I think they're catching on to this idea that, hey, Visa Crew, they're playing really active in the post plant.
Yeah, you saw how long they paused there, right? 2, 3 players just holding for these walk-ups. They punish Dodds, and then the round gets so much easier.
Yeah, even then, there was a moment where, like, players are turning away. Maybe there was a window to still step on in.
Right there.
Another op for Inari. This time she'll use that one towards A.
Mid's going to be the concern for Zipto this round, though, because already a smoke being placed down. Wondering how far Dodds wants to go. If they want to look for some kind of an A split or put pressure.
I can't use that.
Tiles in mid.
Oh, is she walking up? Tap on that orb, Kamiyu and Inari both died for it.
Romy was just hard holding for the operator. Wasn't seen, so that's an easy 2 kills.
They had a player anti-flash. They were so ready for that aggression.
By the way, I don't even know if Crew are going to finish on A. Because Kinnear has seen no one on the B side, now is stepping in, says, hey team, get on over here.
It's free real estate.
Punishing the early rotations, but I mean, if you're Zipto, you have to rotate. You've lost both of your A players.
And now they're getting suspicious. Visa Crew has a player still waiting in mid, too.
I mean,
There's an
why
insurance
not?
policy on this round.
Has the late mid lurk ever been punished? No.
No. 3v5. There's a world of a difference between 4-8 and 7-5. Zipto want to come out the better of this, salvage what has been a tough series thus far. But time is already dwindling. And Crew again is forward in this post plant, this time with a paranoia ready to go off the dart. It didn't connect, but Dodds doesn't need them blind. She'll get that kill regardless. It's just stunning from Crew. An 8-4 finish to the half.
Same story as Haven. Once again, Visa Crew Blaze doing absolutely beautifully.
It's such good work out of them. Even when Zipto starts to build momentum, they come back well. And for this halftime, we spoke earlier with Kinnear about Crew's lower bracket run in this Omen player moment.
Hola, soy Conir de Visa Crew Blaze y soy el controller del equipo. Estoy muy contenta, fue un partido bien emocionante. Literalmente, como había dicho en la entrevista de conferencia de prensa, ha sido un juego que fue contra nosotras mismas. Estuvimos viendo, yo personalmente estuve viendo como qué era lo que yo necesitaba para poder jugar bien y poder como estar como cómoda con el equipo. Y siento que se dio muy bien. De hecho, en el segundo map se vio bastante mejor. Y voy a intentar seguir así, individualmente hablando, y espero que el equipo siga de la misma forma para poder vencer a quien sea que venga enfrente.
Nice shot.
That's big. Operator connects, but not another. Dodds keeps it going. She's gotten 3. That's a 4. Dodds on for the ace. The final victim around the corner. Dodds has the damage. And Dodds has the ace.
Yo individualmente hablando no me siento presionada para nada. Cada match es importante, sea en el upper o en el lower. Y como equipo, más que yo hablando, sabemos que cada match es importante. Todo es paso a paso, entonces pensándonos bajo como ese término de todo es paso a paso, la presión no juega contigo. Es no nuestra primera victoria en el lower como equipo, como Visa Crew Blaze, pero como equipo es nuestra segunda victoria y una victoria importante frente a un equipo importante. Es el top 2 de EMEA. Y lograr vencerlo significa que podemos vencer a cualquiera, sinceramente. Estuvimos a punto de vencer al top 1, vamos en busca de eso.
And you know what? I think it's beautiful that the Omen player moment is with the literal Omen player for Visa Crew Blaze. Having a good game so far here. And you know what? It is a little bit, but Zipto have to lock in here, starting on the pistol round, because their tournament lives are on the line.
That they are. Last year, when they were Team SMG, they absolutely decimated Crew to make it to the top 4.
In the exact same round as this.
But now the table is turned. It's Visa Crew with the commanding lead here.
Check out B main outside. Big step up from these players after they see all that presence in mid.
They are walking so far down. Smoke fades and oh, Shirazi could not find her shots in time.
You hate to see that. Now, good news for Zipto, I guess, is the Brimstone. They've still got 2 smokes on that. So hitting this A site, not impossible. That said, the Cypher setup is ready for that. There's potential for Biozic to play off of the info from the camera and this dart. She's priming.
Dart doesn't get broken, but I think it missed out somehow. No one tagged by that one. Spam back up through the smoke. We'll find a little bit of damage. They just want to fight here for Zipto, and they'll get their wish towards spawn. But it's not the odds they would have liked. Doesn't matter when it's Inari stepping up to that plate. She gets a double, and the trades through keep this one favorable to Zipto. Romy, her Yuta was here at the start. Now she has to be the player to finish this round. Cage fading. 2 players on the other side, and Alexi will put those chances to bed.
Absolutely necessary for Zipto. Good way to come back after the half. And it's Inari too, getting those 2 kills into spawn. Really good timing she took to go for the swing. She's been having a quiet day, I'll be honest, but you need her to have rounds like this for Zipto to be at their best.
Enemy remains.
Crew will take a full eco here, and they're just gonna fully fight through mid.
Just run on down there. Again, hard for Zipto to keep tabs on all of their flanks.
I love that emote. Oh, 1 for 1. You would have hoped for better if you're Zipto.
The real concern is Piazek stepping up here. How patient is Kamyu? Good enough. Won't be able to grab the orb, but we'll get on site for a good post-plant spot.
Canary is going to try and get active here. Realizes that this flank is forthcoming. Eyes down. Gets Romy very easily towards Heaven. This has created a bit of space for Zipto.
Yeah, I mean, Mika picked up the Guardian, is now doing some serious damage at long range.
Yeah, there's smokes now, blocking off Aneri. Plant is good for them still. Damage onto Piazek. She'll be taken away, and Aneri mops that one up as a Guardian.
Yeah.
Could have very easily gotten out of hand.
I'm really curious to see how the rest of this half develops, because that round, to me, was exactly what we were seeing during Zipto's attack on Haven, right? Where crew are looking for multiple players coming on the flank, Zipto being forced to sort of flip the map and fight into, you know, B-Link there in towards spawn. And I wonder if that's just an eco throwaway idea, or if that's going to be a little bit more consistent, because knowing how much utility Zipto have in the post plants, it would make a lot of sense for Visa crew to want to put pressure on the flanks to stop them from just being in lineup Larry positions.
Sure does.
Launching smoke.
On the B site. Aneri will dash in. It's a 1v1 between the Jets, but it's Tara to take the kill instead. That's Dodds dead to a Sheriff. That's another gun that Zipto can take.
And they're playing so far forward. Look at that. Getting ready to fight over into B-Link.
He has to deal with a lot.
Here.
Off the smoke fade. 2 players against her, and she'll get 2 of them. Okay.
But Zipto are still playing up. They still want to keep fighting. Great drone spots out a couple of players, but the shots are still connecting from Kamyu. Kamyu has been stepping up round after round for Zipto, and they're now within 1.
That's a bonus round win for APAC's #1 seed.
Finally, they're getting the mojo back out there. It was so quiet for so long. But Zipto have a great round. I mean, Tara has that initially really fire shot. And then here, Kamyu finding a couple.
And it is so interesting to watch that round, because our whole theory when we saw this comp was get the spike down play as cringe as possible offside. But they're using the Brim Molly, the KO Molly, all proactively with their execute and fully banking on that fight towards spawn.
Yeah, I guess that's the other option we didn't talk about was, hey, use those mollies to stop any quick floods from coming in. Guarantee those nice spots like you're talking about.
Now Zipto will apply some pressure in mid. Crew have the luxury of a Cypher, so they don't have to police this quite as much as Zipto did in the first half.
Yeah, really Crew's main idea here is just getting that forward line to watch in towards B. They used an early dart as well, spotting out A main, so they're aware that there's some mid presence, but they feel relatively comfortable with this deep Cypher trip. Zipto just waiting for that step up, because so far the mantra for Crew has been, hey, on those eco rounds, we're always stepping forward. We're always looking for a little bit extra.
Looked like an attempted B fake there.
And it worked.
4 players, but this is a foot race back to the A site.
That's all right. They're going to beat it. Of course, the camera has the audio, so they're going to know players are in A main, but no paranoia for Kinnear makes retaking really tough.
Mikhailo, oh the stinger. Last bullet does it. And she tried to run, but can't get away with that murder.
One flash on Kamyu, a Brim Molly, a shock in post plant if they want to go back into main. It's planted really out wide too. Good spot for main to see that.
And Zipto are almost completely offside. Just leaving Alexi here, who gets one, dips out, and joins up with the rest of the team. This is some classic Valorant. Spam through the smoke. Who comes out the better? It fades. And there's no re-smoke to be found.
Molly's out.
Dealing some damage, but you're right. The util is coming in, and that'll lock this round up.
All right. I'm noting some things here. So look at the post lane. You know Visa crew are waiting for it too, because that Molly took about 10 seconds, according to my calculations, for that one to come down. Zipto were using the Astra pull to make sure and buy time for that to come down. So Tara sent out that Molly the same time Shirazi used that pull initially.
So what's the solve then to that post-plant util, knowing that there's the threats of them going for these heavy executes, as we saw in the last round? That's what Visa crew are going to have to figure out this time.
Option one is either hold the site stronger or like flood back in, so you're putting pressure in. You never want to have a high numbers alive in terms of players in a post-plant, because otherwise there's just too much. Obviously, you have options to look for late flanks, things like this, because, I mean, they don't know where Tara was throwing that from, but she was way off in Narnia, chucking that. It kind of looks like old Viper on Breeze Molly lineups outside of A.
All the way back in spawn.
I hate that style, but you know what? If it works for Zip, if it gets them to map 3, it doesn't matter.
You hate it.
Molly aligned it? Come on. Play main and throw mollies? We can do better than that, Mimi.
I have respect for that style.
Is that the only way you can win rounds?
I was playing Viper in 2020. Just doing that.
Sure, like, you and Mixwell were the only 2 people playing Viper in 2020. Everyone thought that agent was terrible.
He was so broken. A lot of ranked teammates yelled at me. Anyways, we're back into this one. Dodds has the first operator in a while, and there's kind of a narrative with Dodds of maybe her going missing when she's not playing the Neon, and that's looking kind of true thus far.
Tough game on the Jet.
Map.
We'll see. Has to get in front of these double stars being placed from Zip. I like the idea of playing for a little bit more mid-space early on, especially the Astra. You can use pull back on the left side, full smoke on the right. And with Dodds being suppressed, you don't want to swing into that line because all of a sudden there's no get out of jail free with the dash. Uh-oh.
Ooh, Alexia reclear is coming her direction.
Wow.
She does well there.
The tracking through the box to hit the headshot, gorgeous.
That is nice stuff.
Yeah, Kinnear's not going to play the round. Just jump away.
Yeah, run back. Can't contest against that KO ult.
Yeah, by the way, look at Spawn right now. There's some ratting going on.
She is literally as far as possible from this site.
Yeah, and then you also have Tara that's getting ready to throw Molly
and
lineups.
The Hunter's Sphere. Can you even go for this if you're
I don't think so.
an operator on this?
It's going to take too long.
There's already so much time gone. Are they going for this?
It appears so. At risk of losing an operator, but Dodds connects the first shot, and they're going to save. Okay, get what they can, and then run on out of there. So some fun things, by the way. So last time, Tara was throwing the Molly from the KO position onto a spike plant all the way off on the corner. This time, it's on the left side because it's a new plant spot. So Zipto, they've been in the sauce. They've been in the Valo plants. They've been in server. They've been getting ready for this. They've got a lot of different post-plant ideas, I'm sure, on both sides.
That's a bad sign for Visa Crew, though. That was out of their timeout, and they could not find a solution.
I mean, the solution they need to be talking about is especially when there's ults coming online. Brimstone ultimate. There's a Sova ult in this round. All that post-plant is crazy. So Visa Crew Blaze, they can't wait and just play retake simulator. They either need to see space more actively on the map or be flooding into that site. You can't just let Zipto plant the spike for free.
That's exactly Zipto's goal. This time, setting their sights towards B, and they've again done well to find the weak site here.
3 players in link, ready to get onto the site, maybe?
Can Visa Crew Blaze contest this play?
They're
going for it, fight back in, but the retakers are instantly taken out of this round. Dodds has replied with something out of her operator, finally delivering a kill.
Right here.
Visa Crew desperately are asking for someone to find a pick.
Another plant position. Paranoia is good. Dodds.
Dodds? She's crazy!
Below her, and she can't wrangle the operator at that range. Alexi sticks around.
Right here.
Tempts Crew to give her another fight, but they will not. They recover the operator, and they concede another round. They might not even keep the guns.
Alexi on the hunt, that's going to be one easy kill. I like some of these attack ideas. I mean, by the way, that plant spot, a little bit funky. On the bottom right side of sight, that box is spammable. So there's even options for like late rewraps from Tara. I know you don't see Brimstone every day, but if you remember some Brimstone play in the past, not the operator.
Oh, just don't knife her. That's all I'm asking, just don't knife her. Okay.
We took the honorable way through.
But that's still a really big piece of the puzzle for Visa Crew taken away.
I'm of 2 minds when it comes to it. Dodds A hasn't really been able to find a lot of those frags with it. And honestly, I think Crew just need guns out. I think they need more options to fight. It's a little bit hard to follow up with the operator. Your team's trying to zoom back into the site. So see if their odds are any better.
Okay, they're back.
They're back. They're so back.
The screeches were gone for a while. It was eerily quiet in the arena. They'll fix that.
I mean, Mimi, we were at risk of having one of the fastest days of VCT Game Changers ever.
Some would say the fastest after that game 1.
But the final remaining Pacific rep still putting up a fight. Shirazi going to spot out the push and the knives. Zipto, they're not going to even mess around on that side of the map. A site pretty free, and that's kind of been consistent, I would say, as a lot of these stack pushes have left A a little bit softer. I think Zipto realizing that and getting in here no problem.
Yeah, they'll express right into the A site. And Inari, I mean, a world of difference in performance from map 1 to now.
Dodd's still on the flank. I think the biggest win for crewing around like this is find out where are those lineup locations and flush those out.
They are different ones, though. Look,
Yeah, they're
this
not
time
actually
they're
playing in their
it.
spots.
Not all the way deep.
3 players now trying to come out from CT. Good flash, but nice follow-up. Kamiu, perfect turn on that one. Sixer facing the wall and gets a few kills.
It is so tough to be the first team who plays against a gimmick comp. And I don't say gimmick comp to belittle the ideas they did, but literally it's completely off meta. It's something different. It relies on different ideas into the post plant, and it is so tough to have to be the squad who's adapting on the fly in the pressure of a match.
And you saw the crew didn't need to adapt in the first half, right? Like, they saved both of their timeouts. They're now using their second one in here. They were able to exploit the weakness of no flank watch, no trip watch on the on the last half, but now they're looking all sorts of misplaced, and I really think the answer for them has to be stop playing to just give up the B side. That has been a big, big weakness in their game plan.
Evasita, it's her last chance in regulation to converse with her team.
It does look like Dodds is going to be picking up the operator again, which I thought was maybe going to be a little different for Visa Crew coming into this round. Zipto just looked so good, sort of deathballing around, fighting together. A lot of times the answer is not just to go for your solo op peaks, but to, you know, sort of match fire with fire, group up yourselves.
You saw it yesterday. Zipto, the first team this tournament that we've seen really test Shopify Rebellion.
And now with their backs against the wall, putting up a really strong fight. All right, heading into this round, Visa Crew Blaze, what are the big pivots? Because in terms of setup, it doesn't seem too different. Still Cypher over on the A side, although I suppose having Mika on this side too. For even heavier stall, because she actually surprisingly didn't even use the knife off the rip, so holding on that one to hit all those players in main if Zipto tried to pop out from behind their smoke.
Spike is heading back towards A.
It's interesting that Zipto are sort of defaulting that room smoke in A lobby.
Yeah.
Make it hard to swing through with an operator. Threaten crossing over into the other side, so it's very uncomfortable to anchor on this A site. We'll see what Mika can do.
So this round is about the post plant. A very close cosmic divide. Mika on the other side of it. Locked off for now.
White
Can anyone
plant again.
contest this plant? No. Kamiu gets it down, and now the game becomes all about the stall.
Both flashes?
Oh, that's good. Mikhaila tries to kill her teammate there, but gets back into front side. This is much pacier from Visa Crew.
But they have to keep fighting because there's still so much post-plant utility. Comedy finds the first kill. There's a Hunter's Fury thrown into the mix as well. But Visa Crew Blaze know they can't slow down. They get onto the Spike, but they're going to have to fight their way through. Spike gets over to half, but Amali will delay things for the time being. Kinnear with a couple of kills, and now the finish. Visa Crew Blaze win theirs.
Okay. Crew get their mojo back. And I think the biggest difference there is that the players were ready immediately on the other side of the wall. They did not miss a beat. Plank comes down, they're fighting for this retake, but I think also maybe a miss from Zipto. That Whip Molly was a little off and it allowed the Spike to go half.
So I think that's a mistake on Kamiu and not on Tara, because in the previous round we saw that similar Spike location. It was further up on the bridge.
But you think maybe it could even go back to that Astro Wall.
It could
not
be the
being deep
Astro
enough.
Wall's fault. Yeah, it's hard to identify all those issues,
Something was a little off.
but that's the problem with playing the lineup game, is that if you don't plant perfectly, you could really throw things away, and losing your jet is one way to do that.
Seems like Visa Crew might be waking up. Does Alexi only have a shot? Okay, switching her gun over.
All good. The Alexop.
That's what they call it. Many people.
Well, maybe they'll start calling her after this round. She's going for the same swing, but it's not going to work.
Yeah, Dodds
Not
a better
against Dodds.
teammate. Almost connected his shot through the smoke.
She's everywhere.
Don't test her.
Stop swinging her. It's not gonna work, people.
They'll flash into this side. Amali as well, but Kinnear is here too, and it's just the perfect high-low for Crew.
That's nice.
What a turnaround! From getting ran over in this second half to now a flawless round win to Visa Crew Blaze.
Okay, so they're starting to win their rounds. Let's identify what's actually changed after the timeout. Well, first of all, Crew, in the round where it's lineup central, they're fighting super aggressively into main. Now, Dodds, finding those early kills with the operator, but you can see that Visa Crew, they're not just falling off the site after they find that pick, like they've done before.
Don't peek, I agree.
Exactly, and they're staying up there in those fights. I think it's so important they keep trying to flood into the sites.
The nightmare for Zipto is here again, the operator. Oh, connects an opener onto an Arian.
Oh, Kinnear's jumping
that
forward.
trade back. What is going on? Diving through. Kinnear's dead, but Dodds is doubled up. The KO revived, and it's back even.
In this post plant, Tar's gonna have an ultimate. Visa Crew Blaze, they already are out. They're already looking for the fight. Biozic in front of the ult, but Kamio takes her down. Tar with a third kill on the round thanks to the ult, but Mika has been so elite today. Now in a 1v2, sees a shoulder on the left side. Can she isolate her fights? It's a little bit messy right now, but she's still in it.
Do they expect her to wrap around? Mikhaila, they're lined up for her, but Tara, hold on tight. 4 kills in the rounds for the newest edition to get Zipto up to map point.
Wow, the 4-piece there is absolutely nice. I love that. I mean, look at that. First of all, sending Kinnear down into the ground. 12,000 feet.
I think a paranoia and a fight forward off of that first op shot was the idea.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Because the last time it was just the op on that site. They hadn't expected it.
Hold on, Zipto are gonna maybe keep this game a little quicker. All 5 of their members are waiting outside A, and Crew has no one home.
Yeah, Crew's going for an aggro piece themselves, perhaps. Knife over on B side, spotted out nothing, so Visa Crew instantly blazing it over towards the A site.
But Zipto haven't gone for it yet. They have to wait for their own brim smoke to fall.
They're in now.
Yeah, and the Cypher trips didn't get any value.
And because they know it's a light Cypher hold, Aneri is all the way up in backside. Zipto know they can leave these forward players that they haven't shown in a few rounds. Crew aren't expecting them to be this far up.
Last time they showed a heavier on-site post plant. This time the wrinkle is that post plant. And there's already a lot of time gone. Crew have got to go quickly if they want to stay alive in this map. 2 players in the cloud burst. Alexi! An incredible spray transfer for Zipto to push this series to a 3rd map.
What a hold there! Alexi and Aneri. Alexi finds 3 kills out of that, but it's Aneri with the cloudburst that gave them that fortress to play out of and dodge away the flash. That was gorgeous.
It looked like a stomp for Visa Crew Blaze, but Zipto are back. This series will end on Pearl when we return.
¿Cuál sería un agente que tipo a vos te gustaría jugar en tu equipo, pero que las chicas no quieren que juegues, tipo que no te dejan jugar?
Race.
¿Race?
Yo era duelista antes.
Sí, bueno, hay veces que se juega doble duelista, entonces tal vez ahí puedes llegar a entrar en algunas composiciones, tal vez.
Y hay que verlo.
Hay que verlo,
no sé.
pero te gustaría jugar Race de vuelta.
No sé si quiere eso, pero nada, por mi parte sí me re gustaría. Obvio.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. We just completed the second map, and Pacific stays in the game. Camille there, definitely one of our highlight players, which we will jump into later. But guys, I gotta say, I'm a little relieved. I was ready to just give it up and go home, and I think Ender said it on the broadcast, this was almost gonna be the fastest day here at Game Changers, but Zipto brought it back, as they usually do. They like to give you a little bit of stress. And now, there was a moment where Camille got this 3K, and then things started to shift a little bit.
Yeah, I think, well, I think we can roll the clip, but basically the game was spiraling out of control, and I think that she was definitely one of the players that really turned the game on its head with just some solid individual brilliance that stopped this game going from, well, I guess from bad to worse, because we were looking at, what, a 7-2 scoreline, and until that point, I think an 8-4 was almost generous.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about the first gun round that they have. And remember what I was saying about Chipto being the kind of team where you do not want to give the momentum away? I think that was the momentum turning completely for them. They understood how to stop Crew's attack, and they were feeling themselves. They were in the zone. We start hearing the screaming, the yelling. Now is when we know that Chipto was back.
Yeah, they were getting activated there, and winning that pistol again on the second half definitely saved them a bit and helped carry them forward. Even though we were talking about this, they win their pistol rounds, but it doesn't always convert to a map win. Funnily enough, Zipto is just one of those odd teams. Now, what are we looking at?
I wanted to take a look at this round, because it's the bonus round, right? And we will talk a little bit more about this composition and the strengths that it has. But one thing that works so well for Chipto is this fast pace. This is something that they do in APAC all of the times, and they have to understand that one of the strengths of their composition relies on the post plant. So getting the spike down gives you a lot of leverage to work around in the round. Even with Romy putting this in a situation already favorable for Crew, them keeping this kind of playstyle with Camille again having the performance that she was having guarantees that conversion, and that is exactly what they needed to keep the rounds on their favor. Because as I'm saying, just think about all the things and all the utility that you have for a post plant with an Astra, a KO, a Brimstone, and a Sova.
But that was the thing that sort of made me nervous, was the fact that when they lost a round, they then changed everything they were doing, just for one, and that was the round where I think Dodds gets 3 kills with the Operator, because they went from this really direct, aggressive, all-in play style to playing spread across the map in a default, and they got picked apart. Thankfully, they then went straight back to the aggressive post plant, and we saw them end it out with the, I think it was the Alexi 3K, which was just crazy, but that was the thing. I was scared for a second that they were going to really slow down and play this default, because it just doesn't work with this comp.
It does not work for them. And even Dodds called it. Yeah.
We understood it.
Even Dodds called it out. Don't peek. Don't peek. And thankfully,
don't peek, dash onto me.
Yeah. Just, you know, they started using the utility again and just flooding into sites. And like you guys said, that really works, especially with a comp like this.
That has never been played before. We know, and we were talking about it, that Abyss is not a map that has a lot of reps globally, but this specific composition surprisingly fits the plans for Chipto very, very well.
Yeah, it ended up working out. It didn't look like that in the beginning. We had a lot of question marks on the first half until things started picking up. But this is promising for the team of Zipto, for those of you who are supporting Pacific, because there was a moment where we're like, oh, we're sending all the teams home, perhaps. But we are going to go into Pearl. Now, Zipto, they had mixed performance on this, but generally, again, weird comp, but it plays really well.
I think the fact that Alexi closed up that map with that 3K, her going on the jet, also with the operator usage and the sniper usage that she's having overall, I think is a very, very important part for Chipto on this last map. Because their opponent, Crew, has not played this map, obviously, this year, because it just entered the rotation. So this core, this new Crew that we're seeing is breaking through and just making new achievements for the org, has never played this map.
Now, for those of you watching, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are really excited, this is the third map. Spam now in chat who's going to win map 3 and who's going to advance through the lower bracket. Is it going to be Crew or Zipto? Tom, how are you feeling now? You were like really steadfast on your Visa Crew Blaze
I
prediction.
think this one's interesting because we're heading into the unknown for Visa Crew Blaze. I think that obviously the driver's seat now has to be with Zipto. They've got a couple of reps on this map. They played it versus Shopify, and at least on their defensive side, they look very good. Like, I think the aggression that they show on this map is really difficult to play against. So I am then going to be looking a little bit more at Crew and saying, okay, what have you got in your locker to deal with that? They did struggle when it came to their attack, but you're up against Fluorescent, it's a different ball game. The second you're up against a team like that, I think Sarah also had an amazing game when it came to the second half of Pearl. So I do think that, yeah, as the chat sort of says, I think Zipto are probably favorites. Now, maybe not by that much, but I do think that we wouldn't be going to this map if Visa Crew Blaze weren't prepared.
I'm watching our broadcast. That's what they're doing. They're watching in Spanish. Come on. I mean, you definitely cannot miss that one. But I agree with you, Tom. Crew is going into the unknown, and the 2 reps that Shipto has gotten in this tournament, in this map, has been against EMEA. Like, especially with the composition that they're running the harbor, something that is very popular on that side of the planet. I think that they got, if there was any weaknesses that they could exploit, that was exploited there.
Oh, here we go.
No, I think I like seeing the Asherin. I think for post plants is always going to be difficult. I think this is a little bit more standardized. The Neon not being surprising at all with them pulling that through and sticking in more so with that Sentinel, which is, again, I feel like Zipto are very happy to play without it. A lot of other teams aren't going to match them on that.
It's been a while since I've seen Konir like being very, very comfortable on the Astra, because out of all the controllers that she plays, Astra is not on the top 3. We know that it is a no-man world, especially in this last month. So I really, really want to see how she's going to be doing, because I think that she's getting exponentially better in this competition.
I think there's also a lot of value with potential double lurks having her on that. The thing they have to be careful of, though, is that Aniri and Alexi are going to be pushing all over the map. So if you're caught in your astral form, you are dead to rights. And the same for Romy. She's going to be lurking. They're going to try and catch her.
Well, let's see if Coach Bebe has picked up on some of the Zipto tactics. I think this last map is going to be extremely thrilling. It's going to be a nail biter. We're going to go to the last map of today. It's going to be one of these 2 teams continuing through the lower bracket. Let's go back to our casters, Mimi and Ender.
Well, MIBR awaits one of these 2 teams. The other will be going home tonight. And for Visa Crew Blaze, they are staking their life on a map they have not played in more than a year in an official.
Absolute madness that we're finding ourselves here on this 3rd and final map. And honestly, Visa Crew Blaze, wind taken completely out of their sails. They were crushing in the first half of map number 2, but now forced to go to a 3rd to close things through.
Big fight coming towards mid from Zipto.
Zipto, they fight you actively. We saw them against Shopify yesterday. Really challenging them, especially early on. This time, threatening 3-4 players going onto a flank, just completely giving up this A site for now.
They've got the scent of Crew. And they'll send this full flank through.
But I mean, Visa Crew Blaze are very aware of this.
They could just flip them out very
I really
easily
like the
here.
secret control they've taken. The post plant, it's not really planted for them, but you still have a lot of maneuverability on this site.
That is an issue, right? If this site gets taken, how are they going to actually deny the defuse? There is a weak point in this retake. That's Tara. She's alone against Romy, but faster than her. The retake through main has already started to come in, and Crew is coming out the better of it. Dot spins around for a double. Now Romy has heard all of this happening and finally makes her moment in this round. So well done by Visa Crew Blaze there.
That was really nice. I mean, Dodds is obviously fragging out, but Romy waiting behind the wall. Tara sort of gave her that room to play with. Good way to start things off here with pistol win. And also good for Dodds to find a couple of kills. I mean, you look at the last few maps and it hasn't really been the duelist star show that we've expected. It's been a lot more of the initiator stepping up. Mikaela having a crazy couple of games. Kamyu looking really solid on the KO as well.
But the difference is that Dodds was not playing the Neon. And Neon,
True.
She has proven that's her agent.
Yeah.
When she plays Neon, she is unreal.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that on Haven, of course, in the 13-6 victory.
I mean, she was owning on that map.
That she was. Looks like Zipto guessed wrong again with their stack, and Visa Crew gonna dodge that one out, no problem. It is worth saying that, I mean, look, Zipto, they're a little bit funky with the comps they're running, whether it was the Brimstone last map or the Double Duelist here. I really like the way they pair up Inari and Alexi early on in rounds, using sort of an Inari stun to follow up that first shot that you take. It's really effective versus Shopify.
Oh, Duds is going to be overrun there. A kill with the classic too? What's going on here? It's a post plant for long, but it still is just going to come down to the spam. There's a gamble in that one. Pull. Gets rid of the first one. They'll finally break that cove, but Shirazi is starting to stick this one, and no one's stopping Shirazi. Finally, she's forced off by the dark, but it's just down to Romy. She only has a ghost. Where did it go? So wrong for Visa Crew Blaze.
It's all Commune. I'm telling you, Commune again steps back. This is now 3 games in a row. She has been having ridiculous impact. This time it's on the fade with a ghost. For a MasterCard Thrifty, I mean, come on.
Unreal. That spray transfer is nice. Even gets Romy at the end too.
Watch out for the microphones.
When Kamiya was on the desk, I was asking her about her teammates yelling, and she was like, it is very clearly distracting. We cannot hear the comm for next round. But I think Alexi earned her opportunity.
Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You have to yell.
How else do you react?
There's no other sane way to do it.
Not going to have energy?
No.
Lame.
Talk to Alexi. But hey, look, Dodds has the Bucky. Can do some crazy things. Are blinded up, and Dodds is right back into the round. Good answer from Shirazi, and somehow she survives.
Dude, watching Neon with a Bucky is like Pete Jordan on the court, just crosses them up, and now Dodds is going in for more.
Oh no!
Somebody stop her! She's popping the ult! She's going after another! And she might just hunt down the ace here. That's 4! Dodds cannot do it! But she's done enough.
It's Commune, though. No one else has a gun. What can she do? Player spotted out, but the shots are not found. I mean, it is back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Another MasterCard Thrifty. Back to back. Okay.
Just as simple as that. I mean, we'll see in the replay again, but it's a beautiful flash setup from Mikaela to actually send Dodds down that lane and find that first kill.
One enemy remaining.
But I'll be honest with you, I don't think LeBron can move like that.
No.
Like to see him try, but I don't think he can.
Dodds moves a little different.
Neon in basketball go crazy.
She would. Neon in baseball. Hold on. The Shohei Ohtani of stealing.
Okay. Let's see this one, though. Tucked up in the corner, though. Inari unspotted. That's 1 kill. Can she find anything else on the way out?
Oh
She can!
Round B.
That's incredible! It's each Neon in back-to-back rounds having their moment.
The thing is, I saw them set up that play a couple of times
Christy,
versus
this was an
Shopify.
eco.
I know.
This would be a third eco round in a row.
I'd never seen her get that off, though. Again, though, it is 3 sheriffs. There is room to work with.
And it's Biazik. They all... No way in hell has Biazik stolen that round back. It's pandemonium.
Absolute filth. Visa Crew Blaze stick the round through. The Red Bull clutch. I mean, look at this. First of all, 6 shots coming through from Inari.
One enemy remaining.
That's 4 kills instantly.
Both of those spray transfers in the same round. Can we please have some respite? Just slow the game down a little.
No, it's delivering. Game 3. I mean, both these teams playing for their tournament lives. And it's not slowing down anytime soon. Quick A main control seized by Visa Crew. And remember, one thing that we haven't really seen yet this half, but is the truth of the comp, Zipto don't have any sort of flank watch. So the more Visa Crew Blaze can put on early pressure and pull players onto the A side of the map, the more you're actually going to open up for late lurks on the Cypher. And really the game is going to be an exercise in not over-rotating. That missed shot is going to haunt Alexi, I fear. Wow.
I was a little scared to retest it, though.
Alexi repositioned up towards heaven. I think a good read from Zipto. Not over-rotating off this A side, anticipating the re-hit to come through.
She's already popped Dash.
Here.
I don't think she'll be able to make a play with it now.
I think
Just
they had
fades
audio
away.
down long. That's what sent it.
Zipto. They're gonna play the flood retake here. Hunter's Fury. That's from the attack. And Dodds.
Look at Dodds.
He's already in deep. She'll be taken down by Alexi.
But only 25 seconds left. The spike hasn't been planted.
Aneri.
Everyone's up in front of this Astra wall. Visa Group Blaze, they have to find something in the round, but Kamiyu's not going to let it happen. 3 players fall, one after another, and it's another 3-piece from Kamiyu.
Okay. Again, we're talking about the duelists, the star players, but it is these initiators stepping up big. 8-3 to start for Kamiyu.
Oh, the flash timing, just off on that one. But then, yeah, take a look at that. Not
Seemingly
too
the
bad.
first honest round in the game, by the way. That's not a clutch or an eco win.
And yet it still came down to, what, 10, 15 seconds left on the clock?
Yeah. Dodds has a Bucky.
Yep.
Going B long with the Bucky.
Nobody's on B.
No. Which makes me a little more scared about that Bucky.
Yeah, interesting play into mid. We saw a Haunt, a Prowler sent out, even this push wall from the Harbor, blocking off Aneri's line of vision. I think that was to set up some spam from the hump, but what it meant is that B-side's open. Like, they're on the site, people. Aneri's finding a kill in mid, but check out the smoke in B link. There's opportunities for Dodds to do some gnarly things with the shotgun.
Shirazi's gonna have to go through her.
That's in spawn.
Dodds with the Bucky. There's no one helping Shirazi. Oh, but she just swings out and eviscerates the Neon. Now, Aneri here. And doing well to work this retake. There are still problems on this site, though. And Kinnear is public enemy number 1. Is there a timing? Diffuse coming through
It's
now.
halved, yeah.
Tara holds things down, and Zipto win on the anti-eco.
Yeah, that round very nearly got away from Zipto, I felt. Even finding the early pick
If
into
Dodds
mid.
got that kill, she
Yes.
gets a gun, she tucks in, it's a different round.
Because what happened was after they got this kill in mid, everyone went their own separate ways. It was like 1v, 1 player on their own, 2 players going on the flank. Zipto very nearly ran into a situation where they just weren't grouped together, and Visa Crew were.
Despite having a Bucky last round, Dodds has a Sheriff again
Yeah,
this one.
it was the rest of the team had
Did
guns.
have guns, yes.
I think it was just a low buy from Dodds, and I mean had some good luck B execing before. You wouldn't associate the B site with Bucky execs, but Dodds doesn't play by your silly rules.
You're mentioning how mid can be a problem when you're playing no Sentinel, and for the first time really this game, Visa Crew Blaze is putting a little attention on that area of the map.
The thing is, Zipto have solved it usually by just playing pretty aggressively around there. Tara has looked really good in this art space.
Yeah.
A couple of really nice holds. Thinking back to a couple of games ago when they played that. But also
That smoke blocks off Shirazi though.
yeah, right now Zipto are just setting up sort of crossfire ideas in art. They've got this big push from a jet down onto B long, so they're allowed to overinvest more players into that space.
And Aerie swings that. I don't think she even saw anyone before she lost her head.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Zipto
No one's
fell out of
poking
their
the heart.
space.
They know Kamiyu's on site. The util's coming in, but is this even where Crew's finishing?
I don't know, because now 3 players have rotated in. There's still a jet pushing down into long now over a tripwire.
They have to go A. 30 seconds. Kamiyu is taking down the first in this hit, but Biazik has still at least found 1 kill. Plant is really the issue, and Zipto have done well to deal with that. They just hold these crossfires back sight. Oh, that's an operator walking into the Sheriff.
Oh dear.
Free kill. Hello, Romy.
It's a 2-on-2, but 10 seconds left. Kinnear has to get the spike somehow and still plant. You're going to get spammed if you try to go for it. Kinnear finally grabs that one, goes for the safe plant, and will actually get it down.
So
Are you
Romy has
kidding?
an op. A Sheriff on Kinnear, but they actually managed to escape to good post-plant positions.
There's just no way, right?
There's a cove for Tara. That should be the linchpin.
But they're low.
There's the pull. That'll nullify out the orb. Kinnear does damage, but cannot get the kill. So Romy is alone. They're forced to use the ult to deal with her. She runs in, Sheriff in hand. And Tara ends the madness.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds are trying to slip away.
But still, they had to use a Harbor ultimate just to win an anti-eco.
Yeah.
That's a big tool gone.
I think it was a big miss from Zip. I didn't see exactly the reason why, but Shirazi left B-Link really early in the round, and that sort of forced Tar to rotate over and cover that, and then Anaria's solo and Arc just got domed by the Sheriff. Felt like one piece in their defense crumbled, and then all of a sudden everyone's taking solo fights, and that's something they don't want to have happen, because you're going to get punished by a team like Crew.
Timeout called for Visa Crew Blaze. You heard the chants out of the Zipto camp. They've now won 3 rounds in a row here. And it seems like most of these rounds, Crew has just been losing out to Zipto's flood retakes that have looked really good. Their team fighting has been on point this map.
Yeah, it's been a couple of times now, for sure. I wonder what the solve is for Visa Crew. I think maybe some more like pump fakes into a site. Like there was a moment where they had the choice to, do we full exec into A or do we rotate out? And they chose to go for that full exec, even though 3 players had the time at that point to rotate in.
I would like to see them try and get Romy embedded in mid too, if they could get a lurk active.
Yeah, because right now, as you're saying, they're sort of playing 4 or 5 players alive on site in the post plan.
I mean, it's just been like team fight against team fight most of these rounds.
Stop playing honorably.
Yeah.
Let's get
I mean,
dishonorable.
you're playing against a no Sentinel comp.
Yeah. Let's
the
start
rare
punishing
circumstance where academic dishonesty is actually good.
It's never good, folks. Don't do that. Unless they don't catch you.
No, don't.
Don't do it, don't do it. Honestly, though, Visa Crew, they did such a good job punishing that back in the last map. Let's see if they can do it this time around. 4 players into A main early on, but classic default from Zipto versus Shopify was that early harbor wall into A. Funny to see Crew just completely disrespect it.
Zipto always have such a quick reaction to the initial bit of noise. They're already walking 3 players into mid.
Yeah, have some options for a quick flank or just waiting to see when Romy's going to peek her head there.
Whose responsibility is this? Kinnear's making quite a bit of noise running back.
I mean, it's the Tripwire's responsibility, you'd imagine. I'm a bit surprised, honestly, to see Kinnear actually hard holding for
the
this.
issue about the Trip is it's not taking its job super seriously, instead very far back, giving away that space in mid.
Okay, look, the Trip is doing its hardest out there. It's doing exactly what we told her to do. Justice for Trips. Quickly into the A site now and actually wrapping around into Art.
Neri, 2 players waiting. Romy holding on to this one, and Neri looks away. Doesn't get the kill now. Visa Crew have the site.
Yeah, the fish into Art was the real winner there, I think, for Crew. Tara, the only player left over in that area, and looks like just barely Visa Crew are going to be able to escape into main for the post plant.
You are divided. Blades for Alexi. Tap on the spike, but they know they need to take the fight to Crew. Alexi wasn't fully checking that corner and is punished as a result. Stick coming through though. Shirazi's gotten this one halfway, but there's the utility.
Shots come in. There was going to be a late flank from Romy in case things didn't quite work out. Good cancel on the defuse, and Visa Crew are going to end up winning out that round. It didn't look like it was going to go that easily for them, I don't think.
This was so weird.
Yeah, I mean, I love the ideas of like smoking the left side, both the Astra and the harbor wall, but yeah, there, as soon as the KO nade interrupts the defuse, round slips away.
Zipto, 3 players start mid this round. And Aries gonna get her turn with the Bucky on Neon.
I feel like Zipto have to know that space was taken outside of B, because the A main fights have been so loud from Crew. Also, Anaria's posed with a Bucky right outside double doors.
Yeah, the thing is, playing double smokes, double duelists, you're giving up that KO that you can normally be default knifing there and getting a lot of early info.
Now, nice thing for Zipto is they do have Camu's ult for the retake. That Fade ulti, really powerful in a situation like that, so they are very happy to 5v5 retake.
How far in is Dodds gonna go?
All the way.
Of course, it's
Oh, yeah.
Dodds. She's
Still going.
it straight towards spawn. Alexi picks the right timing to swing against the Neon, and now Shirazi sneaks around and takes down Mikaela as well. This is very nice from Zipto on the retake thus far. Only Romy left alive, cut off by this utility. And there's that trade Zipto we're looking for.
Wow. Camu doesn't even need to send the Nightfall into that one, not when Alexi is taking out Dodds. I think Zipto also did a really good job of sort of slicing up the site, isolating Romy out on long. So Visa Crew, even though they had some numbers, weren't able to really fight together. They all ended up getting ISO'd off from one another. Zipto have the advantage once again. I mean, look at that shot. That's a full running Neon. Not the easiest target in the world to hit, especially on a timer. But there you have it. Is see all these players sort of forced to get back in front of the harbor wall. I think Visa Crew need to decide which side they want to fight on that earlier.
Yeah, I think some of those early rounds, Zipto was kind of rushing these retakes, was getting caught off guard by the forward plays from Crew. They're playing a lot slower now and taking the time to deal with dots.
Yeah, it's like they always have 4 players in mid and are ready to rotate over into a site.
Mid, though, a forthcoming fight. Mikhaila peeks through and the crossfire is just too good from Zipto. That's the spike.
Yeah,
on the ground.
You just can't fight into that area. I would have expected Crew's prep told them that.
Yazik steal it?
Yeah, not going to be easy.
I think she might be able to grab it through the smoke, but Spam's going to come off of that. There's a kill for Kinnear, but the spike has been recovered. Stun incoming. Aniri is sending it on Yazik, and the spike is straight back where it started.
Yeah, we've got Giga Lurks on both sides of the map going through B and A right now, but I have a hard time imagining this is going to work. Honestly,
watching all these angles.
I'm shocked that Crew just stepped into that trap because that star has been Zipto's default for the last 3 times they played this map.
Hold on, though. It was a 2v4. They've gotten 1 kill. There's still 45 seconds.
Don't feed the hope. Don't feed the hope.
No. Look, they're walking.
There's not with the hat.
Info. Yeah, they still have smokes. Kinnear might.
Tara does, Shirazi does.
Blocking vision.
Zipto should not let the spike get away. Kinnear?
Wait.
Is there a timing?
Wait.
She's
17
walked
seconds.
up so far, no one is looking at Kinnear.
Stop it.
No one's holding all 3 players, but she's only gotten 1. And the time now is the biggest issue. Just run away, win the round. Zipto nullify the threat. But my God, did it look doable for a second.
I swear, Crew are a team that always make you think there's a chance in the most ridiculous situation. This is what I'm talking about. That Astra pull, that's like part of sort of Zip's sort of default strategy, because usually if you're playing like a Killjoy or something, you have a turret watching that angle. Without that sense, you have to put bodies onto that line. And Crew didn't even bait it out first. They just sort of dove into that one, thought they could snag up a kill before it came on through, and were shut down for it.
I'm out of here.
Visa Crew are gonna save for the last round of the half.
Once again, Zipto just playing a lot of bodies in mid. Get ready to flood into whichever side Crew decide to finish.
The double duelist set up from Zipto on this A site.
Kind of expecting Crew to find that kill, maybe look into Art. They've got 2 players still in mid, now setting up on those lurks. And as these players potentially rotate over into A, that's going to open up your pathways for those lurks to get on in there.
In order to infiltrate, though, they still have to get past Shirazi.
Yeah.
Here.
She wants to fight here.
Don't think so. Just saying that, hey, I could cross, we could go anywhere. Right now, Zipto have no forward information. I mean, look at this hold. All you're seeing over towards B long is there. All you're seeing into A main is that line. Art, you have no info. B main, you have no info. This map is so hard for Zipto to play, even though it is an anti-eco.
KO ult. Dodds. The Bucky sending it in, and Shirazi will deny any shenanigans, but here comes those players back through mid. The util is just so good for Visa Crew. But still, Kamiyu holding strong. She has been such a monster for Zipto thus far, and she looks to do it again. 2 players left. Anari finds one, and now it's all down to Kamiyu.
15 seconds, Spike is out in the open. Romy has to move and move fast, but with the Nightfall down, the reposition is perfect. Kamiyu is playing a perfect game.
What a round for her. It was an eco that almost slipped away.
Never discount
still,
Crew. It's
even
always
still.
close. It's always close.
She is 17-6 thus far this map.
That's my initiator player.
And that's the thing about Zipto. People talk a lot about Anari, about Alexi, but Alexi's 3-9 right now, and this team is still playing some fantastic Valorant. Anyone can step up when they need them.
Yeah. 17 kills in 11 rounds on the fade. I mean, how many multi-frags has she found? All right, quick over into B. And Alexi in that same corner we saw Neri get so many kills earlier with.
She wants to get out of there, though. Little too much pressure being applied.
Yeah, the Astra pull, everything. But there's already 3 players from Zip here to defend.
Yeah, Alexi is now on top of this box. Dart broken for her. There's a player directly below. That's a freebie for Alexi. She'll dive back, stunned up, and the Astra wall actually blocks Dodds from getting the trade.
Dodds. Right up on that wall. This spot is so good. Zipto can't rush as they make it through. Dodds maybe even looking for a little bit of a knife on the opposite side. But all in all, Crew just bank their money back in sight.
Crew need this round. And Dodds needs to be the player to deliver it, but she's stunned up and gone. Zipto's retake is just too good.
The full deafen landed from Kamiya, the shots as well. And for the first time ever, 3 maps in a row, it's 8-4. The first time ever, we have Zipto leading.
One enemy remaining.
In the upper bracket, Visa Crew Blaze had G2 Gosen on the ropes, one of the tournament favorites, and they were on the verge of beating them. But they let 5 rounds in a row slip, and now they're down in the lower bracket. And it's a somewhat similar tale again. They were ahead after winning map 1 into the second half of map 2, and then it slides away. And now down 8-4. They have to rally back if they want to stay alive in this tournament.
They've got to channel a bit of that energy, but in the reverse now, and get it working for themselves once again. I mean, it has been a slide. The last 7, or the last 8 rounds, they've lost 7 of them.
Zipto, though, you really have to credit them for rallying back into this series. They looked down and out going into that 4th half of the series.
True.
But now here they are, just a few rounds away from at very least repeating their placement from last year. Another top 4 game against a Brazilian squad.
Very different way of getting here, but history may yet repeat itself. Zipto playing for A early on, and while they've locked in 2 duelists, really it has been the Kamiya show so far. See if that changes in the pistol. As Aneri plays for the early ultimate on that Neon. Big tool in the bonus round, but the wall comes up.
Good stall here for Crew, and I think that's just a follow-up off of the trip for a very good opener. There's that trip, active yet again, but this time there won't be any kill picked up.
And Zipto are gonna hold on to art controls. This flood comes in on the other side. Nice shots, back to back. That tandem team from backside, but they can't quite keep it alive.
1v2 for Aneri. Spike's not really planted for her, and she's getting double swung into there. Almost had it, but can't pull it across the line. So Visa Crew Blaze, it's close, but it's a big pistol round there, 1.
That it is. Now, let's not forget the absolute madness that kicked off this 3rd map, remember? It was a 1 pistol into Zipto winning that 2nd round.
3 thrifties in a row.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And that's what sort of started this snowball that went the way of Zipto in the 1st half. It's gonna be necessary that Visa Crew keep things clean here in the 2nd round or risk a similar tale.
7 right now for Kamiyu, by the way.
3-1 KD, not too shabby at all.
Oh.
Actually, Kamiyu playing for that orb as well, so only 3 off the Nightfall. Wow, Dart just went down on B long. And actually, that allowed the full step up from Dodds. So now the lean over into the A side is going to be fully ready for what Zipto have to throw, assuming they stick this push over here, which, as the spike heads into A main, you'd imagine.
And again, Visa Group Blaze have some pretty good utility on this A side as well.
It's wild, though, that Crew have given up all of this space. I mean, look how passively they're holding with the KO and the Sova. They don't want to give any early or easy fights over to Zipto. They know how dangerous this team is with the pistols.
Yeah, I think they really want to pick when they fight. Don't let those sheriffs blindside you. Kinnear, though, into the smoke.
No
Not enough
bullets!
bullets! That's only 1 for 1. Romy will clean up for a double. And this one shouldn't get too chaotic. There's only 2 members left alive.
She's still got like multiple trips down on the side as well.
30 seconds left.
And everyone else from Visa Crew is starting to arrive on this site. That's for seeming like a much better tail from round 2 of this game. And they'll convert it cleanly. They only drop Kinnear. Guns to be kept into the next round. That's exactly what Visa Crew needed.
I wonder if this setup from Crew is going to maintain too with these very sort of deep holds. Because I think one thing that Zipto have been able to catch some teams, including Shopify Rebellion, by surprise with a little bit is the early aggro pieces sliding down, especially into B-Link. It's very hard to play the close angles against a Neon and a Jet. They're going to be flying your way. I mean, even just looking at the default stars that are placed down, those are 2 of the better spots to have bodies early on in a round.
That trip's interesting. I think just trying to catch a Jet updrafting into heaven. That Cypher gives you a lot more options on this defensive side.
And that's actually good counter prep too, because we saw Alexi do that did they play yesterday or 2 days ago?
We have seen the pro though. And that tripwire was triggered, broken instantly though. The second one connects as well, and finally Romy will find the kill. So bait and snare works out to kill the duelist.
The trips catching Alexi, gotta love that. Now Orb goes down to guarantee the plant. Can't really do that against the KO nade, so a little bit of damage on the way out.
That's some damage. Here comes Dodds. Sliding in. There's
Stun!
2 players stunned up, but somehow she only gets 1. Now the other Neon goes sliding forward as well in an airy. Wants to be the one to make something here. No. Taken down by Romy. Crew win their retake, win their bonus, and are right back in this game.
Beautiful news for Visa Crew Blaze. Staying right back in it. I mean, look at this. The stun into backside was really nice, but then I also liked the choice. I think was it Romy? Yeah, stayed on top of heaven there instead of falling down. So having that angle adjustment just wasn't so simple for Tar to adjust to. Couldn't make that one happen.
There's already a timeout being called from Zipto.
Yeah, and honestly, Zipto, it was their attacking side versus Shopify where they really sort of fell apart and got clobbered a bit.
I mean, they had real chances to push Shopify on defense.
Yeah, and chances as well to very easily coast through this second half and move on to the top 4, but now after losing the bonus, those chances are slipping away. That said, I think the biggest question for Zipto, you can see it at the bottom of your screen, like Nightfall plus the Neon ultimate, like there's some serious options for Zipto to play into this round. They're not gonna have guns, but in terms of like ultimate combos, those are some of the better ones.
They really are.
The decay plus the zappy hands is just crazy.
Technical term.
The zappy hands, I don't know why Riot didn't just name it that. That's just so much easier to say, the zappy hands.
You should talk to the devs. I think that's a good idea.
I know a guy. Phone up Penguin, he'd do it for me.
Yeah. Let's see what they were plotting in that timeout though. As you mentioned, the zappy hands for an airy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, Alexi too is going to be rocking into a stinger in this round, so I'd imagine like mid fights are really good. Like anywhere we can fight in a more condensed space, B-Link, ART. That's where Zipto are going to want to attack.
And I think that's especially good for Neon, right? The stun is so good in those close quarters.
I mean, you look where Michaela is standing right now. That's on top of a star, so it'll just be the counter knife to stall this out, but the timing could be really bad. Yeah, take that gun out.
She thinks something might be afoot in mid.
At least Biazik is going to be there for a little support. Some nice shots onto Shirazi, and there we go. We got the kills. Utility not timed perfectly from Zipto, and Kyle's not going to let you get away with that.
Yeah, the issue with those mid fights is you're always going to have an instantaneous Astra Star reacting.
Yeah. Some nice things, even down in numbers, though. You see a push wall sent from Tara in main to help Kamiyu cross on over into Art. How ready are we for this? It's a bit mission impossible here on the site, and Kamiyu finds another. She just keeps getting hers.
They're investing the ult? Okay, they're going for this one, and Shirazi picks off Romy. The dart there is very good, reveals the player close, swing off, but the cove at the last second saves Zipto. And the Sheriffs light up the feed for more. It's a 1v1. Kamiyu, she has been the absolute hero for Zipto, and she has to do it again. She has!
She's unbelievable!
She's having a life game here with elimination on the line. 24-9, Christy.
She just gets it done. I am sorry. That is ridiculous. Sending the ult in that? That's a MasterCard Thrifty round. They had nothing going.
30 seconds left.
My brain saw that ult and immediately thought, this is troll. This is an overinvestment. But Kamiyu is full confidence.
The absolute value I just saw from the Harbor Cove, completely saving Kamiyu's life, ridiculous. But we're right back into the next one. This is after, by the way, Zipto had lost the bonus, and now it's like equalized. It's like nothing happened.
And this time it's a bit slower. But Zipto
For
are
now.
still looking towards A.
Here comes the pop. It's about to go through. Kunir against the wall, just gets the 1-for-1. And now the site slowly coming under control of Zipto.
Neri is suppressed, so her ult is just going to continue to tick away here.
Think about post plants, though. Shirazi has the wall to be able to put down. Tara, if you give her the plant, that's going to be the ult, but they're hunting.
Yeah, they're walking up Art here, but there's only one player to receive.
Zipto are so patient in this play. They love these forward fights.
Are they even going to commit here? They have options. They wanted that fight. They don't get it for now.
Yeah, they're planting it for Art control. I really like this post plant.
Oh, Romy over the top. That is a really important kill. The hero is dead. And everyone else is too. Visa Crew Blaze. Stun on that retake.
Wow, Dodd's coming through the wall there. Coming alive a bit. Visa Crew Blaze going to that call was really gutsy because they have no idea what's on the other side of that wall. It had been down, no audio, nothing like that. But they took their chance on the timing, comboing it with the utility. And they sort of caught Zipto split up a bit. A couple players in Art, only one player to guard the planter, thinking the wall was going to be enough. And the gamble pays off massively. Yeah, me too.
Zipto on an eco. But this map, that hasn't meant much.
It's just back and forth, baby.
Unrelenting this
Wow.
game.
But what do Zipto do on their low buys? Okay, it's a lot of this mid control. They love this fight into B-Link. This time actually jumping into connector.
So they've started to kind of blow up the map here.
Yeah.
Cause trouble in a lot of different areas.
I like the way Crew react to it though. Keeping their options open.
Yeah, that's a very good stun. Fragments Alexia from the rest of the team.
Kamiyu, stop it.
Just give her a
Stop
sheriff
it.
every round. She got hers.
Yeah, you can only kill her when she's dart tagged through a smoke.
Yeah. Plants down, that's already a pretty good outcome for Zipto, but they would like more. They're popping the ult. And Alexia has a gun. Okay, dart into the smoke. And that ult isn't gonna get them a kill. It'll just buy time for now.
I mean, look where Shirazi is in B-Link. They have a really nice 180-degree crossfire.
That is so tough to burst through, but Dodds will be the one to blow it wide open. 2 for 2. Tara alone, 20 health.
But a Vandal.
Picked up. But the shock dart. Thorough from Biazik. This game is tied.
9-9 here.
I don't know if I've ever watched a game where you have to give this much reverence to every anti-eco round.
Anti-eco isn't real. It just simply isn't. Every single round is close. The post plant, I mean, I feel like Zipto keep finding themselves in really nice positions in the post plant because of the work they've done to gain control over mid.
About there.
They were rewarded for using that Fate ult in the last eco round they won. This time, they invest the Harbor ult. They don't get anything for it.
What is this setup from Zipto? I mean, it's an attack op for Alexi. She's been struggling this game, but playing solo A main while crew are fighting out into mid?
There are 5 players in mid for Visa Crew Blaze.
I mean, it's wild. There's a push-up with a push wall. The up is solo walking into A.
And Kinnear might just swing into it. No! They expect someone there, drone it out.
But she gets in for at least 2 players, maybe even 3 with the Neon, so the rest of her team can scale up into this B site.
Romy, do you want to be on this site?
Yes,
Against this many players?
She wants hers.
She backs away.
Alexi right now running back to regroup with the team, but the fight comes into the site now. Romy zoned off for the time being, but now there's 4 players ready to flood.
They don't get the kill off of it. Here comes the retake.
Dodds.
Dodds! With the overdrive, dives into backside, gets nothing. The trades are excellent though, as Mikaela lights up the feed for 2, and it stays even.
It's a 2-on-2 still. Alexi with the knives pop. Dancing between that wall and back to the other side. Camu will be able to plant the spike, but she is completely isolated in backside.
She stuck around. 1 player above, 1 player below. Camu, 26 and 11 to this point. Alexi with first contact, a gun picked up, a mistake for Kinnear. And that gives the first. Now Romy alone. She has to cross this angle, and the off whiffs completely.
What?
She spins around for 1 kill, the blade's up, and Alexi makes good on her mistake.
Redemption there. So nearly slipping away. A ridiculous shot from Romy. Tagging Camu through the wall. But it's still Zipto that get to 10 first. I mean, what are these rounds? The amount of smokes on site, Dodge just flying into backside, absolute absurdity. Yeah, through it all, Zipto got into that really nice bait and switch spot from backside and long, and it ends up paying off. It's just too hard for Romy to adjust and fight on both of those angles.
Dodds runs down long, slides the bullet straight past her head.
Are we fighting back into that, or are we running? Yeah, Zipto don't want any piece of that.
But look at the setup on A. 3 players here, a 4th.
And it's allowed because you have all that space into B. My question is, looking into B-Link, there's a Jet with an operator now lurking.
Are they just going into A? Or are they waiting to see how that lurk develops?
They've played these hits really slowly before.
They're just contacting out there.
That's a...
They're walking even deeper?
There's space to get past it. No one's ready for this. No one's ready for this. What are they looking at? The smoke timing.
Shorty!
Camu! And now the site hit starts to fall apart. 3 players, 4 players still banked back into
Here's
B.
Alexi. She's worked all the way back through. Now with an operator,
But look at
joining
the
up with their
spike.
team.
The spike is still back site. Zipto have to fight through this somehow.
And 3 players together for Visa Crew.
There's a
the
stun.
stun, 2 coming in fact, but the counter utility's good. Spike recovered, that's something. They're gonna try and plant this one as Tara gets another kill.
But now Dodds coming in on the flank. Alexi ready for it, takes that shot, and the spike is planted.
3 strong for Visa Crew Blaze. Flash used. Tara in main. Aneri, somewhat isolated here with only 50 health. But Alexi will swing through immediately!
Oh!
Another kill with the shorty! And Aneri doubles up!
What a save! I mean, the absolute mission impossible. Aneri retrieving the spike through all the utility being thrown her way. To get that spike planted down, to set up in the post.
1 enemy remaining.
Just a crazy round from Zip.
1 enemy remaining.
We came into this half talking about the series that slipped away from Visa Crew Blaze. And you have to, in the back of your head, start to feel that again. 2 rounds in a row lost now. The momentum fully behind Zipto. They'll call their last time out of regulation.
A moment to breathe for these 2 teams. Zip still has one if they need it later on. But really, I mean, Crew, they have to be talking about, look, they had 4 players on that side of the map. And somehow, still, the spike was able to be retrieved. Even then, Zipto still had that contact play. The fact that they even got into that position with Camu back sight, I mean, that round should have been over if the Astra smoke, if the pullback hadn't come down at the most unfortunate time possible. Crew, I think even more than talking about how that round went wrong, are going to be talking about how Zipto continued to find all this space without really revealing that much. And I think it's primarily when they're going into the Cypher site. Zipto have been able to read where the Cypher is and recognize that no one's fighting in front of the Cypher utility. Oftentimes that's the optimal place, you don't fight in front of that.
Sure.
But sometimes you have to be able to show that so that teams aren't able to just disrespect you the way Zipto have been walking in for nothing.
Here. This goes here. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Visa Crew start 3 on A, and they fight for A main control. Now Zipto will hear that, and they'll react by taking space in mid.
Oh, and it's hard. They really haven't done much of this. It's usually been B-Link, and it's been running away from the early aggression. Tara finds one, maybe two players. But I actually love the idea of pressuring more over into the B site. They've just left Alexi with the operator into Art, and she can catch off those rotators.
The lurking jet hop.
Don't see this every day.
No.
Interesting that they've actually cut noise and are maybe looking to go back into A.
Yeah, they want to re-clear that space.
Yeah, but with that forward line being held on Dodds, not going to be so easy.
They have to break that dart.
And now Dodds is fully ready for it.
She knows something's coming. How many can she get? Oh, none! Aneri wasn't even looking, but snaps around to get the opening kill of this round.
And Alexi moved up into Art too. She might be looking for a little bit something else. And Neri with another one. They just keep on coming through. Tara finishes it off. And now with the fight into Secret, it's a little bit extra, but Kamyu is feeling all sorts of good today. A flawless round to put Zipto on series point.
What an incredible round from Zipto. I mean, the re-clear is perfect. That opener for Neri, even the lurking jet up working out perfectly.
Yeah.
Exactly
so nice.
how they drew it up.
I mean, that shot, the adjustment, very nicely done. But once again, it's sort of coming out of the slow creep-ups where Zipto are consistently beating Crew. Crew thought the answer was going to be getting some more forward information, perhaps. But even that didn't work out for them.
Wave crashing.
3 chances for Zipto to close.
Dodds is hiding in backside. Piazzik is trying to do some serious baiting for the star of Crew.
Standing ahead.
Crew have never needed a Dodds round more.
Right here.
So many times it's been Dodds, the hero for the team. Now Zipto popping into the site.
Here goes Anari. The double duelist diving in, and Dodds only goes 1 for 1. Anari doubles up, but the trades are still good for Visa Crew. A flash again. Mikaela cannot get that one against Tara, and now the Harbor all popped. A post plant for Zipto.
There.
And Zipto's post plants have been so good. Again, you have Shirazi playing in B-Link. Again, they have backside control. The crossfire is going to be brutal. Visa Crew Blaze will need a miracle to find some foothold back into the round.
Romy and Kinnear, they've been to every GCC together. And now they're the two that have to save Crew once again. But time's already gone so far, and there are some crossfires they'll have to navigate. Tara spots out Romy. The Haunt there is good too. They are just toying with Crew, buying so much time. Romy alone, and she cannot stand. For back-to-back years, Zipto make their way to the top 4 and have a match against Brazil.
And they do it by taking out Visa Crew Blaze again. I mean, what a comeback for Zipto. This was not an easy series. They got beaten bad on the first map of Haven. The first half of map 2, getting slaughtered. But after that, they locked in and ground out a tough victory.
This is the series where they showed their depth. Even if Alexi isn't having the best game, anyone can step up. Anyone can be that linchpin.
Kamyu just 1 kill shy of a 30 bomb.
On Fade. It's unreal.
Okay.
And you see what it means to them? For Visa Crew Blaze, though, it ends in heartbreak. 2 years in a row, bowing out in 6th place.
Every year feels like they're getting better and better. This time even so much closer to breaching into the top 4, but unable to take down that core of Zip.
They got close against G2. They got close against Zipto, but they couldn't close out when it matters. And it's Zipto instead. The team of today. They lost last year in that top 4 match against Team Liquid Brazil. It's a different Brazilian team this time, but they want their revenge.
That they absolutely do. It's not an easy road for them. There's so much talent they're gonna have to punch back through. But this team is stacked to Mimi.
And if they want to win, they're gonna have to play every single day for the rest of this tournament. A BO3 tomorrow, a BO5 the day after that, another BO5 to follow.
You've got to beat everyone left to be #1. But it started here on Pearl. I mean, this was a great map out of them. Yeah. I mean, you think back to rounds like this with a Neri hitting the 3K every single time. The camera's on Commu as well, doing absurd things. You've got to respect it, the effort round after round.
You love the reactions from both these teams.
I love how the map highlights are just screaming.
Yes. It felt like another one of those magical crew runs. This time it doesn't end that way. But I mean, wow, so many players stepped up. We talked about Commu, Tara as well. The one player who wasn't on the main roster of that old SMG team last year. She looks right at home on this squad.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. And this is all to say that we also got to see a brand new comp like back on Abyss in our second map. We had so much fun today in terms of Zipto just having the craziest things that they're playing. But it's so impressive to watch the way they still make it work.
They're truly taking APAC Valorant to that next level, blazing their own trail, and now moving on to the top 4. Let's check in with Commu for your Verizon post-match interview.
Congratulations to you. Thank you. And the rest of the team. That match made me sweat quite a lot. I think it did.
Yeah, I know,
make
right?
everybody get on the edge of their seats. Now, I'm wondering what the overall vibe was. I want to do this map by map just because each map was so different. What were the vibes like on Haven, especially after that map, knowing that it didn't exactly go the way that you guys planned?
Well, to be honest, on Haven map, I'm just happy to be there. I'm pretending I'm listening to music even though there's no music, you know. Like even though we're losing, there's still 2 maps, what?
Oh my gosh.
You know,
that is confidence.
Thank you, thank you.
That is a lot of confidence. I want to ask about Abyss, because Colbat mentioned that he picked it just because you guys wanted to have fun. So there are a lot of question marks with this kind of mentality, but how did it help Zipto?
Oh, wow. To be honest, Colbat asking, like, are my duelists, you know, because they're the ones setting up the vibe for the team, to be honest. If Odell wants to play Abyss, go fuck play Abyss.
Just go.
Yeah, just go. I'm just happy to be there also just to support Odell, you know, just flash for her and stuff like that.
Set up the duelist, and you guys did that so right, especially on Pearl, because you also had quite a performance on Pearl.
Right.
Yes, you are fabulous. I want to know how you felt about your performance, especially since, like, you know, those numbers don't lie, girl.
Oh my God. I'm not pressing my tab, I think, so I don't really know. I'm just like vibing there because I really want to travel Berlin more. So
that's your motivation?
Yeah, I want to travel Berlin
You want to stay here in Berlin. She loves Berlin.
Berlin.
Now, finally, I want to know your feelings about your next opponent, which will be MIBR. What are you feeling about that?
What I'm feeling right now, because of my adrenaline also, I'm so excited to play with them, like SRN and Jellybangs, because I'm like we're following each other ever since that. I see Jellybangs like Clip are so good also in SRN. I'm so excited.
Everybody's excited for that too. And those vibes are exactly what makes Game Changers Champions so special. Camille, thank you very much. It looks as though Pacific Dreams are still alive here at Game Changers. Let's go!
Zipto carry forward. Once we started hearing the cries of Alexi, we knew things were gonna change a little bit here. And Camille, what a superstar today, especially on Pearl. There was a interview with her. Last time she said she loves playing Pearl with double duelist comp. She was just here on the couch with us saying like, yeah, because I just recon and the duelists do everything. But this time on Pearl, it's absolutely not the case at all. She was the one just fragging out of her mind.
The fact that she says, yeah, just, set up for my duelist. I don't even press tab. Girl, you almost break a world record. It's okay. And then, it's not that big of a deal.
Well, with winners, we do have to say goodbye to two teams. It's been incredible watching their journey. Zeta Division and Visa Crew blaze here. And Zeta Division, they won our hearts throughout this tournament, especially going through the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I think they gave us the biggest surprise, at least in my eyes. I think coming into the tournament, I had them very, very low down after not doing fantastically well in the regional match. But then they came in, they eliminated a couple of teams, and okay, they went out with a little bit of a whimper, but I think they've proven that there's definitely more to be seen from them and from Japan as a whole.
Absolutely. As Tom said, they earned our hearts. And through thick and thin, we stuck with them. I think everybody learned to love them a lot. I think they're such likable players inside and outside of the server. They've given us great moments. And I would literally delete and erase from my memory the match that they had today. It was just not their day, and I would just think of the couple of matches that they have previously. But I can say the same for Crew. I think that this year was definitely a breakthrough for them. It's a bit sad not being able to make it into the top 4, but this last match, it could have gone either way, especially on that second map. I understand that the nerves probably got to them because after working so hard for so long, seeing yourself so close to what you wanted, it's understandable that these things happen.
Yeah, I think when you start with like, you know what, we've got nothing to lose, and then you start gaining that momentum and the pressure starts to build up again. And I completely agree with what you said. You know what, just don't even worry about what happened today. I think the audience, the fans, everyone in the crowd, us, all the talents, we've just been absolutely, taken by both of these squads. So, I mean, I hope they enjoy their time here and they should be very proud of what they've done here at Game Changers Championship. Now, at the end of this tournament, we'll be crowning our Game Changers Championship 2024 MVP. And today, I have to say, we saw a couple of candidates. We were just talking about, one of the world breakers.
Where do you want to start? A couple only? I mean,
where do we start indeed? Camille ties with Suzu's GCC kill record with 29.
And SRN's, funnily enough. They all hit 29 today. This was a monstrous performance from her. She said she doesn't click tabs throughout the game, but it truly was ridiculous.
She brought them back. Like we talked about it on the desk. They were not able to win a single gun round. Then she gets a 3K. She starts giving the vibes back. We saw it on the replays time and time again. The mood starts going in crescendo, and we have the last map that we had that was a nail biter beginning to end, in which she had an amazing performance. I cannot wait for tomorrow. Sadly, we will have to say goodbye to one of the teams, but I think that it's the fact that it is a surprise for some people. They do not expect how good this match is going to be.
It's gonna be amazing. I think at this point, I think the anticipation is building for both of these teams. It's been incredible how they've been forming throughout this tournament, upper and here in the lower bracket. This is the best of the best now at Game Changers Championship. Now, of course, with these MVPs, the other day we introduced our friend, The Wheel, and we've come up with a few names now. There was a Todd, but then someone said a William.
Oh, I like William.
You like William?
I am yes. Yeah. I do like those kind of puns.
Yeah, if you're
it's
cringe,
my humor.
That's great. Yeah.
But
it's no Todd.
Can we have Mitch back, please?
You will tomorrow.
So for those of you watching, we are still naming The Wheel.
Do you want to watch together?
Todd is in the running. We got to vote for William.
Yes,
oh no,
William
it's not
too.
in the running. It's Todd.
No.
You can't rename the
It
wheel.
doesn't matter. It's not your question. Can I ask something?
Yes, please ask something.
Okay, so I want to ask The Wheel if I have two versions, but I'm gonna go with this one. Is the candidate that is going to win Game Changers Championship going to be coming from the lower bracket?
Oh, great question. What do you say, William?
No doubt.
No doubt.
And William
I'd say
is
there's
always
a little
right.
bit of doubt.
Tom, is your name William?
Okay.
No.
Make your case, Tom. Who else are we forgetting here in the upper bracket? We've got G2 goes in. We've got Shopify Rebellion, but
I've got a
it'll be
question.
Okay.
Yes.
Will anybody beat Shopify Rebellion?
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, let's do this.
Come on, Todd. You've lied to me before.
Lol. Sure.
I'm not sure if that doesn't really answer my question. You're being a bit vague, Todd.
All right. Of course, we were looking at Camille's stats just now, and I do want to ask, because I asked about Alexi the other day, is Camille going to be the GCC MVP?
We're testing fate.
Please give me the Mimi face. Better not say. Of course, we have to keep it until the last moment. You know, it's.
Yeah,
I
no
think
spoilers.
that it's. Yeah, it's going to be decided in a best of 5, either if it's the lower or the upper.
Now, you also teased a little bit about SRN and SRN stats in comparison to Camille, Kukuka.
Yeah, because the performance that we saw today, yes, probably it was a very bad day for Zeta, but for SRN, it was on a different level. 512 ACS complete.
The previous record was 400.
It's like, yeah.
It's not even close.
So
Like-
guys, mark your calendars, because I don't think we're going to see anybody breaking this record for a long time. Fluorescent,
More than 2
please take on the challenge.
I
more than 2 kills worth of damage a round. Like that's actually insanity. Like how well SRM played in that game. Like I don't think anyone will match that throughout the whole tournament.
Well,
Wanna
we
ask
can
the wheel?
ask.
We have a
will,
wheel.
Will anybody
I don't need to
ever
ask Todd.
break, William, would anybody ever break that record that SRN just stipulated?
I hope because you said William, it comes up clown.
Why not?
Why not? Not happening.
Not happening.
I disagree with Todd.
Wheel, is your name Todd? I'm just going to go with that also.
Are we settling on this before we see the result?
Are you okay with this?
Script says no.
Oh!
I never listen to the script anyway, so that's fine.
You don't have to listen to it. You write it.
Oh, no. That's all Kim. I never listen
Well,
to Kim.
so we did ask about SRN already, and how are you guys feeling now that we've ended this day? I was a little bit on the edge of my seat. You guys just watching me and my Pacific support waver back, and like not waver, it was never wavering, but you know, getting a little diminished there. How are you feeling about heading into?
Wait, it's scripted. It's the same as last time. We've got a Brazilian team. We've got a Pacific representative with the same core of players, and then we've got Shopify and G2. So we'll see if it's going to be a repeat. If anything, that means G2 finishing 3rd, right?
You tell me.
Todd?
Todd?
Do you want to ask if they're going to finish 3rd?
Will G2 finish 3rd?
Okay, will G2 goes in finish 3rd?
Please be the clown. Please be the clown.
Oh, I was so...
Oh, we're not doing this again. That's happened 3 times to me.
I think you know what that really means is that you live in Berlin.
They are.
You should start learning some.
Where are they based?
What happened to the
Where are
asking
G2
Spanish?
based?
Oh, we only have that in... Oh,
There you
true. We
go.
only have that in Madrid.
It all matches up.
We asked about SRN, right, being the MVP. I feel like we asked.
I mean,
directly.
we did
It was more
ask
like
if somebody
anyone's
was going to
beat.
break their record,
Yeah.
and it said... what was it? Why not?
I'm just word G2 Drita.
Oh,
It's asking John.
Oh, okay. Can you say it with more vigor?
No, unfortunately
can't
I
read
can't.
from here.
Why? Hey,
I don't wanna mess with Todd. I've asked the question.
okay.
Finish 3rd. Absolutely.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
So they're not even going to make it to the final again. Okay, Thomas.
All right.
We'll see
I'm
what
sure
they say.
G2 aren't watching.
All right. Well, G2 aside, you spoke a little bit about your expectations for tomorrow. In fact, let's pull up the brackets and see where we are now, the journey we've come to get to this very point in time, of course, in the upper bracket. We're not entirely surprised. It's sort of, the favorites to win. We got G2 goes in, facing off against Shopify Rebellion. But tomorrow, we will be finding out who continues on. Will it be MIBR or Zipto?
Yeah, and I think that many people have that G2 Gosen versus Shopify Rebellion to be one of the potential finals, is what has been expected for a very long time. But, you know, you get a best of 3 tomorrow, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if it does go almost identical. If we're going to get MIBR making it into that lower final and G2 joining them, it'll be a really interesting repeat. Or if we're going to get a change to the script, maybe G2 could be the first to beat Shopify. That'll be cool.
Or MIBR loses tomorrow.
That too, but I believe it. MIBR.
At this point, it could be anyone's game. I would very much rely on Tal the Wheel at this point, and I think all of these games have been absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I think at this point, what were your end prediction for grand finals? I don't remember what you guys
For
had
grand
said.
finals?
For grand finals, who's going to be in our grand finals?
I think I might go that this can be the one time I agree with you, Tom, and throughout today, and I think it's going to be Shopify Rebellion and MIBR. I would like that.
Oh no, I'm
Did you
sticking
say
with
that too,
No, no,
Tom?
I'm going G2.
Okay.
Of course I'm going G2. I'm not a traitor to my region.
You literally just asked if they're gonna. Okay, whatever, Thomas.
That's
I
what
don't know.
Todd thinks. I'm not Todd.
I
don't know who you are.
I'm closer to where Bea's like thinking,
G2
what
Shopify.
Kuka's thinking right now.
Meant to be.
But we're gonna find out tomorrow a little bit more about how this all ends out. I do want Zipto in the finals, of course. But at this point, unless G2 beats Shopify and the Shopify just lose themselves a little bit, and then Zipto somehow beat MIBR, and then maybe it can happen.
I think that the conversation that we were having today, even though we were like quote unquote proven wrong by SRN and them not playing the Neon, could happen again tomorrow. Them playing against Shipto, a team that plays the double duelist that runs a ton of Neon, sometimes accompanied with something else, could make for a very interesting head-to-head. So tomorrow's map veto, I think, is going to be a little bit like poisonous.
I also think, like we've seen today, that they have more depth in talent. Like with Camille stepping up and literally matching records, it's like I don't think there's anything that's impossible. Just with how teams seem to level up when they need it most. This was a team that was lost the first map, was 8-4 down, and then wins the series. Like if you have that sort of resilience, why can't you go up against a team that maybe slightly outdoes you in firepower and take them down on the day?
And you can be, you know, if you're Shipto, you can tell MIBR, only I get to knock Zeta out of tournaments. Not you. Not you.
Well, couldn't have said any better myself, Tom, and I like that attitude. Kukuka. Well, I hope you guys have been enjoying over at home, over in the stadium. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more GCC action from Berlin. See you then.
Break the machine, wake from the dream, fake dopamine. Everybody break the machine, wake from the dream, fake dopamine. Collectively, break the machine, wake from the dream, break the machine. Everybody. Break the machine, wake from the dream, fake dopamine. Everybody break the machine, wake from the dream, fake dopamine. Collectively, break the machine, wake from the dream, break the machine. Everybody. crit. Arrow, you crit. You crit.
Hold on. Is that you yet?